Hey guys, welcome back to another Pro Revenge compilation. Make sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below, and let's get into it. Welcome to the Storytime channel. My name is Steven, and today we have some Pro Revenge stories. Our first story of the day is by Waffles Are Forever. Cheat on me with my best friend? I'll wreck your career and publicly humiliate both of you. Craphead and Sarah have been like family to my wife and I for several years. Practically ever since we moved in across the street from them. The four of us were extremely tight. Our kids are the same age as theirs and are all good friends. We were one big family unit. We did dinner together a few times a week, we went on vacations together. I truly saw Craphead as a brother, and my wife and Sarah were very close too. 5 months ago, I was completely blindsided by the discovery of an affair between my wife and Craphead. My wife had left her email open on our computer, and I saw an email from her to her longtime therapist saying that Craphead would be joining her at an upcoming session again. What the freak? My mind started racing. Why in the world would Craphead be going to her therapy sessions without my knowledge? I did a search and found some other emails to and from the therapist proving that Craphead had been going to sessions together with her for about 6 weeks. I checked her mobile phone account and discovered that since late summer, they had been exchanging hundreds of texts every day, peaking at nearly 500 a day by the holidays. Speaking of the holidays, my wife and I hosted both of our families, parents, siblings, etc., for both Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner, and Craphead and Sarah joined us either for dinner or after dinner on both holidays. Text records showed that the entire time that they were at our house celebrating with our families, my wife and Craphead were texting each other across the room. They were doing that pretty much every time the four of us hung out for months, and, all day, every day, just in general. But what bothers me the most is that they were doing it with Sarah and I right there. I confronted my wife with the evidence and she admitted that yes, she and Craphead had fallen in love. It just happened, I don't know how, but I love him and I just don't feel anything for you anymore, I'm sorry. They had gone on a school district trip together, something had happened in her hotel room, and things had moved quickly from there. She explained, as I lay face down on the couch, unable to look at her, that they had already made plans to move out and divorce me and Sarah. And while they didn't plan to move in together immediately because of the kids, they'd probably do so eventually. The meetings with the therapist were supposedly mostly for the purpose of finding a way to break this to me and Sarah as gently as possible, because they were so very concerned for our well-being. Sarah and I are fairly certain that they weren't planning on telling us about the affair at all and were simply going to discover their feelings for one another several months down the line after they'd come up with some other reason to divorce the two of us. My wife moved out 2 months ago. I was, and still am, utterly destroyed. I cry every day. I cried writing the first few paragraphs of this story just now. I worry non-stop about the impact on our kids, but I am also not exactly a shrinking violet when I feel that I've been wronged. And in this case, I was objectively very, very wrong. So, a couple of years ago, Craphead ran for a Board of Education seat as a pretty extreme underdog. I helped him with campaign materials and a debate prep, and my wife, a well-known school district employee, this becomes important later, got the word out as best as she could. Much to our surprise, he actually won in a squeaker by just a few dozen votes. Being on the board became the center of Craphead's world. He joined every committee that he could. This turned into the foundation of his affair with my wife, as they were constantly going to school events and meetings together on evenings and weekends. Once I discovered the affair, my thoughts turned pretty quickly to revenge, and it occurred to me that an extramarital affair between a member of the Board of Education and an employee of the school district was at least bad politics and possibly violated district policy. Making things far worse for them was that my wife was in the running for an open administrative position, and everyone knew that she was more or less guaranteed the job and the major pay raise that came with it. She had just finished her master's degree in school administration at the urging of her principal and the superintendent so that she could be promoted to this specific position. I had plenty of evidence of the affair. Texts from both of them admitting to it, text records showing that they were texting hundreds of times a day, emails to and from the therapist, etc. I considered simply emailing all of the evidence to the board and the superintendent, but felt like I, as the grieving betrayed spouse, might not be seen as a credible source. So instead, I invented a fictitious, furious friend who was planning on showing up to the next board meeting and publicly shaming the two of them for their affair. I told my wife that I tried to talk this person down, but couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't show up and humiliate them publicly. As I expected, this led Craphead to conclude that the only option was for him to preemptively admit the affair to the board. The superintendent subsequently recommended that Craphead resign, which he did. Sarah said that he was utterly humiliated and crushed and barely got out of bed for a few days afterward. Once word of the affair and Craphead's resignation started getting around, the superintendent, a longtime friend of both my wife and Craphead, contacted my wife and tearfully informed her that it was no longer politically appropriate for her to be promoted to an administrative position within the district. The position that had been lined up for her was later filled by an outside candidate. This sent waves of confusion and rumor throughout the district, as it was pretty well known that my wife was getting the job. The day after she was informed that she wasn't getting the promotion, my wife and I, despite our crumbling marriage, took our son out to get breakfast together on his birthday, and a parent stopped by our table to congratulate her on her new role. She said thanks, then excused herself to go cry in the bathroom for a while. I let the dust settle for a couple of weeks, and then, right before my wife moved out, let them in on my little secret. There was never a furious friend threatening to expose them in the first place, just me. Word of all of this has gotten around our fairly small town, which Craphead grew up in and my wife has worked in for nearly 20 years. My wife refuses to talk to me about how things are at work now, but I've heard from some people I know in the district that her formerly spotless reputation has taken a major hit. Craphead, formerly a gregarious social presence in our neighborhood and at events and pubs in town, has completely gone underground and barely emerges to mow his lawn. He's moving out soon to a crappy little townhouse, which is all he can afford due to all the child support he's going to have to pay his wife. My wife and Craphead claim that they plan on trying to make things work together despite all the public humiliation. I wish them lots of luck with that. I'm sure it will be a lot of fun to show their faces together in town. Oh man. So, where do you even start with a story like that? So I guess if wife and Craphead are really going to try and make it work together, do you guys think that they should just literally leave town altogether, go to a completely, maybe even change states, go to a completely different place, and see if their resumes can hold up in that location? Maybe they can get a better job somewhere else. Or do you think that they should realize that it's such a screwed up situation that they should just drop it and realize this never should have happened? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Either way, to me, I don't think they would be able to leave because they would be ditching their kids, and hopefully they care about their kids still. Our next story is by Moriya Tosuki, killed a tow company with one simple phone call. Several years back, I went to work for a towing company. It's about all I know how to do other than paint cars, which is drastically affecting my health. The pay was pretty decent, but we had to share trucks and the boss felt that he knew where we needed to sit in order to get the best calls. This is important for later. Several months in, I realized that I was not making the type of money that I should be making. So I took the opportunity while I was sitting in a parking lot one evening to start researching the laws pertaining to employees in similar positions. He was kind of an a-hole and the trucks had transponders so that he could see if we had them idling with the air conditioner on and a hot day, or idling with the heat on a cold day. He was always calling, complaining about something if the wheels were not turning. During my research, I discovered that if he was requiring us to sit in a certain parking lot, street, or any location of his choosing, then we were entitled to be paid an hourly wage, not just our commission. The technical term was engaged to wait. However, if he allowed us to freely roam about while we waited for calls, we were not entitled to hourly wages and we were therefore considered waiting to be engaged. I never mentioned this to him, but I did start taking note of my time. Another month or so goes by and he decided to start coming down on me for tiny little BS, things that ordinarily wouldn't even matter, such as I forgot a pop can in the cup holder. He actually had a screaming fit about that. At this point, I was tired of working there and had already found another job, so I decided it was time to put my plan into motion. I called him up, told him that we needed to have a conversation about my final wages and that we could meet at his convenience. Upon entering the office, I laid out my argument, explained the state law, and told him I expected to be paid for the hours that I was on the clock, but not freely allowed to roam looking for work or able to do things of my choosing. He told me in no uncertain terms that I would not be paid for that time, as that was agreed to upon my employment. I did not bother to argue as I already had my next step planned, so I took my final check and I left. The following Monday, I made a phone call to the State Labor Board where I laid out my case to them. Needless to say, they were very interested in what was going on. In the end, they came to review his employment records and speak to the driver still working. When he got the bill of what he had to pay us all, it was too much for him to afford, so he sold the trucks, his boat, and a lot and went out of business. I never got the money owed to me in full, only a fraction. But the satisfaction of knowing the law just a little bit better than he did and watching it all burn was pure bliss. If you're going to cheat and abuse your employees, all it takes is one person dedicated enough to finding a way to blow that operation up, and your operation will be, well, blown up. This next story is by Meg Solano, a satisfying way to get revenge on an old white man telling me I'm anti-feminist. I don't want to get into a whole debate about my politics, but I'll just say I'm a member of a political party in the UK that allows their members to submit policy ideas. I also own my own business selling scrunchies. It's important, I promise. A bit of backstory. I, 20-year-old female, suffer really bad mental health brought on by my birth control. I didn't know it was my birth control till I did some research. I found it crazy that my doctor never told me and instead put me in therapy rather than trying to change the cause of the problem. So I wrote a policy where doctors would check in on the mental health of women on birth control whenever they came in to get more, mainly focusing on the pill. I got a lot of support, except from this one guy, male, 60, I'll call him Mark. He's super sexist, sleazy, and hates me for some reason. Likes everything to stay the same as it was when he was younger. I submitted the policy and then received an email from Mark with the entire policy committee, which I am a part of, CC'd in. He rewrote my policy, picking out every tiny mistake in red text like some kind of teacher. He then told me that I was setting feminism back to the days of Marie Stopes, a woman who worked on contraception access over 100 years ago. It was a patronizing email, clearly designed to belittle and embarrass me when all I wanted to do was help women not go through what I did. So I responded, telling him I was so sorry for setting feminism back. And to make up for it, I had named a scrunchie after him, of which I would donate profits to the charity named after Marie Stopes herself. I'm pretty proud of it. It's doing quite well in the shop too. Apparently, a lot of people hate Mark and have bought one just to get back at him. He's pretty livid. It's definitely going to be hard to get back at this Mark guy effectively, but if you can keep adding up all these little things that just constantly eat away at their mentality at the back of their mind, I'm sure that's a pretty darn good way. So now he has this passive thought where every time someone buys one of those Mark scrunchies, Marie Stopes' charity gets funded a little bit more, which is exactly not what he wants to happen. And our final story of the day is by Belle Mom, Petty Revenge While Driving. I live out in the country, so we have a lot of 2-lane roads. I try to keep to the speed limit, but I sometimes realize that I'm going 73 in a 65 speed limit. As an example, I'm not going to drive slower unless the weather requires it. Every once in a while, I have some jerk riding my bumper when I'm going a little over the speed limit, so I will start slowing down gradually. If they back off to a reasonable distance, I will set my cruise control at the exact speed limit. If they don't back off, I continue slowing down until we get to a passing lane where I let them pass me so I can drive in peace. Most of the time they back off, only to do it again about a mile or two down the road. The majority figure it out by the second time and just wait until the next chance to pass me. It's definitely not a bad strategy, but all it takes is to get that one absolute knucklehead who doesn't respect it at all. And then very quickly you can end up in some kind of very sketchy situation where somebody might end up getting some kind of accident. All I'll really say is definitely be as cautious as possible when you're having to do something like this. Deny me workers' comp? Paybacks are a blank. While reading the many pleasurable stories of pro-revenge, I was reminded of an act of pro-revenge from several years ago. It was a bad year for me and the economy was not in great shape. Unemployment was fairly high. I had been working at a hardware store, but things went bad and the owner sold everything and moved to Florida. I finally landed a job at a factory. It was crappy work involving putting zinc plating on metal parts. The owner was all about profit and had little regard for worker safety. Somehow, he'd get a heads up on whenever an OSHA inspector was coming. We'd bust butt cleaning, installing safety equipment on the machinery, etc. Once the inspector left, the safety equipment was put back in storage so there would be no wear and tear on it. I suffered through it all, as did my coworkers, because we were young, had no skills or experience, and jobs were scarce. One day, the piece of machinery I used, think of something that looks like a concrete mixer, broke while I was loading it with the parts. The drum fell, hitting the bucket I was holding. The bucket was full of metal parts and weighed somewhere around 80 pounds when it was full. This caused me to lose my balance and ultimately injured my back. I tried to tough it out, but I was in a lot of pain. I go tell the foreman. She leaves the floor and finds the owner. She comes back about 10 minutes later and tells me to clock out and go home. I'm young and naive. I know nothing about workers' comp. I spent a few hundred of my own money going to a chiropractor and finally to a doctor. When I go back to work a couple days later, I am informed that I have been demoted due to my injury. I am relegated to being a custodian, and my hourly pay had been cut. I held on for a few months before quitting and moving on. Here's the pro-revenge. It's a few years later. I have graduated college, got a good job, and am a little older and wiser. I come home from work and am watching the evening news. The state I live in has an office similar to the EPA. The news station did one of those human interest stories and interviewed the man who investigated the illegal environmental stuff. The story was about how he had dropped the bomb on a corporation that had been illegally dumping zinc waste. My ears perked up. You see, that company I used to work for used zinc to plate their little metal parts. Lots of zinc. My workstation with that drum? My job was to fill it with the metal parts and then fill the drum with a zinc water acid slurry. Once the parts were plated, guess what the next part of my job was? I dumped the slurry into a trough, which led to a hole in the wall of the factory, which led to a ditch, which led to a creek. The factory had been illegally dumping zinc waste into a ditch. I immediately got in my car and drove there. Aha! The factory was still in business and they were still dumping the zinc waste into a creek. I took pictures, I took video, and then I turned it all in along with a notarized affidavit to that state inspector. The original fine was in excess of $100 grand. They appealed and I don't know what the settlement entailed. The business closed shortly after. Sweet revenge. Let me ask you guys, let's say theoretically you were working at a place and you were making solid enough money to live comfortably enough. If you caught wind that they were doing illegal dumping activities, would you still go against it and report them to the environmental services? Let me know what you would do in that dilemma in the comments down below. Our next story is by IamWeasel93, Debt from the Grave, a story of money. My grandma told me this story recently about how her brother got his butt kicked from the grave. So this is the scenario. My grandma comes from a family of 5, 4 girls, 1 boy. My great-grandfather Hank was ecstatic with the boy. We will call him Jack. One more important thing is that my great-grandfather ran a very successful company that made high-end clothing and bathroom silks, towels, bathrobes. He made a fortune with his company and made sure everyone who worked for the company got his fair share. He also looked after the family. All his children got an education. All his children got the chance to get their driver's license. It was in the 1960s, so it was a big deal back then. They were the first in my hometown with a car, radio, and TV. My great-grandfather treated everyone equal. That changed when his first and only son was born. He had already had 4 girls and now finally a son. The roadmap was laid out for him. He would be the heir to his company. So began the upbringing of Jack. He was, let's say, a kid with a mouth. This wasn't bad per se. The thing was that his father allowed it. Jack got kicked from his first school. Jack got caught for shoplifting. Jack got kicked from his second school. Jack got caught joyriding, and so on and so on. Hank did not sit Jack down and told him the severity of his actions, but he would shrug it off and tell his wife, great-grandmother, Anna, that it was just childhood quirks. Anna tried to make something out of Jack, but it was a lost cause. Jack became 18, and Hank decided that it was time to introduce him into the company. The company did better than ever, and the whole family was involved. Jack began at the bottom of the ladder and had to work his way up. This is where Jack began to shine. By shine, my grandmother meant that her brother was not a bright light at school, but he was a hard worker and had a nose for business, not so much for people. Jack was being a jerk as per usual and got married to his first Karen. His first wife was a Karen. She wanted to start her own company and her father-in-law Hank wanted to retire. She pushed Jack to take over quickly and pushed the rest of the family out. Jack listened to her and talked to his father about how he was ready and how his sisters and their husbands were tearing the company apart if they would stay in their leadership roles. The thing was that only one daughter and son-in-law were involved in the company at this point, 1980. My grandmother oversaw the seamstresses and the quality department, and my grandfather oversaw the financial and the suppliers. Karen wanted full control and started a little fire in the family. She spread a rumor that grandfather stole from the company. I do not know what transpired, but in the end, my great-grandfather bought out all the family and Jack bought out great-grandfather. The company was Jack and Karen's company now, and things went tits up pretty quickly. Seamstresses quit, bills were not paid, and Jack had to take a loan from great-grandfather. The family company was barely scraping by, and Karen left Jack because he could not provide for them. It became apparent that Jack could not make it work and was looking for a way out. After a while, great-grandfather had seen enough and bought back the remnants of his company and sold it to a bigger company that wanted to expand. This made the wealth he amassed even bigger. He did set up different banking accounts for his children and said that if someone was in need, they could take money from that account. He told Jack his cut was smaller as he was the reason he sold the company and that he was let down by the carelessness his son had run his company into the ground with. Jack was angry and told his father that he could have made it work if he had more time. It remained a sour point between the two of them. Things went well for a while, but Jack married a second time with a woman named Helen. Helen, like Karen, wanted her own business. Jack agreed and took money from the account in order to start Helen's company. The business was a little barber shop and ran pretty well. They were spending their money on luxury and did not save any money. After a while, my grandmother got a call from her little brother Jack if he could store some goods in her garage. My grandfather did not trust Jack and told him no, and grandmother did not agree, but they agreed to it. A few weeks later, Jack got caught for possession of stolen goods and drug smuggling. It was not a surprise, but nonetheless a letdown for my great-grandfather Hank. This time he would not help Jack and told him that he would no longer stand behind him. After a few years, Jack got out and was a divorced man. He married again and divorced another 3 times, and each time he gave these women a business and lived lavishly. New cars, big houses, expensive vacations. He drained his money and robbed his emergency bank account dry. He loaned a lot of money from great-grandfather and so on. In 2013, great-grandfather fell ill. It was clear that he was not gonna make it and took his final days in stride. At this time, Jack became very buddy-buddy and started to help great-grandfather sell some stuff. At some point, my grandmother sat down with her father and asked him where the money went for the sold stuff, and great-grandfather told her not to worry about it. He took care of it in his will. After his 95th birthday, he passed away quiet and in peace. After his funeral, they all went to listen to the will of their father, all except Jack, who had given power of attorney to my grandmother to sign the will in his place. All the children get their fair share, but at the end, the notary publicly tells them to sign the papers and the inheritance is completely theirs. At some point, my grandma called my dad. She has inherited some collateral papers. All sorts of papers that stated that someone owed my great-grandfather money. My father said that she has to call a lawyer's office to get the money from these papers. A few days after this call to the lawyer's office, my grandmother gets a call from her brother. Why was she taking his money from the inheritance? My grandmother tells him she has inherited some collateral papers and that she wants to get the money from them. Jack was furious and told her that that was illegal. Jack was wrong. Great-grandfather had documented every penny his son had loaned from him and constructed his will in such a way that the rest of his children could get that part of their money from their money drain of a brother. Also, great-grandfather found out Jack stole from him. You see, Jack was putting the money he made from the sold stuff on his own banking account instead of giving it to his father. After this ordeal, Jack has not contacted my mother or his sisters. He has since then paid everything back and has never seen a penny from his inheritance. Great-grandfather has confided in a letter why he did this. He was done with his son, all the lying, the careless things he had done to his company, all the money he had blown, and not taking any responsibility. He gave his final lesson to his son from the grave. It sure sounds like Jack was kinda busy there. What is that, 4+ marriages? And each time he did the absolutely same thing, and surprise, surprise, it was the same outcome? Jack should have learned the definition of insanity a little bit quicker. And our final story of the day is by Sicko, How I Got Revenge on a Bully's Brother. Sorry if this story is a bit short. It's a pretty good story though. So a few years ago in my neighborhood we had 2 kids. One in 5th grade and one in 2nd or 3rd grade. I can't remember. The 5th grader will be known as Jerk, and his little brother will be Jerk's brother. He was not really a jerk. My friend will be Friend, and I will be I. Jerk really cared about Jerk's brother and protected him like he was everything. In our neighborhood, we had a little island of prairie. We live in Iowa and prairies are everywhere. That split the road into 2 and back again in the entrance to our neighborhood. It had 2 trees and a sign with the name of our neighborhood on it. We get boiling summers and freezing winters, and in the winter we got a lot of snow. The snow that year was in big pieces, a bit bigger than the size of a very old TV. After we got off our bus, we started walking and talking. While we were talking, Jerk took a chunk of snow, ran across the island, and dumped it over my head. I was pissed, but I kept talking with Friend. Then Friend got dumped on, and I was even more pissed. This continued for about 2 minutes. Then Jerk's brother got in on it, and that was when I struck. My shoes, socks, pants, and shirt were wet. I had no snow pants on. And I was done with this. Jerk's brother ran across the island with a chunk of snow and stopped on the sidewalk. He froze and dropped his chunk when he saw me making a ball of snow and packing it together with all of my might. For the people who are not familiar with snow, you might not know this, but when you do what I did, it creates a heavy ball of hardness and pain if it hits you. I am a great hitter, but the worst thrower ever to play baseball. So when I threw it, it missed. And hit him square in the freaking nuts. Luck had granted me a nut shot. Everyone's head turned. I saw the life drain from his face. I still think back to him dropping to his knees and covering his groin and smile. I had a new problem now. His brother. He did what was basically a bull charge from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Great game, and no, I am not a 45-year-old. He tackled me, and friend had to pull me away from his weak punches. He doesn't punch like a bald bull, that's for sure. I bolted to my driveway and caught my breath with friend in tow. We chatted for a second and I walked inside and I celebrated my victory against Jerk. Jerk is no longer a jerk and we get along. He moved away sadly and I miss him. He was fun when we got along. Also, I feel bad for Jerk's brother because he just followed Jerk's orders. Lesson of the story: don't make me cold, wet, and pissed at the same time. Well, I think some people might be into that last description. Was that joke a little bit too much? I don't know. It kind of gave me Christmas Story vibes in a way. And although it was a story of a bully and a bully's little brother, it was also a success story, and in the end, you became friends with the bully and seemed like good friends, or at least it was fun to be around them. So overall, it was a pretty satisfying story. Mock my mother's death? I bankrupt you. My now ex-wife Kate and I moved to an apartment in 2010. The house as a whole was a renovated townhouse split between two sides with 2 apartments on the bottom and 2 apartments upstairs, with addresses, ending in 126 to 128 accordingly. I wasn't the biggest fan of the apartment as it was a much older building than I had ever lived in, but I quickly adjusted to the wood creaking throughout the night. On the initial walkthrough, we noticed that the only problem was that there was a dip in the bathroom ceiling. The landlord, Jay, promised us that he would get it fixed ASAP. 1 year to the day that we moved in there was a loud crash at 4 a.m. The bathroom ceiling had collapsed and there was tiling in wood all over the floor and in the bathtub. Now, Kate was typically the aggressive one, while I was more passive and laid back, and she kept calling Jay throughout the day. When she got in touch with him at around 9 p.m., she explained what happened and insisted that it be fixed immediately. Jay rebuffed, yelling that his girlfriend was a lawyer and he didn't need to do anything. Now this is where I got mad. I went outside to have a cigarette and to call him myself. I feigned a relaxed demeanor, and at first he began trying to talk to me as a bro and kept saying, "Dude, I'm gonna get someone out there, but it's gonna take a few weeks." When he couldn't sway me that way, he began yelling about his girlfriend and her knowing the law. What he was unaware of was that I had read the tenant laws in my state, and so, as he tried to lie, I waited until he was finished. And I then recited the law stating that if an apartment was considered uninhabitable, then the landlord needed to pay for the tenant to stay in a place until it was resolved. Meaning he would have to pay for us to stay in a hotel of our choosing every night until the ceiling was fixed. He tried to say that our upstairs neighbor Phil was the super, but he wasn't sure if he could get him down there that night. He placed me on hold, then came back a few minutes later and said that Phil and his girlfriend were out of state. I rang Phil's doorbell and asked with Jay on speakerphone if he was assigned as the super. He laughed and said no. Dejected, Jay said he would have people out there the next day. Previously, he said they were busy for at least 3 weeks. There's more to this incident, but it leads to 2 conclusions. 1, if you're going to lie, then there has to be a consistency in your lie, and make sure that the people you lie to don't communicate with each other. 2, this is where a feud started between me and my Kate versus him and his mother. She was the original landlord and gave the house to him so he could begin to make a side profit. Fast forward to a year later, Jay stopped coming to the house and his mom began doing the pickups. Around this time, my ex and I had been laid off and we were working with Social Security for food, health, and housing insurance. We were approved for all 3 in April, but we would not get the check until May. When our typical check wasn't in the landlord's mailbox, he immediately gave a summons saying that he was taking us to court for eviction. The day we went to court, he had no lawyer and, going before the judge, here's the summation, or rather a non-verbatim account of how the case went. The judge said, "Does the defense have a means to pay within 90 days of non-payment?" We say, "Yes, Your Honor." Hands over paperwork showing that he will be reimbursed for April and May. Judge says, "I see no problem. They are breaking no laws. Why are we here?" Jay says, "Well, Your Honor, they have been bullying." Judge says, "I don't care. Unless they are breaking a law, then this case is dismissed." Suffice it to say, Jay and his mother were not happy. Around this time in my life, things were tumultuous. My mother, who had been battling lung cancer for 4.5 years, succumbed to it in June. This happened at roughly the same time his mom came knocking looking for payment. I explained that I would leave the check in the mailbox when we got back from the funeral home and to please just respect my right to mourn. She took her fingers and began rubbing them together, pretending to play the world's smallest violin. I will never forget what she said next. "Oh, my mommy just died, woe is me." She probably had it coming. "I don't care if your entire family is dead, I want my money." She smiled smugly, proud with what she had just said. I saw red and my heart jumped into my throat. I went, grabbed the check, and handed it to her in absolute shock that anyone would say something so freaked up. She had finally managed to push a button that very few people I've known throughout my life have gotten close to pressing. I went into rage mode, but not in the way you would expect. The revenge. We were always told that if a health inspector came by to not open the door. I waited until August since that was the month before the lease was going to run out and we knew they would not extend a renewal. I walked up the block to town hall to ask for a health inspection of our property. It was scheduled for several days later. Now, it's important to know several things. 1. I was friends with all of the tenants. Phil had moved out with his fiancée, but the new tenant was a really cool girl around my age named Danny. Tom and Hannah on the other side of the downstairs floor had moved out in July and Jay was still looking to fill it. The only one who wanted to stay out of this was Rose on the upper right apartment. 2. I had gotten permission and her spare key so I could let the inspector in Danny's apartment, and I knew that I could use the back staircase on the right to let him in on Tom's now vacant apartment. And 3. I also knew that Danny was moving out in September, a month after Kate and myself. The inspector came and it was glorious. He checked the exterior of the house, first noting that the wires were exposed. There was an old empty dryer along with other odd clutter in the backyard. I brought him inside the shared entrance and as I was counting on, he noticed that the last inspection dated back to 1994. 18 years. This meant that for each year he did not have an inspection, there would be appropriate fines. For our apartment, we had black mold growing in our bathroom and the bubble in the ceiling had begun to regrow to problematic proportions. Upstairs, Danny's apartment was suffering from leaks in the ceiling and it looked like her bathroom ceiling was also on the brink of collapsing. We then went to the basement. The boiler was on the verge of exploding. There were flammable items along with gasoline and a pack of matches sitting right beside it. 2 things that I did not know was: 1. The fire door that separated the 2 sides did not close all of the way, rendering it moot. To be honest, I had never heard of a fire door until that day. 2. On the right, 128 portion, basement side, there was a toilet. A toilet that had blown up. It had coated the surrounding walls and the leakage prevented us going up to the floor via the right side. The entire time, the inspector was photographing and writing constantly. We stepped outside and he said that he needed to come back. When I asked why, he said he had run out of space to write down all of the infractions. He had filled the front and had written an entire page on the back portion. I kindly and coyly asked, "Well, how much will it cost right now?" He scratched his head and said, "Around 20 to 30 grand from what I can see, but it's probably going to be higher as this house was never licensed to be split into apartments." I thanked him and he was going to come back with the county inspector. We were gone when that took place, though I did ask him to send me a copy with the list of violations to my new address. So we moved out at the end of August, but I got updates from Rose. Because he was the current owner, he owed all current fines and no one new could not move into the empty apartments until everything was up to code. Because 3 out of the 4 were vacant, he was losing $4,500 in potential rent. He handed the property back to his mother and had to file for bankruptcy. Now here's the other thing. Every time an old tenant left and a new one was coming in, an inspection was supposed to be done. Now that all of the financial burden fell on her, they looked into the records and she was fined for each time she had broken that rule, $750 per. By the end of the year, Rose had moved out so the place was hemorrhaging money. I sat back, proud of what I had done, and left it be. No. Screw that, I wasn't close to done yet. I felt like I had destroyed Jay, but my real target had always been his mom. I learned that she had 8 properties throughout 3 towns in my county. I went to each one, spoke to the tenants, and said I was a concerned tenant from another property, and asked if they had any problems with their apartments. Every person I asked described the apartments in very poor to intolerable levels, and that the mom was effectively a slumlord. She would ignore problems unless someone turned to litigations. She was threatened that they would summon the inspector, or more often than not, the people would move out. She'd refuse their deposit and sink those into cosmetic repairs so that the apartment looked nicely furnished. People rarely fought back because she knew that the occupants were of upper-lower class minorities. So, being the concerned person I was, I went to the inspector of the other 2 towns and asked for an inspection to be done with at least one tenant, if not more, would be waiting the inspector when they came. Turns out that she faced pretty much the same infractions on every apartment she owned. It turned out she actually had 12 apartments, but I initially only knew about the ones that fell within my county. The remaining properties in the next county over were given a mysterious heads up to perform a surprise inspection. From what I can tell, Jay's mom had been in the landlord business for about 35 to 40 years. That collapsed quickly. Since we moved literally 1 block down the road from our old one, 54, I got to see Jay lose his primary source of income and have to claim bankruptcy, but also saw that his mother was also trying desperately to find a buyer for all of the apartments so she could pay off the fines. I learned 2 years later, 2014, that she too had to file for bankruptcy. Jay and his mother camped out in front of our next apartment 2 days in October of 2013 before she filed for bankruptcy. I'm guessing to scream at me and or Kate. So I called the cops and said that there were strange people standing in a no parking zone and they kept looking up at the 2nd floor. A cruiser swung by and told them to leave. I know I should have used the 2 months I spent monitoring everything to find a new job, but this was the one and only time I wanted to cripple a person where they hurt the most: their wallets. I think I got my point across. None of this would have happened if you had just freaking fixed the ceiling before it collapsed, Jay. So let me know, considering that this operation was basically ran for 35 to 40 years for almost 4 decades at least, do you think that they got their just desserts, or do you think that them having to file for bankruptcy and lose those properties is just a slap on the wrist compared to what they really deserve? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Pork and Beans 19, Revenge on the Neighbor's Kids' Intrusion on Our Property. So our neighbor's kids do not know boundaries and like to play in front of our house and sometimes in our driveway. We do not mind doing that, but we find it disrespectful when they leave their toys behind our cars at the end of the day. Countless times we have had to move their stuff out of the way to get our cars out, and there have been a few times that we run over their stuff and had some close calls with bigger items like strollers and bikes. As my significant other was heading out to put the trash out for pickup this morning, he found one of their bikes right where we are supposed to put our barrel. Guess what ended up being mistaken for trash today? His thought process was, they should be more careful where they put their stuff on trash day. He chose not to move it for all the times we had to do it for them. Whoops. As a former dumb kid that was never able to clean up after themselves properly or put things where they were supposed to, I actually kind of feel bad for the kids because they did lose out on whatever they did leave there, and they're just kids, but it will be a really valuable learning experience for the kids and hopefully their parents to really reinforce them to put stuff back properly. And at the end of the day, it's not their kids, it was never your problem to begin with. And our final story of the day is by Shiplet RPHT, Everyone's Got Selective Hearing in Pharmacy. I work at the market version of the big box store with the Spark in the pharmacy. Literally just had this conversation with a patient who was now called twice within 10 to 15 minutes. First call, the patient is asking about if we have filled his oxycodone. It's not filled as it's out of stock and we don't receive C2 orders except 2 days of the week. days. His script came over the weekend. I inform him we won't have it until tomorrow. He then gets upset and starts asking when the order will be in time specific, when the doc sent it, and that tomorrow probably won't work for him. Told him if he wants to call his doctor and they can send it to another pharmacy and cancel it with us. Tells me he'll think about it and may call back. Now the second call. Hi, I called about 10 minutes ago about my oxycodone not being filled and I would like to have it transferred to another pharmacy. Okay, so you would have to call your doctor and have them electronically send it to another pharmacy. They already have sent it electronically, you're holding it for me. Yes, but this type of medication cannot be transferred by federal law. That's not what you told me 10 minutes ago. You said that it was no problem and it could be transferred. No, I did not. I told you that you would have to have the doctor call it in to another pharmacy. You said it could be transferred. Me, silent since I'm done arguing. Well, you'll need to call your doctor to send it in. No one even called me to let me know that it was on back order. It's not on back order, it will just be in tomorrow. Patient, silence, click. Decide to look on our resolution queue at his script. Big smile across my face as I click the send out of stock text message to him. So the patient couldn't wrap his head around needing to call the doctor to find a pharmacy themselves that can fill it that day. Otherwise, the pharmacy cannot transfer it themselves. It's not really a hard thing to grasp, but this patient can't put two and two together. I recorded a coworker loving himself at work for eating my chocolate. Before you get to that part, I need to clarify that yes, I have a video, but I would never post it or anything because I would get in trouble for it, and because it's a ridiculous story. It's up to you to believe it or not. Let's name everyone involved in this. John, my boyfriend, the designer. Jenny, me. I did mostly video. Sarah, another coworker. She was the best photographer there. Mario, to say that he was useless is an understatement. The reason why I'm writing this. Donna, the director's assistant, and Amy, the accountant. Years ago, I worked in a government institution where I live. It wasn't a good job. It was basically volunteer paid work that was an excuse to not give employees any security a real job would offer, but I accepted because I needed the money and I had just finished college. I used to work in the communication department with 4 other coworkers. One of them was my boyfriend, still together to this day, and the youngest one, Mario, was a guy who was still in high school and got his girlfriend pregnant. His mom worked in other government institutions and she got him that job. That's one of the reasons the boss couldn't fire him. We had to make designs, take pictures, do video, post on social media, check on the press when they wanted an interview with one of our bosses, and many other things. Mario was supposed to know some about photography and design because he told us that's what he was studying at school, but we knew later that he didn't attend school often, so he was very bad at almost everything, and we tried to show him how to do his work, but he was really stubborn and lazy. He never learned completely how to do the basic work. He always had problems with many people, not with us at the beginning because he acted polite. That changed later. He was disrespectful when taking pictures, he was late almost every day, and he used to post on social media about government and fight other people who didn't agree with him. Sarah and John would talk to him about how working in a government institution, you couldn't do that. It's simply not okay. However, he never changed and told his mom we were against him. Mario went to work around 2 to 4 hours a day. Usually John and Sarah would be the only ones to see him because they worked more hours than the rest of us, but he would stay in the office around 1 or 2 hours alone, or they would send him to take pictures for the same time. One day he had to take pictures of some event practice. Everyone else was off the clock. It wasn't a big event and he had been working there around a year by that time, so we thought he could go by himself. The accountant had to go there and decided to take him with her and one coworker of hers in her car. He was late again and that's why he couldn't go in one of the work cars. The accountant left her purse open in the space that's in the middle of the driver and the co-driver's seats. When they went back to the office, she noticed her wallet disappeared. She instantly knew that it had to be Mario who was the one that took it. They began to search him and our office and found nothing. Somebody found the wallet under the vending machine. At first, we took a side because they admitted that they never found anything and because it wasn't right to search in our office without anybody else there, mostly because we had photography equipment that wasn't exactly cheap. However, when we knew how the wallet was found and when we talked to him, we knew it was him. More money and stuff disappeared when he was there, but nobody could prove he took them. The bosses didn't want to create a scandal, so they let it happen. Our office used to be the conference room, so it was attached to the kitchen, and the director had beverages there for visits. We could use the kitchen but not touch those beverages, but Mario couldn't even get in there. Anyway, the sodas began to disappear and the director's assistant complained to us. We said we didn't take them and she wouldn't believe us. One day, John noticed that our door to the kitchen was broken and that you could take the lock easily. With a pencil, we used to find pencils without tips, he took it inside the mechanism and then the door opened. It took its time, but he proved that Mario was getting in the kitchen when nobody else was there. However, that didn't make a difference and nothing was done, not even talking to him. One day, John and me were on our way to work, but I didn't have breakfast, so we stopped at a store. I bought something to eat and a chocolate. I put it inside the fridge and forgot about it. The next day, I remembered about it and went to check. It wasn't there and I got mad. John and I checked the trash can. It was clean and empty and we just watched, and we found just little pieces of that chocolate. So we asked for a video camera that someone offered us before. It could record for long hours. I want to clarify at this point that we didn't take the decision of everything you are about to read just because of a chocolate. The chocolate was the last straw. For like a year, we had to put up with our bosses scolding us because of him. He never wanted to learn how to do his job and things were always disappearing, including personal things. The first day, Donna left money in one of her drawers and left it slightly open so he could see the money. We put the camera in the other building that was in front of ours. We had big windows, floor to ceiling, and you could watch Donna's desk in the hallway. Also some lady's office, our door, and the director's office. The other building just had empty offices then, but had big curtains. That's why Mario couldn't see the camera. We went home that day and left the camera recording. The next day, there was the money. Maybe because we left one billet equivalent to $5 and he knew we would know he took it. I checked the camera and watched him getting in the lady's office. I don't know what she did there, and he took some cookies from her office, but he looked suspicious. Again, with this we couldn't do much, so that night, John found an old cell phone that could record for 2 hours. The next day, Donna left the $5 again, but now she left $1 bills in the same drawer slightly open. We placed the camera in the other building and John disguised his old cell phone with a binder and some sticky tape. That day, he got a loan for a little less than 2 hours and left. John and me had a car, so we were in the mall close there, just killing time, and then we went back for the cell phone. Oh my god. John watched a little bit of the video before the battery died. He said he saw something weird but wasn't sure because the screen was very damaged and we were in the car. I was driving. When we got in John's house, we could watch everything he had done inside our office. Not the other camera because the building was closed and we didn't have access to it until the next day. First, we saw him getting in the office, watching some YouTube, everything normal. Then he went out and when he came back, we saw him putting something in his pocket, but it wasn't clear what. Then we saw how easily he took a pencil, opened the kitchen's door, and took something like a yogurt, then he closed the door. Then we could hear that he was watching something like a channel that's very famous in our country. But then we heard noises. Yeah, that kind of noises. We were supposed to have blocked those kinds of videos and websites. I mean, those were government offices and the IT team had checked recently everything. But somehow he was watching adult content on the computer I used to work. And if you are thinking if he did what you are thinking, the answer is yes. Thank God the cell phone didn't record his hands, but you could see his shoulder moving and him licking his fingers. I know, very disgusting. Well, he ended and didn't even wash his hands. I was so shocked and disgusted when I saw that, I wanted to cry. The next day, the first thing I did was to call the IT department to clean the computer. We didn't say why because of obvious reasons. John took the camera and we could watch him when he went out of the office and checked carefully if somebody was around. Then he went to Donna's desk and took $1. He went inside the woman's office and took something, but we couldn't see what. Then he went into our office. We called Donna to our office and she was shocked. Then Sarah watched the video as soon as she got there. Then the director arrived and we asked him and Amy to go to our office. We showed them the video. The director was very young and trusted us a lot, so he didn't hold his laughter when the self-love part began. Amy was a young and delicate woman, so she just turned around and covered her eyes while letting a small scream out. We finally got the proof needed to fire him. When we got to work, they didn't let him in. I don't know how the conversations went, but I know some of the words exchanged. Amy said, "You stole again and we told you, and last time we told you it was your last chance." Mario raising his voice, "I didn't do anything, you're always blaming me." Amy says, "We have proof." "You don't have anything, all of you hate me." "Don't make me show you." "Well, show me." Amy called our office. "John, could you bring the videos?" John says, "The first one, the video camera one, or the second, the cell phone one?" Amy says, "The second one." When he heard that, he was defeated and very nervous. John took his time downloading the video into his computer because it was in mine and went to the office Amy was talking to Mario in. John told me he was about to show him the video and then he asked Mario, "Mario, do you really want to watch this video?" Mario couldn't even watch John in the eyes. "No, I don't want to." Amy says, "Play at least the first video for him." John says, "I don't have that one, let me go for it." I admit that I just wanted to see Mario's face, so I went to that office to give them a USB, but he didn't really watch me. Amy to John and me says, "Okay, thank you, that's gonna be all." And we left the office. We know she said something like, after playing the video, "You always said it was us and even told your mom that we wanted to get you in trouble all the time. You even told really bad things about this place. You are fired and we don't ever want to hear about you complaining to anybody else in the Central, or we're going to show these 2 videos to your mom." And he just left. Then we heard that he actually told lies to his mom like, "They hated me and told lies to make them fire me." But no one ever told his mom. Not that I know. Well, this story made me realize that someone could be recording me anywhere I go. I mean, even I did it to someone. Let me ask you guys, despite the outcome being true and catching them actually doing these disgusting things, do you think the actions of what OP and the coworkers did here are okay? In the sense that they set up these props and cameras to try and catch them in the action without it ever being explained to any of the higher-ups or any kind of actual process besides just a ragtag collective team thing? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Our next story is by Avenged. So you're not in a hurry? Okay, then I guess you don't need to overtake, right? A bit of context. Right-hand drive country, rightmost lane on the freeway is the fast/overtaking lane, and you're to give way to faster vehicles regardless of how fast they're going, even if you're at the speed limit. Basically, you have no right to police anyone's speed as a civilian. Unfortunately, half the drivers here will happily hog the right lane even with the road ahead clear and justify it as being within the speed limit, totally ignoring the rule about giving way. It's almost a daily occurrence and frankly it's frustrating because these guys just like to be on the fast lane without actually being fast, so they choke up everyone else behind. It's not uncommon to see a whole line of drivers picking up when that one hogger ahead finally changes lane, not because he realized how selfish he was, but simply because it was time for him to exit. So anyway, there I was driving home today when I see this driver doing exactly that. In fact, he was easily 10 below the limit, not 1 ahead for a long way. Some traffic on the left 2 lanes, so it wasn't exactly an empty freeway either. I wait for an opening on the left, drop 2 gears and overtake him. Then I ease off the throttle and cruise even slower than he was doing. Roadhogger gets annoyed after a while and switches to the middle to overtake, but I'm prepared for that, having scouted the road in front. A little ahead of me are slow vehicles in the middle and left lane. a small truck in the middle lane, and 2 bikes on the left going parallel to each other, all 3 doing 20 or 30 below the limit, side by side. Perfect. I drop 2 gears and make sure to keep pace with the road hogger, modulating my throttle input until I'm about rolling up alongside the small truck, and then I let off the gas and pace the 2 slow vehicles in a very lazy 5th gear. Roadhogger has absolutely nowhere to go on the 3-lane carriageway, and we continue chilling way below the limit until it's time for me to get off the freeway. Drop to 4th, overtake, undertake actually, and I'm on my way home. Petty as freak? Maybe. Do it again? Absolutely. Yeah, this kind of driving is very prevalent, at least where I'm from, so I don't really blame OP for finally having enough of experiencing this and kind of giving a little bit of payback to these kinds of people that just make your whole driving experience miserable because it's so inefficient. And our final story of the day is by Pildownton Abbey. My truck smokes and makes a clicking noise, and it's driving me insane. I once worked at an auto parts delivery store, and a new guy was hired who was sort of a jerk. He was always playing really mean pranks. Once he fixed a broomstick to the stairs to the basement so I'd trip, and I did. He put dirty grease on my seat of my delivery truck, and that made my pants nasty for the rest of the day. Everyone complained about him, but I was the only one close to his age, so I guess he just felt more comfortable doing the mean pranks to me. One of my older coworkers gave me a couple of things to do to get him back. First, I started putting automatic transmission fluid in the carburetor of his delivery truck. Yeah, this is back when those were still common. The effect this has is massive amounts of billowing white smoke pouring out of the exhaust pipe until it all burns up. The other employees and manager also learned I was doing this, and they enjoyed the revenge. After a week of this and his daily complaints of a truck that's falling apart, I was given my next prank. Large, heavy-duty cable ties around the drive shaft. Put them in a spot where they'll contact the undercarriage. So for the next week or so after this, that guy keeps complaining about the smoke and the clicking noise caused by the cable ties. I stopped putting the automatic transmission fluid in his carburetor, and after a couple of weeks, the cable ties wore down or broke off, but he was fired shortly after. He was getting complaints from customers because he was terrible at his job as well as being a jerk when he was at the store. I think this really just goes to show you that if you're a jerk or a mean-spirited person, people will constantly do things to get back at you and you probably won't even be able to realize it. Also that most of the time you don't get too far if you're being a jerk. I helped someone get revenge on their gold-digging butt of a significant other. I worked as a front desk agent in a large luxury hotel chain for some years. One particular hotel I worked at was located really close to the downtown area, and so we got a large number of young, very wealthy business people who loved the party. I usually worked the second and third shifts, which meant I got to see loads of drunken hookups, breakups, cheating, hookers, and more. This particular one though, this is one I will never forget. I was working at the desk when a group of young, well-dressed men come walking in. They've all been clearly drinking, but aren't so drunk that they can't walk right and hold a conversation. One of them comes up to me and tells me that while he and his friend were at the bar, a woman was hitting on him, and even though he told her no multiple times, she wouldn't stop. So he and his friends left, and it wasn't until they got in the Uber that he realized he didn't have his room key anymore. He thinks she took it, and he's concerned that she may come up to his room. He asked that I deactivate his keys, and if she does come up to the hotel, to not let her in. When he was telling me all of this, it didn't sit right with me. He and his friends were all grinning about it and snickering amongst one another. Then he gave a clear description of her, without being asked. Told me height, body shape, hair color, and style, the kind of dress she was wearing, all while saying it in a mocking tone. Now, this could have easily have been because he thought the whole thing was ridiculous or was too drunk to take it seriously, but it really didn't sound right to me. Either way, I did as I was trained in that situation. I pulled up his reservation, deactivated the keys as requested, made him a new set when he showed me his ID, and even offered to move him to a new room if that would make him feel more comfortable. He and his buddies all laughed a little at that and he declined, took the keys, and they went to their room. About an hour or so later, the woman he described showed up. Now, by this point, my relief for the night had also shown up and was sitting at the front desk while I was in the back office counting down my cash drawer. I hadn't had a chance to tell him about the woman. Just as I'm walking out of the back office with my bag and about to leave, I see my coworker buzz the doors open and the woman comes rushing in, cuts through the lobby and down the hall to the elevators. She was barefoot, holding her heels in her hands, and knew exactly where she was going. I rushed up to him and told him what the man from before had told me about her. My coworker looked at me confused. He then pointed to the screen that had the reservation pulled up and told me that when the woman arrived, she went to use the room keys and they didn't work. So he asked her for her room number and last name. She gave both and her name is on the reservation. I looked at the reservation and down in the notes, there was a woman's name listed. The man from before was listed as the primary, but her name was listed as secondary with his consent to be in the room. I was confused. I thought maybe she wasn't the same woman he was talking about. But to be on the safe side, I called the man in his room and told him the situation and that we allowed a woman, fitting that description he gave, to enter the building because she confirmed her name was on the room. He laughed, said he forgot her name was on the room and asked that I remove it. I was now super confused. I asked to make sure. Sir, just to be clear, the woman you met at the bar tonight was with you at check-in hours ago and was allowed keys then, but now she is not? Him laughs to all his friends in the room. "Aw, guys, I confused the poor girl." Gets back on the phone with me. "Yeah, sweetheart, she's banned from the room. Don't worry about the other details, just take her name off." I see. Then if she isn't going to be on the room anymore, would you like us to call the police and have her removed from the property? Whoa, that's too far there. Don't worry, she'll get the hint soon enough. We ended the call there and I got really suspicious of this. I told my coworker to not do anything and that I was going to stick around for a bit to see if anything happened. A short time later, the woman came off the elevator, pouring tears, sobbing while on the phone with someone. She sat down in our lobby and my coworker and I tried to look busy while eavesdropping hard on her phone call. She was sobbing on the phone to her mom and sister. From what she told them, she was invited out to spend the week with her boyfriend, meeting all of his old college buddies. This being their first night, they all met for dinner and drinks. After a bit, she went to the restroom and when she came back, she caught her boyfriend hitting on another woman. His friends all bet that he wouldn't do it. When she confronted him pissed off, he called her a bunch of names and humiliated her in front of his friends and the entire bar. All of his friends joined in on mocking her and he threw in her face that she was nothing without him and dumped her right there. He and his friends then took an Uber back and left her stranded at the bar with no money and no way back. She then had to use her phone's GPS and walk back to the hotel from the bar barefoot. She had heels and walking 2 miles in those was not going to cut it. She was asking her mom and sister for help as he would not let her in the room to get her luggage or her wallet. My heart broke. I felt horrible. I helped this guy treat this poor woman like crap, and now he and all his friends were up there laughing at her while she's sitting in our lobby sobbing and with nothing. I went over to our snacks area in the lobby, grabbed her a bottled water, and brought it to her. I told her that I couldn't help but overhear the conversation and was very sorry for her situation and asked if she would like us to help. I informed her that if he was keeping her from getting to her things, we could call the police and have them force him to hand over her things so she could leave if she liked. Or if she wanted to let her mom or sister pay for a room, we'd be happy to give her a very low rate in a room far from him. She thanked me, took the water, and tried to calm down and talk to me about what was all happening and what her options were. Eventually, we decided on her staying in the hotel for the night and figuring out the rest in the morning. As we make it to the desk, she asks me to try and run her credit card to see if it has enough on it for another room. I ask her what she means by another room, and she tells me that she's actually paying for the room he's in. That his name is on the room because he booked it, but it's her card paying for everything. This intrigued me. I asked why she was paying for the room if it was in his name. She told me that she's the one with a job, not him. That he hasn't been able to find a job in his field since graduating from college and is essentially living off of his parents' money. But just after they started dating, his parents cut him off, so he's been living off her money. That's why she was so upset and confused by how he had been acting all night. He was sweet and doing everything for her back home, but since he met up with his friends, he did a 180 and hasn't been the same guy the entire time. I wanted to tell her that it was obvious he was using her for the money and that he would probably blame his friends for all of this and try to get back with her later on. But I doubted she would have listened to me or cared for a complete stranger to butt in on her personal life like that. So instead, I offered up a sweet piece of revenge. I informed her that, considering she's the one paying for the room, if she can confirm that it is her card on file with some sort of photo ID and verify the last 4 digits of the card number, that's honestly all this hotel company required, then she could, if she wanted to, kick him out of the room and keep it all to herself. But considering how poorly her night has been, if she were indeed able to prove she is the one paying for the room, then I'd be more than happy to provide for her the biggest luxury upgrade we offered at our property. Largest suite we had, full hotel amenity access. I'd even have my coworker fish out a bottle of champagne and some fresh strawberries for her to have sent to her room. All free of charge. She was taken aback by the offer and was very sincerely tempted. She looked like she was about to say no. Then I told her that since she would be upgrading her room, that would require moving her things from that room and into her new one, which meant the room that she is currently listed in would need to be vacated immediately. If anyone were to remain in the room after we demanded it be vacated, we are required to have them escorted off the property or they pay for the room. Their choice. She then thought about it, pulled up her card's banking app and showed me the screen. It had a photo of her, her full name, the card's full number, and the hold from our hotel for the room. She asked if that worked. It was good enough for me. I quickly upgraded her, moved everything over in the system, and before I could say a word to my coworker, he was already grabbing a set of master keys, a bell card, and was asking her what her luggage looked like since he would be the one retrieving it for her to deliver to her room. He didn't want her to have to deal with her ex again. She smiled and told him which ones were hers and that she hadn't unpacked yet. My coworker runs down to the elevators and up to fetch her things. While I make her a new set of keys and send her off to her new room, once she's on the elevator, my phone at the desk starts ringing. It's the ex-boyfriend and he's very angry about why my coworker has entered the room and is taking her things. I calmly explain that I cannot give out the private information of any of our guests and that if he would like to remain in his room, he will need to pay for it as there is no longer a method of payment on his room. He blew up. He's making a ton of demands and at the same time yelling at my coworker to stop what he's doing. But it's obvious from the way he's yelling at him that my coworker isn't listening to him. I can even hear the guy's friends telling him to chill out and just pay for the room. I then explain that we will give him a courtesy 10 minutes to make a decision. At which point, if he doesn't have payment ready, then he must vacate the building or we will be forced to call the authorities and have him evicted. He continues to yell at me. He screams, swears, threatens, and yells for a solid minute before taking a breath. I then tell him he has 9 minutes remaining and asks if he has come to a decision yet. He hangs up on me. 9 minutes later, I call the room and he doesn't answer. I call again. No answer. I call a third time, he picks up, then immediately hangs up. I call the police and tell them what's going on and they said they're on their way. The officers arrive, I tell them what's going on, we go up to the room together and the man and his friends are all white as ghosts when they see the cops. The cops explain to the ex-boyfriend and his friends that they're being evicted. The ex-BF starts trying to talk to me but the cops stop him and tell him to only talk to them. I told them about his attitude on the phone before. The friends are all offering to pay for the room at this point, and the cops look to me and ask if that would be acceptable. I smile very sweetly and say no, and the cops nod and start rushing all of the guys to grab their things and leave the room. The ex-boyfriend is the last one out of the door carrying his 2 bags and complaining that he isn't even given a luggage cart and has to carry his own things. His friends all look pissed at him. I go with the officers to escort all of them out of the building and run into my coworker in the lobby. He waits until they're all outside in the parking lot to tell me that the woman is in her new room, loves it, and said no to the champagne. She just wanted to sleep. I didn't get to see her before she left town the next day, but the ex-boyfriend did try calling our hotel to complain a number of times and even tried leaving some bad reviews of us online and lied through all of it. I hope she doesn't have to ever deal with him again. Man, so let me ask you guys, If you were the employee here and you saw this all go down, and you knew that you had the clearance to help her the way OP did, would you do the same thing for this lady? Let me know in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by a light TV logging. Stiff me on my bonus? That's going to cost you. Many moons ago, 1999, I started work as a pub manager for a successful independent pub. Decent salary and even better profit-related bonus scheme. The owner had just bought an old bank with a large car park in an ideal location for a large gastro pub just on the outskirts of the town center. It was in the direct footpath between the train and bus stations and the main bar area, so its footfall would be excellent. Over the course of the next 12 months, I worked excessive hours running the one pub whilst helping him design and set up the new pub. It was fun and rewarding both financially and emotionally. The design of the gastropub was excellent. It was oriental themed with an open plan kitchen so the customers could see the chefs working, and as the owner had an oriental girlfriend, all the chefs were from her extended family. This point is key to the revenge. We opened with a bang and the place was a roaring success. Far busier than we had dared to hope, and the initial new opening buzz just never died. We just kept getting busier and busier, and I was working 7 days, 80+ hours a week between the two pubs. We had to employ a second manager to run the first pub and ship even more of her extended family over to work in the kitchen. By the end of the first year, my bonus was close to double my salary. In fairness to the owner, he worked more than I did and I got on really well with him. Then he screwed me over. He married his girlfriend and she and I had never really got on very well, but she left me to do my job whilst she mainly looked after the kitchen side of things. The owner brought a brand new top-spec Porsche and the wife got a brand new top-spec Merc. I bought myself a Suzuki motorbike. All was going well until it came to my yearly bonus time. I was expecting it to be a lot less than the last year, what with the additional manager and that we were no longer running so short-staffed. But it was drastically worse. By my calculations, it was almost 15,000 British pounds short. Just check, that's about 25,000 pounds nowadays. I of course queried this with the owner. It turned out that the company had bought the Porsche and Merc as company vehicles and that was above the line for my bonus calculation on the P&L. They'd also fudged some major capital investment expenses into the repairs line, also above the profit line. I was not happy to say the least, but since we worked so well together, I thought he'd be open to sorting it out somehow. But his wife stepped in and even went as far as to say if they could have lowered my bonus even more, they would have, as I wasn't worth it. My personal life was in tatters and I'd been thinking about moving on anyway. All the money in the world isn't worth it if you work so much you ruin relationships. So I handed in my notice on the spot. This suited the wife perfectly. She made me hand over my keys and said I'd get my pay in lieu of notice, owed holiday pay, etc., but I wasn't to ever set foot in either of their pubs ever again. I was barred for life. Cue the revenge. The problem with treating someone who knows the exact ins and outs of your business with such disregard is that they know all the ways you have been breaking the law. Those chefs you brought over to work but never bothered to get visas for because it's too much trouble and too expensive? Be a crying shame if someone called immigration to let them know. Those company vehicles that were never used for company business? Be a crying shame if someone called the tax office to let them know. That fudging of the P&L to reduce the pre-tax profit? Be a crying shame if someone called the tax office with the details of what to look for. Those cash-in-hand staff you employed so you didn't have to pay NICS? Be a crying shame if someone called the tax office to let them know. For good measure, I also rang the local EHO. I wasn't sure as I didn't deal with the kitchen, but I was pretty sure they were breaking some of the hygiene laws. I knew for a fact COSHH was broken as it was always the cheapest cleaning chemical she could find, so we never had data sheets. The fallout was epic. It hit the local press and the pub was closed for almost 4 months. I have no idea how much they got fined, but it had to be far more than my bonus would have been. If you had an employee who was an absolute wingman for you the entire time, and was willing to overlook all of the probably very illegal stuff you were doing, including having relatives come over from your wife illegally, you probably shouldn't throw them under the bus, and I'm sure the owner probably felt bad that his wife was treating OP so badly. If the boss's wife was just able to deal with OP wouldn't have absolutely blown them up for almost half a year and however much they probably got fined. Boyfriend cheats on me with my step-sibling, so I get him kicked out and destroy his relationship with his parents. When I was around 17, I started dating a guy, 19. I'll call him Jake for the sake of this post. Also, age of consent where I live is 16, so nothing illegal happening here. We got on well, spent a lot of time together, and cared for each other a lot. We even started talking about living together once we both moved out. We were a perfect happy couple. Or so I thought. You see, after we'd been dating for a few months, something in Jake changed. He was getting a lot more distant. Whenever he was with me, he'd be checking his phone constantly. We stopped spending as much time together, and he started to get really funny about public affection, regarding things like hand-holding and stuff. He also seemed to start caring less and less about my feelings. I used to have a bit of a thing for humiliation in the bedroom. Nothing too far, and we'd spoken about what Jake should and shouldn't say, but he started to get more and more degrading. He'd tell me how no one would ever love me and would pick on my insecurities. I actually broke down crying a few times when this happened. To give him a bit of credit, the first few times he did stop everything he was doing and apologize and cuddle with me until I felt better, but eventually that stopped too, and he just began rolling his eyes and telling me to grow up. He was like a completely different person. The insults started to seep into our everyday life. He'd pick on my appearance a lot, bring up my family. I was dealing with a lot of family issues at the time. Bring up the fact that I slept around before we started dating, a sort of rebellion caused by the family issues, etc. If I got upset by it, he'd just leave the room and let me cry by myself. I started to feel like it was my fault our relationship was falling apart. Maybe I just wasn't good enough for him. I knew deep down that he was cheating on me, and that was confirmed when I got the message from a guy, David, on Facebook telling me that he'd been sleeping with Jake. He apologized profusely and told me that he broke things off with Jake as soon as he found out he had a boyfriend. I couldn't be mad at David, it wasn't his fault. We spoke for hours and I reassured David that it wasn't his fault and that he'd done nothing wrong. David also helped me to stop making excuses for Jake's attitude and the way he'd been acting. He was a godsend. The thing that truly broke me happened not too long after the cheating was discovered. We'd been arguing a heck of a lot more. Then he decided to do something absolutely unforgivable. You see, I had a strained relationship with my father for years. He'd cheat on my mother constantly, and eventually, he settled down and had kids with a girl he'd been seeing behind her back. He did try to have some sort of relationship with me till I was about 13 to 14ish, and then decided that he didn't love me as much as his other kids, and we stopped any and all contact. It broke me, and it still hurts to think about to this day. Anyway, Jake went out of his way to find one of my step-siblings online and slept with them. He bragged about it the next day, and my step-sibling actually posted online about what had happened, and I received a bunch of messages from their friends telling me how I had deserved it. This was probably the lowest point in my life, and I hated myself, partly for allowing it to happen, and partly because I had started to believe what they were saying. My only solace during this time was David. I didn't want to burden my friends with my problems, and David was one of the only people who knew firsthand what Jake was like. We spoke for a few weeks and eventually talk turned to revenge. I had tried calling things off a couple months prior due to Jake's awful behavior, but he started with the apologies and telling me that he didn't mean it. He'd never do it again. He even spoke to some of my family members who unknowingly pressured me to get back together with him as we were such a sweet couple. I hadn't wanted to tell them the real reason that we'd broken up, so I kept the details pretty vague, though I'm pretty sure some of them had seen my step-sibling's post and knew why I didn't want to be with him. After weeks of talking and planning, I had finally had enough and decided to do something about it. My father wasn't exactly a rich man, but he worked a pretty well-paying job and earned enough money to live fairly comfortably. He had begun spreading rumors around when I was younger, during a custody battle with my mother, that he had set up a trust fund for me and that there was enough money there to get me set up in my own place when I was 18, plus a bit extra. I knew that this was absolute BS. He tried to get out of paying child support all the time. Of course he'd never set up a trust fund for me. However, Jake didn't. We'd never spoken about it a lot, but he'd heard the rumors and I'd always just say what I told you folks. My father was an appalling parent who grudged paying my mother child support, so why the heck would he set up a trust fund? But Jake wouldn't listen. He even did his own research into the type of job my father worked and came up with an estimate of how much he thought my father was earning. Though, to his credit, he did drop the subject whenever I asked him to, for a while anyways. I decided to use this to my advantage. Jake and I were still dating, though I avoided him at any chance I got, until one night where I sat him down and told him that since I'd be turning 18 in a couple of weeks, I'd started thinking about us getting our own place, with the trust fund my father had set up for me. He immediately cheered up at this, and honestly I think that night was the first time in months that he'd said anything nice to me when we weren't in public or with friends and family. This very nearly made me want to call the whole thing off, but I spoke with David later that night, and he reminded me that Jake would go back to his usual degrading attitude in no time. We started looking at flats, though Jake was kind enough to let me have the final say and handle the paperwork, because how could he possibly go out and cheat on me if he had to sort out the paperwork for a flat? I was a little surprised by this, to be very honest, as I'd always thought that he'd want his name on the paperwork and everything, so I couldn't kick him out. But by this point, he'd slept with my step-sibling, degraded me, smashed my self-confidence to pieces, and cheated on me regularly. I think by now he thought that I wouldn't kick him out no matter what he did. Anyways, I started taking up extra shifts at my work to try and save enough money to actually move out. Not with Jake though. Oh no. I was moving in with my friend Emma. We had both been thinking about moving out for a while anyways and thought, why not just be roommates? We found a cute little one-bedroom flat that was close to our college and work and started getting stuff sorted to move in. I also didn't want to bring any trouble to my mother's door if Jake started kicking up a fuss. Emma had no issues with clawing the face off him if need be and told me not to worry about him coming to our front door. Then came the next part of the plan. I waited till a week or so before Jake and I were supposedly moving into our own flat and stole his phone for a few minutes. He'd stopped caring about leaving his phone unattended and would sometimes flat out brag about how lucky he was to be able to sleep with whoever he wanted and come home to a little witch who'd make him dinner. So that day when he went for a shower, he wasn't all too bothered about taking his phone with him. Perfect. I went onto his phone, deleted my number from his contacts, and changed the name of his MM's contact as mine. Pleased, I went to the kitchen, smashed one of the plates. It was my mother's, but it was a cheap one from a local shop, and I did replace it as soon as possible. I left for work once everything was done. My mother had left for work a couple hours prior, so she was safe. I just needed a reason for him to get pissed off. And oh boy, did he get pissed off. His first reaction was to text me, calling me all the disgusting names under the sun. Except it wasn't me he texted, it was really his mom. I'd texted her in advance and told her that I hoped she'd forgive me, but she had to see what her son was really like. She'd never tried to defend him as much as she just hadn't known quite how bad his behavior was. She'd actually called him out a couple of times where he'd slipped up and been harsh with me when she was there. She went ape crap. I never found out exactly how their argument went as she phoned him to scream at him and call him out for his crappy behavior, finally seeing how horrible her son was. It didn't help that she'd been sent screenshots of some of the times where he admitted to cheating. She was absolutely disgusted by her son's behavior and phoned me to apologize on Jake's behalf. It wasn't her fault though. He's old enough to know how to act like a darn adult. He wound up telling his mom essentially that her opinion didn't matter as he'd be moving in with me anyways. Needless to say, when he called me on Facebook, after I deleted my number from his phone, I took some satisfaction in telling him that we weren't moving in together. that the trust fund wasn't real, I'd already told him that in the past, he just refused to listen, and that I'd moved in with Emma. I was called all the salutes and who-ares under the sun. His voice turned into white noise after a while. I told him we were over and hung up, blocked him on everything. He had to run back to his mom and dad, his tail between his legs, and they took him back for a little while. Though after a bit, the arguments became too much and his parents kicked him out. He stayed with a couple of friends for a few months before he managed to get his own place. His parents, especially his mother, have not been the same with him since. I still talk to his mom on occasion. Lastly, David and I took the liberty of sending screenshots of Jake's abuse to as many of the people he'd been hooking up with as possible. A couple of sleepless nights were spent trying to track people down on Facebook. Part of it was to get back at Jake, but most of it was just to make sure that none of them got roped into a full-on relationship with him and had to deal with all the crap I'd gone through. So there it is, my little story of pro-revenge. I know this is really long, so there's a TLDR below. I wasn't ever planning on posting my story, but I was scrolling through Facebook the other day, and one of Jake's new accounts popped up on the People You May Know section. After talking with Emma about it, she suggested posting it here. I hope it fits in the subreddit. Bye. So let me ask you guys, do you think dumping Jake on their own, ruining the relationship with their parents, and telling all of his hookups how bad of a person he is enough of a just dessert? Or do you think Jake deserved a little bit more wrongdoing based off of how he was acting this entire story? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Waldo06. No free bacon for you then. So back in college, I worked at an on-campus fast food place and I worked at noon. The lunch rush, and it was insanely busy. I would get there at 11:53 and then just prepping as many cheeseburgers as possible for the hot window since we'd go through about 100 by 12:45 or so. The problem was Josh. Josh worked the early shift and thought he was a grill god. No one could touch the grill besides him, and in all his wisdom, he didn't think having any more than 5 to 10 hamburger patties was appropriate as per the standards. So every lunch I run in and immediately load the grill with as many burgers as could fit, so we could barely make it through lunch with having a dozen or so customers have to wait for burgers. I pleaded with him. I pleaded with managers. No one cared. The standard was 5 to 10 patties ready at any time. Fine, Josh, don't be a team player. See, all of us poor college kids working there had decided a little trick. When you were off shift and came to order a burger, you'd always order extra lettuce. And anyone in the back would see it, look out and see you're one of us, and you'd get bacon or an extra patty. We all knew each other and what we want. Normally a ridiculous upcharge, but we were being screwed with our wages, so screw the man, right? Well, I started spreading the word, and wouldn't you know it, everyone else that worked with Josh hated him too. So going forward, we all intentionally forgot his free bacon when he ordered. Oh, sorry, we didn't see you. Our screen didn't say extra lettuce, our bad. Lunches were still heck until we got a new manager that realized Josh was useless at everything but stock. But he never got his free bacon again. Yeah, if you got kind of a bro code or a worker code, but overall you're just being a jerk and pissing everybody off, I don't think it's too surprising that they would take that stuff away from you, or just, not include you in it. In places like a restaurant, during the lunch rush, you really gotta be able to work well together, and one person totally throwing off everybody else is going to piss off a lot of people. That said, this story had way too much hamburger and cheeseburger talk and bacon talk and whatnot, and now I'm way too hungry. Thanks, Waldo06. Fired? Are you sure? Okay. Note 1. This story was told to me by a friend and is about her father. I won't be able to answer many follow-up questions. It takes place around 2005. I believe the story to be true, but can't verify it, of course. Note 2. This happens in Sweden, where there's no at-will employment. Once an employee is past the initial 6-month probation period, you can't fire them without a cause, which also requires an established paper trail. Note 3. I am not a native English speaker and professional terms may be wrong. I'm happy to take any corrections. So my friend's father, since retired, was a mechanical engineer. He was around 55 when this happened and very experienced in his field. In fact, he had some skill sets that were close to unique to the extent that you might be able to replicate them, but at extreme costs. We're talking multiple people from multiple companies from multiple countries taking weeks, if not months, to get up to speed with specific projects to do the same things. He was also a no BS kind of guy who did his job, did it well, but also pointed out problems and expected others to point out problems to him. He was extremely solution-oriented and had no time for office politics or keeping a positive attitude at work. Basically, your everyday grumpy older engineer who really knew his thing and was always ready to help you if you asked, but not very forthcoming in team building exercises and so on. He also ran his own business on the side, doing minor projects and so on. As was required by his employer, he had reported this and was sure to not cause any conflicts of interests, so his employer knew and accepted this. He was considered a valuable employee and got several awards that he cared little for, but anyway. During his many years with this employer, by all accounts, they paid him well, respected his knowledge, and accommodated his style, and he returned the favor by working very hard and making sure to mentor younger and newly employed engineers to make them effective coworkers. Then his firm was acquired by a larger firm and a new management team installed. Initially, everyone was promised that things would remain the same. But with the new management came a new office culture. The new management pressured for unpaid overtime for a more American corporate culture with cheering and clapping and so on. He considered it extremely cringe and refused to participate. His status as a long-standing and knowledgeable employee kept him safe for some time before the new management realized that resistance to the new culture centered around him and started pressuring him to play along. When he did not, they turned increasingly hostile, realizing that he held a lot of soft power in the company, having mentored a large percentage of the engineers and resistance to their leadership centering around him. They started ordering him to work overtime. He answered that he was on time with his projects and that if they had identified an emergency requiring overtime, they would have to bring it up with the union to negotiate the overtime and make sure it was an actual emergency. The contract with the union said no overtime unless in an emergency. They tried to force him to participate in the cheering and clapping by making it mandatory for him to attend and yelling at him to participate, and he did, but so unenthusiastically that the event turned even more cringe and people started laughing. The workday turned more and more hostile, and he knew that things would come to a head sooner or later. Being an experienced engineer and knowing how to document things, he already had his ducks in a row. Then it finally happened. They caught him answering an email for his side business on his work laptop, brought him in, and fired him on the spot for theft of company resources. He sat at the conference table and looked the three managers in their eyes, one after the other, and asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" They all said yes. "Are you really sure you want to do this?" He was escorted to his desk by security to leave his phone, his badge, and his computer at the desk, and then escorted out. Once out of the building, he phoned his union representative, who immediately canceled the firing, claiming there was no just cause, which meant that it would go to the labor board for arbitration. You see, the company had an IT policy that it was okay to use the company laptop for personal business, including a side business, as long as you were on a break and compliant with IT security protocols, and the company was aware of and had approved his side business, signed by his former manager, and the IT policy available and sent both to the union representative. Then he called his lawyer and asked him to send the pre-prepared cease and desist on 2 patents he held. Patents that were not that significant and nothing he could make any serious money out of, since they were mostly for very specific things used by the solutions he designed and used at his employers, but still his that he had brought with him into the employment and allowed the employer to use in exchange for a slightly higher pay. All duly documented in his contract, of course. Then he went home for some vacation and tending his side business. He was always a man to prepare and had enough money saved up to last him for a good time, to the extent that he considered retiring entirely. My friend said he had 2 job offers from competitors that had looked to snipe him for some time within the week. Basically, as soon as they learned he was available, he was gracious but declined, but offered them to consult with his side business now that he had the time, which they eagerly accepted, at twice the hourly rate he had made at his earlier employers. His colleagues started ringing the day after for advice, since the projects he had managed could not go on without him. He was perfectly polite, but denied any information and help, saying he had left everything he had with management and to contact them as he was no longer employed there. Several clients that phoned his private number were told the same thing. Since his private number was not on a public registry, he suspected that both colleagues and clients spent some time and/or money to find it. It took 2 weeks before a manager phoned him and asked things. He politely declined to answer, got yelled at, and replied with something like, "I am sorry, you must have mistaken me for someone who works for you," and hung up. This happened a few times, and the next week, HR phoned him and stated the firing had been a mistake and he was welcome back to his job. He again politely declined, saying that he awaited the labor board's decision, but until then he was happy to consult for them, at 6 times his hourly pay. After taxes and administrative costs, of course. After a few days of wrangling and trying to negotiate, they had to accept. And then he sprung the patent issue on them, forcing them to pay for those too. Less than 2.5 weeks after being fired, he was back at his desk. After roughly 3 months, the firing came to the labor board. The employer stated that they believed they had handled the issue correctly, but were still willing to offer my friend's father his position back, in the interest of goodwill and reconciliation. My friend's father and the union simply stated that he was now employed elsewhere, his own company, and no longer available. The labor board ruled in my friend's father's and union's favor, and he got the normal damages: 3 months pay damage and 24 months pay severance package, including pension and of course the lawyer costs of the union paid by the employer. According to my friend, her father continued to work there until he retired, working 20 hours or so per week and 10 to 15 hours for other companies, making a pretty penny, continuing to charge them 3 times what he charged their competitors as an a-hole tax. The managers were not fired, but they were moved into their own group apart from the rest of the department when it came to bonus calculations and the costs of her father's consultancy fees and the costs of the labor board arbitration were budgeted there, meaning they were constantly over budget and thus ineligible for bonuses for several years, which was a decent percentage of the incentives at that company, making at least one of them quit. My friend also said her father usually met any management complaints with a big poop-eating grin and "What are you going to do? Fire me?" after that. So let me ask you guys, do you think the friend's father should have let up a bit when they admitted their mistake and offered the position back? Or do you think the employers already had dug their own grave and friend's father was totally justified in having them just keep shoveling away? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Our next story is by What a Low Credit Score. Roommate wants tea? Too bad. Okay, a little background. I live with 4 people and having 5 roommates in one house is tough. COVID raises tension, of course, so I try to let things go in an effort to stay sane. I work from home and so do 2 of my other roommates. Roommate 4 has a day job she leaves every day for. Roommate 5 is a cook, so he is usually home during the day and at work from 4 to 11 p.m. Roommate number 5 is usually a problem with noise. He blasts music, blares his TV, slams the front door coming in and out 10 times in 5 minutes, etc. I'm not the type to do the passive-aggressive text thing, so anytime he's being loud, I try to go downstairs to ask him to stop. Magically, as soon as my feet hit the stairs, he's always suddenly quiet, which is what I wanted, so fine. We don't have the conversation where I ask him to be quieter. Today was a new low. The kettle starts whistling. Now, my room is on the 3rd floor and the kitchen is on the 1st. I could hear the screaming kettle 2 floors up and through my closed door. I was about to leave, so I was pulling clothes out of my closet and then changing. I ordered groceries on my phone and then made sure I had a list of all of the things we were out of so I could go pick them up at the corner store. I then used the restroom. Point is, I lingered, and that kettle just kept screaming. Finally, I went downstairs to take the kettle off of the burner. On my way, on the second floor, I can hear through their bedroom doors that both my work-from-home roommates are on conference calls. When I get to the first floor, the front door is wide open and wonderful roommate number 5 is chilling right outside. So when I take the kettle off the burner, I decide to get petty. Roommate number 5 doesn't deserve hot water anymore because he's selfish. I dumped all the water out. If he wants tea, he can actually pay attention to the kettle next time. I definitely think it's a little petty, but there's only so much you really can put up with, and if that one little act of revenge is what helps you kind of get over it or gives you enough satisfaction to just move on, I don't think it really harmed anybody. And obviously they weren't caring too much because they let that thing go for way too long. This next story is by Thug Wifey. People won't break down their boxes. I live in a large apartment building and every floor has one trash room. There are signs everywhere that say to please break down your box and throw it down the trash chute. Well, especially since COVID hit with people doing more online shopping, the trash room has been overflowing with unbroken boxes. There are residents that apparently believe the maintenance workers should break it down for them. I find this extremely rude, especially during COVID times. Many of those residents don't bother to at least black out or rip off their address which show which apartment it came from. So, I do them a favor and bring their box back to their apartment with a little friendly reminder note to break down their crap. Good on OP, people should be responsible. If you buy a whole bunch of stuff from Amazon and you have 12 boxes, it's not fun to break it all down, especially if you need to kind of rip the boxes in half to make it really fit down the chute, but it's the least you can do as a human being to do your part, right? And if it's big enough to accommodate any sized box regardless, there's really no excuse because all you have to do is break the tape on the bottom side and it can fold flat. Our next story is by Canadark. Not eating those cookies? No problem. We grew up around the corner from a Peak Friends cookie factory, and my dad used to bring bulk bags to the office for the cookie jar. Everyone used to contribute $1 a month to keep the cookie jar stocked. Now, these cookies were usually imperfect, a touch too dark, too much filling, or mixed when they were switching over lines. This is important. One guy refused to contribute, saying he never ate the cookies. This would have been fine, but not only did he eat the cookies, he ate more than anyone else and would regularly take some home to boot. My dad and his coworkers were fed up and came up with a plan. A week after the latest batch of cookies had arrived, the guy went up to my dad and said, "Canadark's dad, I know they're from the factory store, but you need to complain. These Oreos have no filling in them." The office gathered around to let him know that everyone who had contributed to the cookie fund had taken the opportunity to sit and lick the filling out of the cookies before putting them back in the jar. The guy gave my dad a $50 bill and was always first to pony up for the cookie fund afterwards. Honestly, that guy must have really liked cookies if he experienced all his coworkers equally licking the filling out of the cookies and putting them back so he could eat them, yet still sticking around and paying for the cookies and eating them with his coworkers. Also, this story made me think, I kind of like those cookies that were a touch too dark. Am I weird like that? Let me know. And our final story of the day is by Mr. Dream Thief. My old boss upset me, so I'm getting even. My boss retired a month ago. He was getting on in years and didn't want to work every day. In the past 6 months of his full time, he sat around in his office and didn't do anything of import. He forwarded all of his work to me. After he retired, he became a consultant, visiting the company every few days to consult about stuff. He stopped into my labs twice and wasted my time telling me long butt stories about crap I don't care about that happened to him in the 70s, and stories I've usually already heard. I've told him he is not my boss anymore. I have more work to do now that he's gone, and I don't have the time to sit and chew the fat. He doesn't listen. He wants to tell his stories. Today, I started my petty revenge. He said he wants PDFs of the certification I fill out every day emailed to him before I leave work. I email them to him from our copier, so he receives them upside down on his computer and has to print them off. If they're very technologically illiterate, it's definitely a good little petty revenge. However, in most cases, you're able to just press like one button to rotate a PDF. So there is a chance that this chance at revenge could have basically been next to nothing. Try to scam me out of rent money? Have fun paying back 6 times the amount, losing all your friends, and getting exposed for your lies. On my university Facebook page, I found a posting for a sublease offered by a girl named Wendy. She was transferring out of the university and needed her room rented out. It was an individual lease, so I wouldn't have to worry about damages in the shared space. I had my own deadbolt and key fob for my door, and the shared bathroom was huge, so I didn't even care if it stayed messy. I met the other roommates, we hit it off, and within a week I had signed the sublease. I learned my lesson from my previous renting situations and made sure to only sign a semester sublease with Wendy. I explained to her that I didn't want to be stuck in another lease and waiting for it to expire if my new roommates and I were not compatible. I also didn't want a lease during the summer when I didn't have plans to live on campus. She was fine with this, as no one else was willing to pay her the full amount of monthly rent. A semester went by, and my roommates were nice, so I didn't think twice about extending my sublease until the end of May. School would be over by May 5th, and I already had a new apartment near my internship lined up for June 1st. I told this all to Wendy 4 months in advance, so she would have plenty of time to find someone to move into my room for the summer. Since I signed my lease extension, I had noticed that the quality of living in my complex had tanked to new lows. If you've never lived in a student apartment complex, they're pretty much run like dorms, though they are marginally cheaper and have more privacy with individual rooms. The past few months, I noticed that none of the public toilets in the gym or study floors were being cleaned. The security guard would let random drunk people use the facilities inside, none of the lights on a floor of the parking garage worked, there would be alcohol and vomit for days in the hallways, and the trash chutes were constantly jammed and overflowing, causing my entire floor to reek of garbage. We also had frequent plumbing and heating issues. Management seemed to do the bare minimum at their own pace to fix these problems. This would all come back later. So in December, I paid $5,500 plus fees for rent, utilities, and service for December to May. Note, I paid for the upcoming semester along with my last month's rent before my initial lease expired. Not smart, but I had cleaned out my entire savings to do this, so I didn't have to worry about late payments, e-check fees, or scrambling to pay rent at the end of each month. I worked a minimum wage tip-based job, and there were so many stupid fees just for paying rent that were eating up my paychecks, and cash was not allowed. Ultimately, I realized it was cheaper to prepay the rent and just live paycheck to paycheck for my food costs. Since this was a student building, the rent portal worked on credits and would just subtract monthly from any prepaid direct deposit. We also had a utility cap, so I never had to worry about any more payments. Now for the part where Wendy freaked up. May rolls around and I double check with Wendy that I am moving back home right after finals, May 4th, and the new tenant can move in starting June 1st since I paid until the end of May. I told her that if anyone wants to move in earlier than June 1st, to contact me because I didn't want to return my keys yet and it would be nice to get some money back for the empty apartment I'm paying for. She agreed to this. All my things were moved out except for sheets and a single pillow just in case I wanted to visit my friends or work an extra shift in May. Wendy calls me the day after I move and cries about how she cannot find anyone to take over the rest of the lease and if I could extend into the summer. She has another apartment signed at her new school and cannot afford the rent for both. I tell her I'm in the same situation with my new apartment, so I can't afford to rent an empty room either. At the end of the day, her name is on the lease and not mine. She does not take this well. May 15th, I get a $1,000 charge on my account from the rental company for June rent and for losing my keys and a noise complaint violation fee. I call management right away because no one was supposed to be home and realize it is not the lady who has been working there for the past 9 months, but someone completely different. Turns out older management knew they were being replaced since a national rental company bought the building, so they completely gave up on any upkeep during the months they were being phased out. They hadn't even filed my sublease contract from December, for which I paid a hefty contract filing fee. because Wendy never bothered to sign it. She just ignored the email they sent requesting her electronic signature, and management was too lazy to look into it because I had prepaid for the semester, and they never had to bother Wendy for any late payments. New management just assumed I was the original leaser or a relative of Wendy's since my account was linked to the unit's rent portal. On top of the old management's freak up, Wendy knew about the lack of proper sublease contract and used it to her advantage. She offered a new sublease discounted rent to move in for the full summer. Wendy essentially charged 2 months' rent for 4 months of living, but was only able to do so since I had paid for the free month she was offering to her subleaser, and my damage deposit covered the last month's rent. She was actually gaining an extra $700 out of the deal, on top of having her rent fully covered for the last 4 months of her lease. She had a new sublease drafted by the ever-clueless new manager and set the start date as May 6th, overlapping my contract which ended on May 31st. To explain the lack of returned keys, Wendy also called management and said she had lost her keys during moving and to just charge her portal for the replacement when the sublease moved in. She assumed that this charge would be revoked when I returned my keys and the unpaid rent for the last month would be subtracted from my damage deposit, so I'd be none the wiser. She did not think that I would still be checking my rent portal occasionally after I moved out. This meant that from the very next day I moved out, someone had been living in my room which I paid for without my knowledge or the knowledge of any of my other roommates who had gone on summer vacation. I was livid, but I still tried to patch things up between us. I offered to schedule an appointment at our local tenants union for mediation, and I even offered to just have her family talk to mine in case there were other personal issues that prevented Wendy from paying. She wrote me back a nasty email from her lawyer saying that she had saved a Snapchat of my roommates, her friends since high school, smoking pot and drinking during my birthday party in the apartment, and she wouldn't hesitate to send it to my boss, academic advisor, and the building manager. Pot is legal. I was 22. I had just passed a drug test for my internship, and I was not even present in the picture she had. So I'm not sure what she would have accomplished through this other than ratting out her own friends or incurring a smoking fine on her own lease. Plus, I'm not aware of any lawyer who would threaten blackmail and send it through their client's personal email address. She also said she needed extra money for damages and cleaning, stating the pillow I left in the room as evidence of a lack of cleaning. Well, all of the cleaning fees would have been avoided if she told me someone was moving in. Blackmailing me into giving up a full month's rent to throw away a mere pillow and blanket I left because I was still paying for the room? Nuclear option it would have to be. I contacted the university's free legal services and had them explain the process and required papers and documents I would need to get her into civil court. Since she was no longer a student, I was able to receive help without any conflict of interest under their student-tenant issues advisor. The legal counselor suggested I try to pursue a court-operated mediation for the issue and follow with a civil suit if the mediation didn't work. They referred me to a local lawyer who does the sort of work pro bono to prevent companies from taking advantage of inexperienced students, who gladly helped me. At this point, I had received enough rude emails from her brother and boyfriend calling me a junkie and a scammer for trying to extort money from Wendy, their pure angel. I sent the court mediation paperwork straight to her family's home address just to expose her to everyone who she had told that I was just a crazy drug addict trying to steal her money. Then I took her nasty email and forwarded it to every person included in the picture that she was trying to hold over me. I simply believe they deserve to know that their friend didn't care about any possible fallout they might experience and was using their post/image to blackmail someone. Finally, I spoke to the new management about the missing contract I had paid extra money to file. New manager admitted she was too overwhelmed by the massive pile of garbage the building had become to do her due diligence and did have to concede she made a mistake once she saw my saved copy of the lease extension. But she still could not evict the new tenant since it was my sublease extension that was invalid without Wendy's signature. I had the new manager send me the new tenant's contract and forwarded the overlapping leases and the utility overage receipts since January to the accounting/fraud department of the management company and new manager's boss, who was in charge of making sure the transition between management was smooth. I made sure to hammer in the fact that had anything gone wrong since December, I could have been evicted for illegal subletting after the company had accepted payment just because Wendy didn't feel like signing a contract and no one bothered up to follow on this. Within a day, I had not only received the $700 refund meant for May, but over 7 times more. The company wanted to wash its hands of any liability in this mess they inadvertently helped orchestrate, so they just reverted the direct deposit, which included the overlapping month in question. But that payment had been made in December, so I got back 6 months of rent, utilities, deposit, and fees. I essentially got back a semester's worth of rent plus December. As the original lessor to the unit, Wendy was now liable for all 7 months of payment, including the deposit. Since my living situation there could only be legally classified by the building as an unauthorized verbal contract, if Wendy had agreed to mediation at the tenants' union, or even just through local court, we would have only disputed $700 and likely a significant portion of it would have been eaten up through court fees or paying the mediator. I waited for a while after my payout to really make her sweat from the pressure of the court requesting her presence and the building manager requesting $6,000 in unpaid rent. I knew the building manager was leaving her and her parents' voicemails daily about needing to call her back to fix the situation before it got worse, but they were all avoiding calls at this point. Eventually, her family had to hire a real lawyer to get back to me about revisiting an out-of-court mediation. Finally, I sent her a saccharine email explaining that I was willing to cancel the upcoming mediation request at the local courthouse, but only because I got back what I wanted and more. I told her that if she, her family, her pretend lawyer, or her real lawyer wanted to call me and settle my rent, I would be happy to pay for the time I lived there and she could handle the rest on her own like she should have done in the first place. I think her family was too embarrassed to even ask for rent from December to May and couldn't deny their daughter had been lying this whole time, especially since they had to pay for a lawyer on top of everything else to clean up her mess. They never requested that I pay them back at all, and I have not heard or seen her since. None of her friends from my school are friendly with her anymore, and their families are not on cordial terms since the email I forwarded to her friends spread like wildfire. I'm not sure about the financial fallout of this on her end. According to the local rumor mill, her upper middle class parents bailed their darling princess out of it, and the building absorbed the loss on utilities and fees for its own mistakes. But I'm sure she won't be trying to scam anyone else for a while. So let me ask you guys, considering everything here, do you think the family was in on this? It just seems kind of odd that once everything finally reached a boiling point, the family goes complete no-show. Do you think the family felt guilty because they realized their daughter was lying? Or do you think they were secretly all in on this and trying to support the daughter and trying to get over OP's head on this one? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Kate Shakes. Talk to me like rubbish? Wait extra time for your mayo chicken. Throwback a decade. I was in 6th form, 16 to 18 years for my American friends, and working at McDonald's on weekends for extra cash. At 10:30 a.m., we changed from breakfast menu to main menu, and there was typically a few minutes of blind panic where there was a significantly longer wait for food. 10:20 a.m., in comes this meathead who looks still half pissed from the previous night and orders 3 mayo chickens. I inform him we will only be able to start cooking them at 10:30 as fryers are in use for breakfast items for another 10 minutes. He says okay, pays his $2.97 and waits at a table. Worth saying at this point, it's a heaving Saturday morning, the first one after payday. Not even 5 minutes later, he comes up to me and says/shouts in a thick Scouse accent, "Oi, what you doing giving him his food before mine? I've been waiting here way longer." I inform him that customer had ordered off the breakfast menu, which we had ready to hand out. He looks pissed off but nods at me. 10:30 on the dot, when I told him the chicken would be put down, He barges past other customers in the queue and gets up in my face, almost shouting now. "Where the freak are my mayo chickens? You're taking the freaking piss now." I tell him his food is being cooked, to stop swearing at me, and that it'll literally be 2 minutes. He continues, "This isn't freaking good enough. No wonder you work at McFreaking-Donald's when you can't even cook a chicken burger." This sentence in Scouse was hilarious. I tell him to stop shouting and wait in line or I'll cancel his order and refuse service. He just says, "Freak's sake," and audibly mutters, "Runt," under his breath. At this point, I see 3 mayo chickens come sliding down the chute, and I just leave them. I left them there for an extra 5 to 6 minutes till I knew they'd go a bit more lukewarm while I started serving another customer. He tried to kick off, but I think he soon realized the more he did so, the longer he'd be waiting. And that's it. My pettiest of petty revenge. The people who work in places like McDonald's aren't paid enough to deal with guys like this. I also feel like it's a pretty well-known thing that between that transition from breakfast to lunch, you're gonna have to wait a little extra time. But of course, this guy probably wasn't bright enough to realize that. And our final story of the day is by bbarham99, Don't Take My Cologne. Back in college, one of my roommates was sort of known to borrow things, and they somehow never made it back to the owner. Me and my roommate are, and still are, good friends, but one day he pushed me too far. I would always let him use my cologne before we would go out because who cares, it's just cologne. But I had one specific cologne that was my favorite, and apparently his and his girlfriend's favorite. So one day I come home and realize my favorite cologne is gone, and I knew there was one culprit. I called him to ask if he took it, and he was honest with me and said yes. He brought it with him while he went to visit his girlfriend's parents about 3 hours away and promised I would have my cologne back. Well, I had experienced this promise enough to know that if I didn't do anything, he would have forgotten the cologne and I would never see or smell it again. So what did I do to make sure? Before I got off the phone with him, I said, "Okay, but just to make sure I get it back, I'm taking some of your valuables out of your room and holding them hostage." To which he was not happy, but I was shaking with excitement. I then proceeded to take just about everything out of his room. I took his laptop, TV, pillows, hats, shoes, Beats, headphones, etc., and took a picture of everything locked in the trunk of my car, so he really got the message that I was serious. Surprisingly, when he got back, he tried to play the "dude, I forgot it, but I promise I'll give it back" routine. Not a chance, buddy. That stuff is staying locked in my car until that cologne is back on my shelf. He claimed he left it at the parents' house 3 hours away, but somehow within 15 minutes, I had my cologne back. I knew that would be his trick, but you can't fool me that easily. And even if it was there, well, I guess he'd have to hop in the car for 6 hours unless he wants to sleep without pillows or can't do any homework since I had his laptop. Not my problem. And just to be even more petty, all I did was unlock my car and he had to put all his stuff back just so I know he got the message loud and clear. As somebody who's fallen victim to this kind of thing before, in my childhood I lended my friend my Game Boy charger to which, "Oh dude, I forgot, I'll bring it back next time," until eventually summer vacation came by and then they moved and, well, I didn't have a charger. So even though it's cologne, I don't blame OP the slightest for doing this. Don't steal and don't lie people out of their own belongings. Why you should always be nice to potential hires. This is a bit of a long story about the value of being professional and nice no matter the position you are in. My wife and I moved to our current city back in 2013. The standards for my wife's job here are different to the standard back home. She has an associate's degree and most employees wanted a bachelor's degree. However, nothing could stop her and she kept putting in applications. One day, one of the employers she had sent applications to called her back. However, it was not to tell her she had gotten the job. Instead, it was the manager telling her how unprofessional it was of her to put in for positions that were obviously above her. "In fact, I'm going to delete your email from our system. Please don't apply anymore, it's just a waste of our time. I'll send you a letter since you just can't seem to follow directions in my emails." My wife, after she got over her initial shock, asked the manager for her name. "I don't see why it matters, but Ivanka Tulip." My wife said thank you and continued her job hunt. Sure enough, she got the letter in the mail asking her not to apply anymore, citing inability to follow clear directions. My wife held on to this letter. I told her to throw it away, but she insisted on keeping it. Eventually, my wife landed a job at one of the biggest employers in the city. Not only that, but this employer was the main supply of business to the employer that was so rude to my wife. Well, my wife is an extremely precocious and hardworking person and eventually got her bachelor's and then became the manager over her crew. One of the manager's responsibilities was to decide who to send business to. My wife told her boss about the letter and what happened and used that as justification that if this is how a business treats potential hires, then they really shouldn't be trusted with their business. Her boss honestly probably did not care very much and just let my wife do what she does. Honestly, my wife is kind of a boss person, and it wouldn't surprise me if her boss just gave her whatever it took to keep her happy. Wouldn't you know it, the rude employer's business went way down. In fact, my wife would only give them business if they were the last ones who could be called. This led to the most awesome meeting my wife has had this year. You see, to improve the relations, the crappy employer set up a meeting with my wife and my wife's boss and the crappy business's top management. They needed this meeting to show how much value they could add. The day of the meeting comes and everyone introduces themselves. Finally, Mrs. Tulip says she is the manager and how nice it was to meet everyone. That's when my wife said, "Excuse me, I just want to be certain. Are you Mrs. Ivanka Tulip?" Ivanka says, "Yes, that's me." My wife says, "Oh, excellent. I am so happy to finally meet you in person." Thinking she had an in with my wife, Mrs. Tulip was over the moon. My wife let them carry on and tell her all about how much value they could add to the business and how they could really help out my wife's employer. This is when my wife says, "Well, thank you, but unfortunately, I feel that we can't really give business to an employer who we feel has some ethical issues that need to be addressed." The big boss from the bad employer says, "Excuse me, we were not made aware of any ethical issues. What are you talking about?" That's when my wife brought out the letter that was signed by Mrs. Tulip. My wife then tells them that if they treat potential hires this way, then it was an ethics issue for my wife, and it would be very hard for my wife to give them business. Since she had concerns about the welfare of the business, she couldn't approve any more goes to bad business than absolutely necessary. Mrs. Tulip turned white, and you could hear a pin drop on the other side of the table. My wife thanked them for their time, but apologized and went back to her work. We don't know if anything ever happened to Mrs. Tulip, but that business has since downsized and has gotten a reputation for being a poor choice to send business throughout my wife's organization. I really admire what OP's wife did here, but let's be honest. How many of you guys, if you got a letter like this, would actually save it as a way of motivating yourselves, and how many of you would just tear it up and maybe not quit, but keep moving forward, but not save this really negative letter? Let me know in the comments down below which of those you would do. Our next story is by Canis Animus. Dad kills obnoxious party with science. In the late 80s, my neighbors across the street were having a party. They were blasting the radio with a station playing offensive music. Again, 80s and from my dad's perspective. It was so loud it could be heard all across the lake community. They had a habit of being disruptive and disrespectful neighbors, but my dad didn't accost them. He didn't threaten or yell at them. He decided to fix it with science. He went into the garage and cobbled together a mad scientist contraption consisting of a waveform generator, an oscilloscope, and an old metal bed frame. He tuned into the FM radio frequency they were listening to, causing major static disturbances in their music. Every time they changed to another station, he found the frequency and disturbed it again. After about 10 to 15 minutes, I think we're talking almost 30 years ago, they finally shut off the radio and, after a few minutes more, just began to relax and engage with their company. Judging by the sounds of their voices, the party only got better after the radio got turned off. Judging by how loud it seems this party was, OP's dad probably saved some people's hearing. The fact that it would be so loud over an entire lake community, those people didn't need to stop partying, they needed to stop for their ears' sake. Our next story is by Joshua. Talk to me any way you please? Nah. Have fun losing the entire staff along with the juiciest of juicy contracts. This is a super throwback, but it still brings a smile to my face. I was a rink rat growing up. The only day I wasn't in the skating rink were the adult and gay nights. Calm down, it was the 90s and that's literally what it was called. Friday night, Saturday morning and night, along with Sunday morning and night, I was there. Heck, I didn't even leave between the morning and night sessions. I even went Tuesday nights as well. I was serious too. I dove deep into speed skating and not trying to toot my own horn, but I was pretty good and well known. Anyway, I had been going to this specific skating rink for years and knew everyone. One day, it was right before I started 7th grade. The owner came up to me and asked me to go out onto the rink floor and tell some kids to slow down. I did and came back and he asked me how would I like to make $7.50 an hour, to which I responded, do I also get in for free? He laughed and said of course. Boom! First job and I wanted to be there anyway, so it was the biggest win-win of all time for me. To say I loved it was an understatement and I did everything besides work the snack bar. DJ, skate counters, floor guard, janitor, hype man, you name it and I did it. It was some of the greatest times of my life. So much fun and the owner was super awesome. Also, we were paid under the table, so getting an envelope full of cash every week just felt like a bonus for having fun. To me, it wasn't a job, it was pure fun. It also helped that all my friends were regulars as well. A few years go by and the owner sold to another guy who we will call Tim. Tim could be an absolute nightmare to work for. He changed the entire dynamic of the place and everyone felt it. Now, this skating rink was popular and extremely old. Lots of people all over the city knew of it. My mom and aunt skated there when they were kids, if that tells you anything. Some way or another, the new owner set up a juicy deal that had the rink starting making a crap load of money. On Saturday night from 7 to 11, it was skating per usual, but from 11 to 2ish/3ish, it was a club. A local hip-hop station came in there with local label Swishahouse and turned the place upside down for those few hours. Every week, and the place was poppin'. There must have been over 2,000 people in there on average, and at $20 per person, it adds up quick, plus the snack bar would never stop turning out food and drink. We were making stupid money. Bonus! We also found some good stuff when cleaning up as well. Money, knives, weed, jewelry, it was awesome. So Tim has it made, but sometimes he would fly off the handle for little things. All of us weren't sure what his deal was, but he would explode out of nowhere and start talking all kinds of nonsense. I'd started to have enough because we had all worked there for many years without issue. One night, he went too far. I don't like being called outside of my name. It's a respect thing. My own mother didn't do it, and he for sure wasn't. For context, I was in 10th grade now. One night, he was in some kind of mood and for whatever reason was taking it out on everyone. I don't remember the exact situation, but he started freaking out on me at about 11:30 p.m. Now, Slim Thug and Paul Wall were in the building that night, so the place was extra packed. Way more than usual. I'm sure we were breaking all kinds of fire marshal rules. He went ballistic and called me every name in the book while I just stood there with rage building up in me. I'd had enough. For years, this place ran flawlessly and everyone loved us, so he really didn't have a good reason to treat us in the manner he did. My plan was formed. I immediately gathered everyone else that was working and we all decided that enough was enough. It was time for a lesson. I assembled the entire crew and we all quit on the spot. All of us. That meant nobody to serve food, clean, help the Swishahouse people, or just carry out general things that needed to be done when 2,000 to 3,000 people were in the building. He was stunned. His tone changed and he became very sweet. We weren't having it. As an additional freak you, I called the other 2 people that were off and they showed up to quit as well. Tim had already reached out, so he assumed they were showing up to work. Nope. We left him with 0 workers on the absolute busiest of busy nights, and boy, did it implode. He couldn't find anyone to work, so the place went to absolute crap that night. The on-duty officer told him he needed to figure something out or he was going to close it down without workers. Well, he didn't. It closed down that night, and apparently without staff, it got nasty. People started having smoking, trashing the place, and all kinds of stuff. Shortly after, the radio station and label took their business elsewhere, and not long afterward, the place closed down. He lost his entire investment. This was very bittersweet for me because I love the place, but he ran it into the ground. The building is still standing and I would love to bring it back to its former glory, but my pockets aren't deep enough yet. Maybe one day. It's actually kind of a shame to see what happened to skating rinks in general. When I was a kid, the whole thing was a very popular practice and then very quickly fell out of style. When I was a kid, I loved to go rollerblading and skating around, but something changed along the way and a lot of skating rinks and rollerblading and all those kinds of things just kind of fell off a bit, at least in a widely popular landscape. And our final story of the day is by Fidel. Screw me, screw you. I want my money. About 30 years or so ago, I was 17 and was about to head to university. An acquaintance through my parents' church offered me a job working with him, learning to be a pizza chef. Awesome. I'd need money for uni and I'd already had a stack of jobs, so working hard was nothing new for me, but being a cook certainly was. My experience with Italian was limited to Pizza Hut, so I accepted that at the start I was a liability, not a help. I started work, and to start with, I worked free. Cool, but when it got to the point about 3 months later that I was opening by myself and taking whole shifts by myself, well, I should be paid. I screwed up all of my 17-year-old courage and confronted the owner, let's call him Nick because that was his name. He huffed and puffed and tried to tell me how terrible I was, but I stood my ground and now I'm on minimum wage. Not bad in my eyes at the time. I worked there for another 3 years through most of my uni degree, often putting in 30 hours of contact at uni, 30 hours at the restaurant, and 30 hours of study. It was hectic, but just became the norm. Towards the end, I became a lot more savvy and started researching labor laws, keeping records of my pay packets and end-of-year tax receipts, and realized Nick and other co-owners were screwing me. I wasn't on the correct rate, they weren't deducting tax correctly, and a couple of other accounting oversights. By then I was working with my, at the time, mate. Let's call him girlfriend creeping tickhead. It was Sunday night, the place was packed, I had tickets all the way down my line, and girlfriend creeping tick and I were pumped. We had a new boss who'd just bought into the business who thought he was the king of the world because he was now a restaurateur. A right jerk, but after years of having to stay back to cook pizzas on World Cup nights for the boss's friends or Christmas, New Year's Eve, etc., I was sorta used to the grandstanding chest-puffing behavior. The night in question, the new boss would not let me start the second pizza oven. Think a 2-tier oven. I was only allowed the top tier on because it cost too much. So here I am, oven full, 2 pizza chefs running full speed, and we're only falling behind because one oven wasn't enough and it was starting to cool down from being so full and open so frequently. New boss gets a couple of tables of mates in. Instead of just asking us to cook some compensation garlic bread or whatever, he starts loading up trays himself and putting them in the oven. Not the worst crime, but because he had no idea what he was doing, every 30 seconds he'd open the oven to check them, cooling the oven down even further, potentially ruining the food we had in there and slowing us down measurably. I had the head chef chewing my butt out as his food was ready to go, but my food on the same tickets wasn't. It was hectic and not fun. This garlic bread bandit crap had to stop. I said, "New boss, stop messing with my oven. If you want garlic bread, just ask. I'll get it done immediately for you." New boss says, "What? Huh? You're messing with my oven. You're cooling it down and we're too busy for this crap. Just tell me and I'll make it." New boss says, "Okay." Did he do it? Nope, he kept on. Cue the same conversation another 2 times. The last time I told him I'd blow my stack if he did it again. You see where this is going. He did it again. Now, after being consistently ripped off and abused, so many cookie stories from that place, for 3 years, my time was up there anyway, and this was the time to do it. I looked at girlfriend creeping tick and said, "Yo, we out of here?" He looked back and simply said, "Yup." We stripped our aprons and in front of the entire restaurant, Pizza Kitchen was in full view of the entire restaurant, threw them on the bench and told new boss, "We quit." all this, all these tickets, all the food in the oven you've messed up, and your mate's crappy garlic bread, this is all yours now. Good luck." Then we walked out, got some coffees from the baristas, sat in front of the pizza area, and watched him absolutely flounder. He had no idea what he was doing, and there was literally no one else there that could help him. We could see food coming out from the kitchen, but the pizza on the same ticket was taking 20 minutes or more longer to come out. Tables were hopping mad, we could hear the grumblings all around us. I'll admit it was pretty jerkish, but undeniably satisfying to behold. That's not the pro revenge though. The pro revenge was that I'd been stealing my timesheet every Sunday night, photocopying it, then replacing it Monday mornings. I'd been doing that for over a year. I'd also told girlfriend creeping Tick to do it. Monday, I walk in and Nick was there and was furious at me. As I was walking in, you could see his chubby face turn bright red as he bellowed across the restaurant floor, "What the freak do you think you're doing here? Get the freak out and never come back." I said, "Nick, we've got to talk. We can do it here or we can do it in your office, but trust me, you want to have this conversation privately." Nick says, "Fine, you come with me then," desperately trying to gain the upper hand back, and he storms to his crappy little office out the back. Nick says BS about how he's going to withhold pay and a whole heap of other illegal hot air. I say, "You done? Good. Here, read this." I hand him a printout of an Excel spreadsheet, a stack of photocopied timesheets, a stack of photocopied payslips, printed copies of the wage awards, all of which detail the amount he's ripped me off for. "You owe me $6,000. I'll take cash or a check now." Did I mention he and the other bosses had just been simultaneously raided by the tax office and that they and the business were all on thin freaking ice? Yeah, bad timing for Nick the Tick. Nick spluttering, wringing his hands, But I can't afford it. Look, I'll show you my bank accounts," as he physically starts scrambling to find his bank statements. Nick, I literally don't give a crap about you, your bank accounts, or your situation. You owe me $6,000 today, or I take all of this to the tax office and all of the other relevant government departments that will be very interested in this. Because Nick, I have a feeling if you're doing this to me, you're doing it to other staff here as well, huh? As for not having the money, well, again, not my problem, but you just bought a new $60,000 Pajero. So if you have to run that down to the car yard and sell it, again, I don't give a crap, but I get $6,000 today. He literally teared up a little. I'm not sure why, maybe through frustration, rage, or just being screwed by someone he thought way beneath him. But seeing a grown man who's abused you for many years cry at your hands is a pretty beautiful thing to behold as a 20-year-old kid. I got a check that day for my whole $6,000. And yes, it cashed. But the best was walking out of his office with girlfriend creeping Tick standing there who deadpan just looked him in the eyes and said, "Nick, we need to talk." And in they walked in to do the same thing. $10,000 he lost that day. The best part? A few of my old friends at the restaurant caught wind of the fact that I had enraged him and asked what it was all about. I let them know how they were being screwed, how to take copies of all their timesheets, and where to find the relevant laws. I know of several other people who did the same thing to him. And that was how I left the hospitality industry and started working in my field of study, never to look back. It definitely helps when you've caught wind that your owner already had some kind of audit type thing happen and they're on thin ice. Otherwise, it might have been a lot more messy to have this work out in success for OP. It was pretty ruthless and cutthroat, but OP got exactly what they were owed. Don't stick to our agreement, you shouldn't have been stepping out. Here we go, strap in for a long one, kids. This is a story from long ago in a galaxy far, far away. And by that, I mean it happened 3 years ago at a pizza place I used to work. I was a delivery driver for 6 years at various pizza places, picking up and moving on to greener pastures whenever it suited me. Granted, that only happened a couple times because I am unfortunately a very loyal employee. To be honest, I should have done that before this whole thing ever even happened. The store I was at was part of a nationwide franchise and the waters had gotten choppy. All of the managers quit at once and they just couldn't seem to get one to stick around. It got so bad that the area manager had to come in as acting GM and brought a manager from another store with him. These two are the main characters of this story. Well, besides me, obviously. For the purpose of this story, we'll call them Jeff and Kate, and I'll just be me. Jeff was 45 and had been with the company for a long time before I started. Worked himself up from the position of driver all the way to being the one to oversee about 20 stores. He was actually married to another area manager. I got along okay with Jeff for the most part. On the other hand, Kate and I got on like a house on fire, both being ladies of a similar age. She often confided things in me that would soon bite her in the butt, figuratively. I considered myself a decent employee as far as pizza slingers go. Came to work on time, did all of the dishes, got along with everyone, and had the best delivery times. Because of this, I usually landed all the best shifts, including opening on Saturdays. If you've never worked a tip job, you know that shift is the most coveted out there. Working through both the lunch and dinner rush before going home is well worth having to get up earlier. That information is relevant to the story. Trust me. You see, there are always two drivers who do that shift. One comes in earlier and leaves earlier, and I was the one who got to come in just before we flipped on the open sign and went home once dinner rush began to die down. This is also relevant. The final vital bit of info you need for context is that my brother goes a bit wild at Christmas. His favorite thing to do is book an entire movie theater for everyone he knows to see a movie of his choice. This particular year was when The Last Jedi came out, and he is a Star Wars fanatic. So that was what we were going to see. Unfortunately, it would be at 6 on a Saturday, at least 2 hours before I would get off. At this point, Jeff and Kate had been with us for 3 months without managing to find suitable replacements, and I made an arrangement with the other opening driver to switch shifts because his ended right when I would need to leave to make the movie. I then cleared it with Jeff and he agreed to let me go at 5:30. I was all set. Or so I thought. You see, that Saturday we started busy. Very busy. So busy that at 5:30, when I went to hand Jeff my slips, he had already dispatched me out on a double delivery. I took them, but I reminded him that I needed to leave when I got back. I just hoped the trailers were long enough that I didn't miss much of the beginning of the movie. I got back from my double, and by that point, it was already 6 and the theater was 20 minutes away. I had to leave. Once again, I went to hand my slips to Jeff, but he got in my face. "You leave when I say you can leave," he told me. "You're not going to let me?" I asked, incredulous that he was reneging on our deal. "I came early. I did my time, dang it." He looked so very smug. "No." Well, I made a decision right then and there. There are so many pizza jobs out there that they needed me more than I needed them. I took my slip book, you know, the kind that you see in restaurants. I found they're great for delivery because not only can you store all of your slips in them, but they're hard enough for customers to bear down on to sign. Anyway, I slapped that in his hand and said, "Fine then." I quit. It was his turn to look incredulous. After making sure I meant it, he checked me out and I left the store fuming. I missed the entire opening of my movie. But the story doesn't end there. Oh no. You remember how I said Kate would confide in me? She loved to tell me all about how often she and Jeff would meet at a hotel after work. She even horrified me by telling me Jeff would turn off the cameras so they could have sex in the back office when the store was empty in a chair I had sat in multiple times. Kate was even so obliging to give insignificant details like the date and time this happened. So I put in an anonymous call to the franchise's HR and told them what to look for when it came to checking the tapes. I told them everything Kate had told me, but I still wasn't content with leaving it there. So I went to my local pizza place that just happened to be in Jeff's wife's area. Remember when I said she was also an area manager? And I got to gossiping with the workers there while they made my pizza. I was well aware it would make it back to her. Food employees can't keep such juicy gossip to themselves. Jeff got demoted to store manager, then transferred to the same store in his wife's area I went to so she could keep an eye on him. I guess it didn't work out because last I heard, Jeff's wife divorced him and he no longer worked for that franchise. And none of that would have happened if he had just let me leave on time. So let me ask you guys, if you're in a situation where you know Jeff is married and his wife is the area manager or another area manager, and Kate is telling you how they blatantly cheat on Jeff's wife, would you personally want to try and put it out there somewhere where Jeff's wife could hear about it and do something about it and just know what's going on? Do you think that's the right thing to do? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Pyro Paladin. Funeral insurance company gets a visit from a client. Let me preface the story by saying that I saw this post on here recently about a woman who got revenge on a bank by maxing out a credit card in her deceased husband's name and not paying for it. This reminded me of an incident that occurred around this time last year that, while not on the same monetary scale, delivered shock value far greater than money and became a nationwide story. All names have been changed. So this takes place in South Africa, and there is an insurance and investment company that we will call Green Grubber that is notorious for not paying out on funeral policies. One such victim, let's call her Precious, was being given the runaround by Green Grubber. Her uncle Obed had been badly beaten at a shebeen, a legal bar, and in his injured state, managed to walk to the police station to report the incident. At the police station, he had a seizure and they thought he was a mental patient and did nothing. Later on in the day, a farmer had pity on Obed and took him to the local government hospital. Obed waited outside in the pouring rain as no one was available to attend to his wounds. Finally, he was admitted into the casualty ward whereby he succumbed to his injuries. Obed had a funeral policy with Green Grubber for $30,000, around $1,852 USD, paid for by his niece, Precious, who was unemployed and relied on government grants. The monthly premiums of $232, around $14 USD, were up to date and had never been in arrears. However, when it came time for her to claim on the policy, she was given no end of uphill. She had been to their offices numerous times only to be turned away with the excuse that it was still under assessment, and living on a rural farmstead, it's neither cheap nor easy to travel to the city, 83 kilometers, around 52 miles, having to take a minimum of 4 minibus taxis for a round trip. In addition, the morgue where the body was being kept wanted the body removed quickly and were charging storage per day, and these costs were adding up. Being unable to afford a lawyer and not being savvy on how to navigate the legal system on her own, she took matters into her own hands and did something that has worked since time immemorial: public shaming. Precious removed her uncle's corpse from the morgue, who released it, no questions asked, glad to be finally rid of the body. Precious then hired a vehicle and had the body transported to the Green Grubber offices, hauled the body out of the vehicle, and left in the center of the building for all to see. Precious then started talking loudly, explaining her experience with Green Grubber to everyone within earshot. The Green Grubber staff were naturally spooked, and after 30 minutes, the assessment that had been pending suddenly concluded and the claim was approved. Precious left the body at the Green Grubber offices and went to the bank to ensure the funds had been deposited before returning and collecting the body. In addition, Green Grubber was made to pay for Zulu traditional rituals required to remove the deceased spirit from the premises and apologize for its extreme treatment before being laid to rest. Respect towards elders and ancestors are a cornerstone in Zulu culture, and rituals usually require slaughter of cattle and other animals, which can end up very expensive. It's really sad that it had to come to all this extreme action just to get what they deserved because they had been paying months for it. And not only that, but it's sad to see how irresponsible and uncaring the people were for the uncle to begin with, and how they ended up dying because of it. In the end, I'm glad the family got what they deserved, but it's unfortunate all through and through the entire story until the very end. Our next story is by Garmdian. Make me look bad on the job? Well, we'll see about that. I worked at a clothing store in a mall for 1.5 years. It was not fun, but I was thinking back to my time there recently and I forgot this golden gem of pro revenge. So a new girl had just been hired, as many new people did in that job, and right away you could tell she thought she was hot crap. We're talking acting like a manager, talking how many hours she had, and worst of all, she wouldn't shut up about all the dudes she was banging and how the money she got from them was the most important part. To put it lightly, she was a cold-hearted witch who made everyone feel bad about their insignificant lives, as she put it. Here's where things go down. In our store, all the racks were milled steel bars and hooks, so really hard to break and really expensive. They could, however, be bent out of shape if enough heavy coats stay on them for long periods of time. Miss Hot Crap here thought it would be a good idea to impress the management by putting all the coats on the same rack using the milled steel bars instead of a circular rack that wouldn't warp. I protested, of course, as I'd been there longer, but she said, "I get paid more than you, so do what I say." She got hired as a key holder of our gate, so she made $1 more than I did per hour. I go along with it, put the heavy winter coats up on the milled steel, and go about my life. Well, 2 weeks later, the milled steel is of course warped, and when management saw this, they flipped. Cheapo store, any cost was bad to them. Anyways, she blames it on me, and I get written up for it. Now, I refused to sign, so they gave me less hours, which also cut my pay. Because she lied, I was now making 50% less than before and had a formal written complaint against me. To say I was ticked off wouldn't even start. So I devised a plan to go get back at her. You see, the drywall on the center pillars had sustained water damage from an early melt earlier that year, making them extremely soft. However, they provide some of the largest coverage of shelf space in the entire store, meaning basically a good 20% of shelf space couldn't be used. Now the kicker is Miss Hot Crap didn't know about this as she came in a week after it had happened, and to the naked eye, you wouldn't think the pillar couldn't be used as there was banners on it to try and hide the yellowing. I may have suggested what a waste not being able to have product on the pillars was, and how if someone could come up with a nice display, it would bring in a lot of customers due to how people could see it from the mall main floor. We were just off the food court. Her eyes lit up. Now here's the thing. I was taking a small break to a nice snowy lake cabin the next day, and the people she had working with her were the managers or the temps who were not allowed to handle marketing and logistics. i.e. putting shelves/rack up on the wall due to their cost and the incident that got me wrote up. Now I knew she wouldn't want the managers to see it because she wanted all the glory from it. She wanted to show to our 3 stores in the mall that her store was the best while the managers weren't around. So she, being with a temp and them not being able to put up shelving, put the heavy winter clothing on milled steel racks attached to the soft drywall pillars. Within a week, the drywall on the pillars collapsed and ruined $500 worth of product. Now, she tried to shift blame on me, but I was away for the whole week, so it could not have been me because obviously that can't happen if I'm in the forest hundreds of miles from civilization. So no dice there. And she promptly got charged with the repair, demoted to sales associate, and written up for what they finally realized was not just this, but the one they wanted me to sign. The repair was $2,500 plus the $500 stock that got destroyed when 40 pounds of drywall came crushing down on it. But I wasn't done yet. You see, our manager in our store specifically was pretty chill, and she's a personal friend to me. She had a group chat so we could talk off hours and keep up to date. Now, as I mentioned before, she wouldn't shut up about all the men she was playing and how the only thing that mattered was the money, and boy oh boy did she use the group chat to say a lot of this. Sometimes one of these dudes would come around and take her for lunch. Let's just say when she was in the back for a little while finishing something up, that I let them see the text channel if they promised not to let her know I told them. So often they'd go on their lunch date and after 1 or 2 days, she'd be down a man. Finally, this boiled over when one of them took her phone, saw how many guys she had been banging for money, and messaged all of them about how much of a lying cheat she was. After 2 months, her fountain of man money dried up and now demoted to a sales associate, she didn't have the money to spend on all her lavish nights out or designer clothing. She eventually moved up to another store for more hours and stole money from the till, causing her to get fired. A fitting end to a backstabbing ice queen, I think. I eventually left that job after half a year later to pursue my current job. Yeah, so I think OP was pretty good on describing what kind of person this was. Just kind of a trashy train wrecker type person from top to bottom. And our final story of the day is by ZA. Dog does petty revenge. So having a busy schedule trying to get everything done while keeping the entire family happy has resulted in me and my wife not getting to the sexy part of our marriage. We both agreed that Sunday mornings early will be our special time when our daughter is still asleep and none of us had to get ready for work or whatever. We can just relax and have a good time with each other. Thing is, we have 2 dogs who also sleep on the bed/in the room, and on Sundays they need to get out so that we can do our thing. Nothing is more creepy than your dogs watching you do the crazy monkey dance. They really don't want to go out of the room, and when I make them, they leave tail between the legs. Me and wifey had a good few Sundays, but lately we've been interrupted by my daughter waking up and coming to our room. Door is closed and we can hear her coming from her room, so there is just enough time to cover up. She always sleeps late, but the past 3 Sundays, she's been in our room just past 6 o'clock, right in the heat of our sexy time. I could not understand what was happening until this past Sunday when I finally asked her why she always sleeps so late, but on Sundays she is awake early in the morning. She had this angry look on her face and said that one of our dogs always comes and wakes her up on Sunday mornings by jumping on the bed, licking her in her face and lying all over her, wagging his tail like crazy. He was trying to wake her up. So this silly doggy of ours goes to her room as soon as we put him out to go wake her. He knows that as soon as she is awake, he can get back in the room. That's a sly dog. Dogs definitely pick up on habits, so if they go and wake the daughter up one time, that leads to the daughter going to the room, and they can get back in. They can very quickly formulate that, oh, if I wake them up, I'm back in the room where I want to be. And unfortunately for OP and their wife, no more crazy monkey dancing. Live in a rental for over a year without paying rent? Good luck in jail. Last summer, I bought a house trailer and decided to rent it out. It needed some work, so I posted 2 months free rent for putting carpet down in the living room, hooking up the hot water heater, and putting in a toilet. Got a nice couple with a newborn willing to do it. Great, no lease, month to month, no security deposit, and the rent was $450 a month. So they did the work, so I didn't ask for rent for 2 months. Everything was fine. Side note, there are a few little state laws that come into play. If you don't pay rent for 3 consecutive months, you are considered a squatter, which means the landlord doesn't have to fix the property and can actually padlock it and deny you entry. If you're on house arrest and get formally evicted, you could be violated for it. Also, you can be formally evicted even if you have already moved out, so the landlord can get rent due. Also, even though there are eviction bans, if it happened before the ban, then it can still go through. Plus a few other conditions that still allow someone to be evicted. It's up to the judge, really. Fast forward 5 months and still no rent money. Yes, they had a newborn and they were young and didn't have a lot of money, but the husband can spend $1,500 on a new engine for his project car. They can afford to go out to eat and spend money on electronics, but no rent. So after the 3rd month, I did nothing. The weather was turning cold, I didn't put in the furnace like I promised, and if they hadn't had a newborn, I would have padlocked the house. They were bragging about their tax refund. I gave them a shot to catch up, and they basically said they knew their rights and were in a rent strike. Illegally, I might add, you will see later. COVID happened, husband got laid off, so I gave them a break. When he went back to work, I asked for back rent again and was told to freak off. I finally had enough. I told them they had 14 days to get out or I was doing a formal eviction, and seeing he was on house arrest, he knew what that meant. I honestly was trying to keep him from having to go back to jail and keep an eviction off of their record. I was trying to be nice and civil. So they left and I cut my losses until I checked my property. Everything they put in, they removed. Everything they got free rent for was gone. I got pissed and filed for a formal eviction. It didn't go as they hoped. They said I didn't provide heat, so they went on a rent strike. Only they didn't file that with the courts or hold the money aside. They just thought they could stop paying rent. What they put into the trailer was less than the rent. The judge agreed with me that seeing they took everything, I was due those 2 months' rent. and the biggest. He started slamming my character, so I said, "Well, you didn't tell me that you were going to be on house arrest when you rented the property." Before then, the judge looked bored, but he perked up. He asked them if that was true, they responded that it was, and he was ready to make his ruling. I received 15 months back rent at $450 a month and $2,000 in damages because the way they removed the stuff, they damaged a lot of things. As for him, the judge said he had no choice but to turn the eviction over to his parole officer. Fast forward to this month, his house arrest was violated and he was arrested. They actually had the nerve to ask me to speak on his behalf. I didn't. Ruling was his remaining 6 months are now spent in jail. They have a bad eviction on their record, and they owe me money. Know the law before you play the game. So if you were renting a place and the first 2 months were free if they did these installations, and they did, but then the 3rd month went by and they didn't pay you, but you do know that it's getting cold, they have a newborn, and you didn't put in any of the extra stuff you promised because they didn't pay, would you have been a little bit more pushy about getting that money, or would you have done the same thing OP did and eventually lead to this 5-6+ month ordeal? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Electro Bonus. I'm not gonna pay for your comfort. This happened last month. By some universal coincidences, me and my girlfriend ended up living with another couple in a rented house to split costs. It was a big house, so each couple would have their own bathroom, bedroom, and we shared the common places like the kitchen and the living room. The house was originally rented by a coworker who, by the time of this story, was no longer in the house anymore, but all the furniture was his and he gifted it all to me when he left. The other couple was really annoying. They would leave their dirty dishes in the sink with rotten food and only wash them until the weekend, or leaving their dog to poop all over the house. One time the guy was cooking in a torn out shorts and his underwear was very visible. This was really uncomfortable to my girl. Anytime I talked to them about all the issues that bothered us, they used to change their habits for a few days and then it was all the same. But the house was rented and they arrived first, so I wasn't able to kick them out. And if I tried, I was afraid of the guy since he was a bad-tempered a-hole. The last straw was this summer. It was really hot and these jerks liked the AC at full blast day and night even when they weren't home. And if I turned it off, they would get mad and immediately turn it on after telling me how they could not sleep without the AC at max. Okay, I did my best to wear a hoodie and sleep with my winter clothes in the middle of the freaking summer inside the house, just so they would be comfortable and for the sake of saving a few bucks in rent money. And of course, the inevitable happened. The electric bill came in and it was 4 times higher than the usual, and it was a lot. So I talked to them about how their use of the electricity was out of control and why we should split the bill 25/75 since me and my girl are almost never home. It turned into a huge fight and his only argument was that we all use the electricity so we should all pay the same. He wouldn't listen to my arguments and there was nothing I could do. I ended up paying the same amount. After this jerk and his girlfriend made me pay for their comfort, they started doing a lot of passive-aggressive stuff, like throwing out my unspoiled food while they would leave their rotten food on my fridge, or using their TV at the highest volume while I tried to sleep. I get up really early to exercise before work, so I go to sleep really early. And a lot of things like that in a very childish manner. In addition of still leaving on every kind of electrical device in the house while they were out. Then I knew I had to get out of that house. There was no money saving anymore due to the high costs of the bills, so me and my girlfriend started to look for a place for only the 2 of us and our 2 rescued dogs. We found an affordable and comfortable house with plenty of room for our dogs, so we pulled the trigger. We talked to the owner of the previous house about us leaving and he had no problem at all, so it was all set. We waited until the other couple were out of town for the weekend and took every last thing we owned out of that house and moved out. I left them without any furniture. I mean, no stove, no microwave, not even a table to eat in. I left my keys at the entrance of their bedroom door and a note that said, "We couldn't bear your attitudes anymore, so we left with our belongings. Have a nice life, wasting your own money, OP." The owner of the house, which became a very good friend of mine later, told me that they told him how I took out all of their belongings. He knew that they were mine and told them. I wish I was there to look at their faces. Have fun eating fast food on the floor, a-holes. These people kind of checked off all of the boxes on bad roommate material. It's only fitting that at the very end, they basically took everything out of there that they were allowing them to use and left them with basically nothing to wallow in their filth and their just bad ways. I'm sure the couple didn't stay there very long after they had to shoulder that entire AC bill, which is ridiculous. Our next story is by Max Titanium. Sharing is caring, and Karen ain't caring. One day, I was walking through City Market with my mom, the quiet buzzing of the lights only slightly annoying. All seemed well, and I decided to get one of the sample cookies from the back. Seems perfectly normal, right? So I grabbed my cookie, which happened to be the last non-burnt one, as another family is coming into the back aisle. I'm not a particularly social person, so I started to walk away. This family consisted of a mother and son, the son being maybe 5 or 6 years old by my estimates, wearing a vibrant and disgusting shade of yellow. The mom had a typical Karen haircut and a bland red-colored sweater on over a bright white shirt and brand new looking skinny jeans. That didn't sound like a good time to me. They realized that there aren't any more non-burnt cookies, which, in my opinion, shouldn't be a problem. Cookies are cookies, especially free ones. The child wails horrifically and notices that my cookie, that I haven't yet taken a bite out of, wasn't burnt. Wonderful observation skills, little Timmy. The mom approaches me and asks in a sickly sweet tone, one you can tell is obviously faked, if I would mind giving my cookie to her kid. I wasn't sure if the tone was from her having a headache from dealing with her kid or if she wasn't a nice person, but seeing as the kid was young, I chose to be nice and broke my cookie in half, offering one of the halves to the kid. Because I wasn't about to miss out on eating my cookie, nor was I about to go grab another one, as I felt it would just be rude to the next people. The kid looked confused at this, which immediately felt off. The mom's face contorted from nice to confused to offended very quickly, as if not offering the entire cookie had somehow forsaken her entire family, and she stared at me like I was going to sacrifice a goat in order to curse them. I, naturally, was confused and realizing what was happening a bit too late, backed away and tried walking away. The lady placed her hand on my shoulder, preventing me from walking away. I was maybe 12 at the time, so I was a small boy. She held out her other hand as if expecting me to just hand my cookie away. Let me once again state that I had tried to share, but Karen and her little hex spawn don't seem to understand the concept of sharing, evident by the atrocious wailing the child was releasing from the depths of the underworld itself. I hate the sounds of children crying. I managed to pull away from the iron grasp from this lady and speed walked away. The guttural released from both her and her entitled child gave me the chills, and she marched up to me and tried to take the cookie from me. Before she could, a light bulb flickered on before bursting in my head from the excitement to see the next levels of rage and profanities my plan was about to induce. I stuffed the entire cookie in my mouth. Now, these cookies were fairly big, bigger than the basic sugar cookies they usually give, so my mouth was stuffed. For a moment, Karen and her child are silent, stunned at what they had just witnessed. 10 seconds later, the gates of heck are ripped from their hinges. Karen exploded at me, screeching profanities at me, many of which I surprisingly hadn't heard before. I stood there, the smuggest grin on my little face as I slowly chewed on the cookie, continuing to rub salt in the wound until the profanities turned into indiscernible noises. Was it wrong of me to do so? Probably. Do I regret doing so? Absolutely not. After maybe 3 minutes of random sounds ejecting from the deep, dark chasm this woman produced, she stopped to take a breath. I had swallowed the cookie by now and was getting tired of listening to the white noise this lady was projecting, so I began to walk away. "I'm not done with you," she yelled after me. Obviously, I chose to ignore her at this point as I was just done with her. As soon as I was out of the aisle, I booked it back to my mom and continued on like nothing happened. So OP said in this story, was it wrong of me to do so? I don't think it's wrong of OP at all to eat the cookie like that. They got the cookie, they were there first. It was kind of them to even offer the half of it. It was all entitlement from the other people. And OP learned something today. Some new curse words. And our final story of the day is by Reckless Raven 3, who has the stuffed shells. A few years ago, I received WIC checks for my children. Not sure if it varies by state, but in my state, each check is one transaction. So essentially you can have 5 or 6 transactions while using them. So I go to ShopRite, it's evening and very busy. I wait in a line of 4 people. Finally my turn comes and it was taking a while. I had 4 or 5 checks, can't remember. So some rude lady starts berating me. She's 2 people behind me. She goes on and on saying how it's rude that I didn't tell her that I had all different transactions. Loudly, mind you. Also, please keep in mind that every line was long. So I tell her to mind her business and wait her turn like an adult. She keeps going so badly her husband walks outside. So here's for the revenge. I worked at a local pizza restaurant at the time. One evening, shortly after this incident, that lady comes in with a large group that happens to be one of my regulars. I wasn't waiting on them, but I know she recognized me. I saw her whispering to my regular and looking at me. I know she was telling her about the ShopRite line situation. So I told the server she had to let me know when the food was coming out, and asked the server what she ordered. And I told the server the whole story. And she agreed to let me serve her food. Now please note, I did not mess with her food. But the look on her face as I walked to the table with the food was priceless. Even better, as I said, who had the stuffed shells? And I placed that dish in front of her. And she looked horrified. I didn't mess with her food, but oh, she thought I did. She barely ate her meal. Mwahaha. You gotta love it when it's chalked up to them only being able to speculate what might have happened. And they can't call you out on it because it's ridiculous to assume that they would mess with your food. I mean, they can, but it will cause a whole scene and it will lead to nowhere because obviously OP didn't. It was all intimidation and it worked out beautifully. That's not your car, lady. So this happened around 2008. My buddy Brock had gotten out of the military after 10 years. He'd started in the Marines but transitioned into the Army for the last 4 years before buying a house in Texas. When he got out, he did a variety of jobs before landing a gig with a repo service. He worked there for a year and had a lot of wild stories, but this one sticks out the most as he helped a fellow soldier get revenge on an evil ex. Brock was at the office speaking with his manager, whom I'll refer to as Karen. Now, this particular Karen had a lot of Karen-like qualities, but was a force for good if you can believe that. While they were talking, they see a young man enter the office. They immediately noticed he had 2 black eyes and an arm was in a sling. The young man, whose name I unfortunately never learned, but I'll call Ben, asked how hard it would be for them to help repossess his car. Karen called her daughter in, Karen Jr., and had her pour Ben a cup of coffee. Karen then asked Ben to tell her a story. Ben began with telling her that he had just returned from a deployment. He had been dating a local girl that lived outside of the famous Fort Hood, not a great idea by the way, before the deployment. Thanks to a previous deployment, he had managed to get himself a used black Dodge Charger, which was his baby. He further explained that shortly after buying the car, he had met the local girl, who, for the sake of the story, I'll call Morgan. Morgan was always asking to drive his car, but he would always decline. When he was getting ready for his deployment, Morgan repeatedly asked if she could borrow the car, but he kept saying no. After much needling, he relented, but on the condition that she take care of his apartment until he comes back from rest and relaxation leave. She agreed. Ben left for his deployment while Morgan took care of his place. When Ben came back for leave, he found his apartment immaculate. He pulled his car from storage, drove to Morgan's. He spent a few days with her before handing her the keys and heading to his home state to visit family before returning to his deployment. He returned again from his deployment and found nothing but trouble. When he walked into his apartment, he found a layer of dust on just about every surface. It was almost like no one had been there in months. When he checked his bedroom, he'd found his room had been torn apart. All of his drawers had been searched and upturned. He tried to call Morgan but never received an answer. He located his safe, which was hidden, and found it hadn't been touched. He then grabbed his spare key from the safe, called a buddy of his, and they went to Morgan's. As they pulled up to Morgan's, he saw a car there that he initially didn't recognize, but as they got closer, he realized it was his baby. Morgan had the car painted hot pink and put 24-inch spinners on it. He tried the key just to make sure, and the lights flickered as it unlocked. While his buddy laughed, Ben went to the front door and Morgan answered. He asked what happened to his car, and she responded, "It's my car now." Ben walked away and hopped in his hot pink mess. As he started it, 4 large dudes came out of Morgan's house, one with a baseball bat, and yanked Ben out of his car. They proceeded to beat the crap out of him in the driveway before his friend intervened, pulling his conceal and carry pistol on the group. He then took Ben to the hospital. I'm honestly not sure if the cops were called on this. I'd assume yes, but even then, Ben said his friend drove by Morgan's house a handful of times while he was in the hospital at random times, and the car was never there. Karen stared at Ben for a bit before asking for the paperwork. Ben handed it to her, and Karen had a smile form on her face. She then asked Ben for Morgan's phone number. Ben gave it, but wasn't aware of what was about to happen. Karen handed the phone to Karen Jr., who then dialed the number. Karen Jr. then began speaking to Morgan, telling her that they'd met at one of the local clubs and wanted to know if she was down to party that night. Apparently, Morgan agreed, and the plan was set. Brock parked his tow truck at the club and waited. Sure enough, Morgan showed up with the pink monster, parked it, and went inside with some girlfriends. Brock gave them 5 minutes before he stealthily drove up to the car and hooked it up. As he was pulling out with the pink monster, Morgan walked out of the club. She saw her car in the tow truck and began trying to flag Brock down, but he was already out of there. The next day, it was business as usual at the office when Morgan called. She was furious that her car was stolen by them and wanted it back. Karen, using her best customer service voice, told her if she had the registration, she could come pick it up. Morgan began screaming louder that she was gonna call the cops, at which point Karen sarcastically told her, "Please do," then hung up on her. As this phone call was going on, Brock happened to look out the window and saw Morgan standing next to a car in a vacant lot, throwing what appeared to be a temper tantrum. After Karen hung up, Brock watched her get in the car on the passenger side. Karen then looked out the window and had Brock verify it was her. She then began to smirk. Karen then proceeded to call the owner of the property Morgan and her friend were occupying. She told the owner about the car and asked if he wanted it towed. The owner okayed it. Brock then drove his truck over to the ladies in the car and introduced himself. They tried to explain that they were waiting for Morgan's boyfriend, but Brock insisted that they weren't allowed to park there. They argued and called him every name in the book. Brock then hooked up their car and lifted it partially off the ground, forcing the two to exit the vehicle. They tore into him until he showed them the tow order. While this back and forth was going on, Ben arrived at the office and Morgan saw him walk in. She ran to the office door and Brock proceeded to lower the car. When Brock went back to the office, all heck had broken loose. Morgan apparently tried to snag the keys back from Ben, but he pocketed them. She began to hit him in his hurt arm and warned Ben that she'd call her friends to finish the job if she didn't get her keys back. Karen Jr. had already called the cops at this point, and Brock got in between Ben and Morgan, even telling Morgan to try hitting him to find out what would happen. Morgan then tried to play the pity card and said she only wanted the keys to get her laptop out for school. Karen asked Ben to hand the keys over to Brock so he could grab the laptop. Brock retrieved the laptop from the car, and as he was handing it over, she rushed to aggressively grab it, but knocked it from Brock's hands. Completely furious at this point, Morgan accused Brock of dropping the computer on purpose and threatened to sue. The cops then arrived and Morgan began her sob story again, telling the police that they stole her car. The police questioned Karen, and Karen gave her casual smirk while asking if they wanted to see the security videos. The police watched and listened as Morgan punched Ben several times and heard the threats she made about sending her friends after him. The police then turned to Morgan, who had turned ghost white at this point. She tried to back her way to the door, but the police stopped her. They proceeded to ask about the car, Ben's injuries, and who she planned on sending after him. She initially denied everything, but they already had the evidence on her beating him up. She was arrested and Ben got his car back. After the cops left, Ben admitted he didn't want to be seen in a car that looked like it was advertising Pepto-Bismol and planned on trading it in for a GTO. We later heard through the grapevine that the 4 guys who beat up Ben were arrested. Morgan had ratted them out. Brock had a few more stories, but none of them were nearly as good as this one. So, in your guys' honest opinions, after hearing that story, how long do you think this Morgan lady should be locked up for? Because that was a lot of pure, unadulterated BS. Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by I Am a Lunatic. Older brother called me dumb? We're in the same class now. When I, 14-year-old female, was younger, my older brother told me that I was stupid and dumb because I was a grade lower than him. He's 13 months older and just told me he was smarter. Just the average thing a sibling can say to annoy another sibling. And it annoyed me so much, to the point where I spent an entire year studying and getting good grades. Eventually, at the end of the school year, I was told my grades were amazing and that I would be moved up. So, first day of school, we are in the same class, and I walked up to him and went, "Who's dumb now, a-hole?" And he just laughed and high-fived me. Now he gets annoyed when I bring it up. And I am so proud of myself. Now I'm in year 11 and the youngest one in my year, and we're graduating at the same time, whether he likes it or not. I will never regret being this petty. You know, when I hear these kinds of stories, it's usually about how a sibling plays a game so incredibly hard so that they can beat their older sibling's score. It's not every day that you hear a younger sibling was so bothered by a comment that they worked so hard in school they got to skip a grade just to be on the same level as their older sibling. That is next level. This next story is by Lost Soul Underground. I will take a picture and send it to you. This happened this week. On mobile, so sorry in advance. I am an aircraft engine mechanic, and this week we were attaching several engines to a wing. I had never done this aircraft before, so I was to assist. My lead told me to get into the instructions and read up on what we needed to do. After looking for it for several minutes, I sent him a text and asked what publications it was in. This is where the condescending comments started coming in. The final one, including a picture of the section heading to, "Give me a hint so I can figure it out." The comments did not get better once I meet back up with him and the other lead. My lead was especially proud of his comment with the picture because he kept bringing it up and bragging about it. Finally, the petty revenge. Several minutes later, we realized that our parts kit was missing items. So the 2 leads and myself started searching for the part numbers in the publications. As the time passed, they became increasingly more frustrated. Finally, I ended up finding the parts first and told them that I had found it. Both of them said, "Finally," and went to look at my screen, where I promptly turned the screen away and said, "No, I will take a picture and send it to you. That way you can learn to find it on your own." The look on their faces was priceless. The cherry on top was when my lead said loudly, "Well, I told you what section it was in." Then I got to explain to everyone that he had the wrong section and I found it in an entirely different one. In the end, we both laughed about it, but dang did it feel good. I think if you want to stoop to such petty levels with people, it's not too surprising when you receive the petty attitude in return. I'm just glad that in the end there were good spirits about it. Our next story is by Dirty Pig 796. Don't yell at employees, then litter. My husband and I were at Starbucks, our usual Starbucks, getting our usual. It was busy as it's brunch time and we waited for a bit, no problem. This wild Karen appears claiming there are too many people in the store and she wants her food now. This Starbucks also has a drive-thru. She's screaming at these teenagers about how they aren't in compliance and she's going to call the city about it. I screamed at her, "You could always go through the drive-thru," but she didn't hear me. We left the store and ate in the car. 30 seconds later, Karen gets in her SUV and starts to take her gloves off and throws them on the ground of the parking lot. I see this and think, absolutely not. I got out of my car, picked up the gloves and put them under her wiper blade as she's trying to back out. Take your crap with you, Karen. Honestly, I'm all for these kinds of actions. Unfortunately, you'll probably get pretty hostile reactions out of it, but if people are tossing their trash down on the ground, there's nothing more satisfying than seeing somebody pick that up and tossing it right back into their window. Take your trash with you, it's basic human decency. And our final story of the day is by Hollis Ray. Won't fix potholes after raising rent? Fine. My dad told me this story yesterday and figured y'all would get a kick out of it. This story takes place in the late 70s when my dad, 22, was living in an apartment complex. The complex had massive potholes, one that could swallow a car. After many complaints from the tenants to get the potholes fixed, the apartment complex decided to do something about it. They notified everyone, saying that rent would be raised so that they could cover the costs of fixing all the potholes. That's already frustrating, but my dad was fine with it as long as they fixed the roads. Well, they never fixed the potholes. Also, the parking spot that was closest to my dad's and a fellow tenant's apartments was occupied by an abandoned truck. It was obviously abandoned and several people, including my dad, complained to the complex to get it towed. Well, they never did anything about the truck. So my dad and some fellow angry tenants decided to take matters into their own hands. They found the biggest pothole in the complex, broke into the truck, moved it to the pothole, then flipped it upside down into said pothole. The cab was in the pothole and the bed was hanging out. To finish it off, they made a sign that read, "Beware of potholes," and placed it on top of the upturned truck. Well, while I personally don't agree that this is the best way to deal with it, it must have been pretty effective to have the owners of the apartment complex show up and see a truck overturned in a giant pothole. And that said, that must have been a big pothole. If you can fit the bed of a truck into it, I don't think it counts as a pothole, I think it counts as an actual hole. Hopefully they started taking people seriously and actually fixing the potholes after that. Or maybe they just spent all the raised rent money on getting the truck out of there after all that. You picked on the wrong underdog, guy. Someone just linked me to the sub, and oh boy, do I have a story for you guys. I'm still proud of this to this day. A few years ago, I was working in a job I really enjoyed with a team I really gelled well with. There were about 5 of us working on the same portfolio of projects in different roles, and every single team member was just cream of the crop, incredibly good at what they do. I can't overemphasize how satisfying it was to work with such an incredibly competent, likable group of people. In this job, instead of getting the Sunday night blues, I would get excited thinking about the work I would be doing the next day and planning how we would solve the complex problems together. It was like a series of logic puzzles. Yes, I realize I'm a huge nerd. I promise I also had a life outside of work. The one downside, there's always a downside, to this job was Steve. Steve was not in the supervisory line for me or any of my team members, but he was about 3 levels above us and very senior. He'd been there for years and was tight with the senior leadership. Steve was also a mega creep. He said extremely inappropriate things to young women in the office, and he apparently wasn't adverse to being handsy. Though as far as anyone knew, that was as bad as it had gotten. The women in the office all knew to steer clear of him. My first week on the job, the Whisper Network made sure I knew, never be alone with Steve. Sexual harassment is difficult to document, and no one wanted to risk their career and put a target on their back going after a big guy like Steve, so he just got away with it for years. So for a couple of years, I followed this advice. There were a few instances of Steve saying incredibly uncomfortable things to me in passing, but for the most part, I managed to avoid him. Then I found out that my teammate Rob had gotten on Steve's radar. For context, Rob is non-neurotypical and has some minor tic-ish behavior. He's also shy and easily spirals into social anxiety when put in uncomfortable situations. So one evening at our team's informal weekly happy hour after work, Rob lets it slip that Steve's been giving him a hard time. The rest of us are like, whoa, wait, what? Because Steve never interacts with the staff at our level, except to creep on women, and we basically make Rob tell us everything. Basically, for the last few weeks, Steve has been bullying Rob, making fun of his tics and mimicking his way of speaking back to him. He's also been asking Rob how he can possibly be competent to do his job and implying he's a pity hire. Once he called them the R word. It's clear Steve is seeking out Rob for this because, again, there's really no reason for him to interact with our team. Rob has been having horrible anxiety over the situation and has had bad insomnia and stomach issues since Steve started targeting him. And not that it bears repeating, but just to reiterate, Rob is a freaking beast at his job and a genuinely good guy. At this point, I'm seeing red. We all were. We tell Rob to go to HR, that his neurological issues put him in a protected ADA class, that he could get Steve in big trouble. Rob panics and says he can't do that, begs us not to tell anyone at work, and says he wishes he hadn't said anything. We assure him we won't say anything if that's what he wants, but we're all very distressed. I leave the bar fuming, just thinking, okay, that's it. Freak you, Steve. You're going down. I can't tell anyone about what's happening to Rob because I promised him as much, so I start my own paper trail. I start baiting Steve. And I don't mean I behave in any suggestive manner or lead him on, I just stop avoiding him, and I even initiate contact myself. I IM him through the company's IM system, very professionally and politely asking if a big client will be staying on through the next project cycle, and the floodgates open. He starts sending me outrageously sexual IMs. I mostly don't respond, but I occasionally keep him going by sending extremely literal responses to his innuendo-laden questions or pretending not to understand something suggestive he's saying. Sometimes when he clarifies, I'll outright say, "This isn't appropriate," or "This is making me uncomfortable," or "Please don't say things like that, Steve." But he steamrolls right over me. During this time, I've also been seeing him more in person around the office, and he often says gross stuff to me in person as well. A lot of it not just inappropriate, but bizarre and nonsensical.
Is it legal to have a butt like that in that skirt?
Lol, what? Every time this happens, I immediately go back to my desk and write down what he said, the date and time, and the names of any witnesses. After about a month and change of this, I compile my creep journal with printouts of the IM conversations and take them to my HR rep. I ask to file a sexual harassment complaint against Steve. As soon as the words "sexual harassment" leave my mouth, my rep instantly gets the head of HR and 2 other reps, and they go through my evidence with me and ask me a ton of questions. The head of HR assures me they'll take my complaints very seriously and asks if I know of any women around the office who have had similar issues with Steve. I'm able to give them several names. They send me on my way, and 2 weeks later, my rep formally reaches out to me and lets me know Steve has been let go. Much jubilation is had around the office. It took a couple of months for me to piece together the whole story, but basically after my complaint, HR started following up with the names I gave them, both the witnesses to my in-person encounters with Steve and the other women he'd harassed. They corroborated what I told HR, and then through them, word started spreading around the office that HR was conducting a sexual harassment investigation against Steve. This emboldened at least 15 different women who had been biting their tongues about Steve for ages to come forward and tell their own Steve stories. The worst story was from a junior staff member who Steve had sexually assaulted at a company party the year prior. During all of this, IT had been asked to go through Steve's emails and IMs, and this had not only been used to validate my printouts as legitimate, but IT had found a ton of additional incriminating stuff in Steve's correspondences. Somewhat frustrating, Steve received an extremely generous severance package as part of his termination. But on the bright side, word got around the industry quickly. and Steve was poison at that point. No company would touch him with a 10-foot pole. The last time I thought to snoop on his public social media pages, he was listing himself as an independent consultant in our industry, which I seriously doubt he's actually doing, and based on his public Facebook page, he's doing a couple of MLMs, so that should kill off whatever savings he has in short order. I don't work with Rob anymore, but I did recently attend his wedding. He's extremely happy with his new wife, who is a sweet and lovely woman, and he's doing really well in his career. So to me, hearing this and how big it was, severance and letting Steve go, way too easy for Steve to get off. Do you agree with me that Steve should have some kind of legal action properly done against them? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Oregon Lost, beat a Craigslist scammer at his own game. So I was hunting for a rental house for the Valentine's Day weekend and wasn't finding much. So I popped into the local Craigslist page and found a place at a decent but very believable price. No contact info or website, so I emailed through the Craigslist relay. Everything sounds legit up until he asks me to pay using Zell or bank transfer. Immediately knew it was a scam, but I played along acting confused because I'd never used Zell. He sends me the Zell info to send the payment. At this point, I reverse image search the cabin and find the actual property owner info and call them. He confirmed that he has had this scam happen before and angry people show up expecting a rental that is already legitimately reserved and demanding a refund. I give him the links and info to the fake Craigslist posting so he can report it. So now I have confirmed that this is 100% a scam, so I decide to have a go at this guy and see how far I can get. After a few more confused sounding emails regarding how to get the money to him over Zell, I send him the request, but instead of paying him, I sent it as a request for payment. I send a few more messages saying it is not going through, and then I get a notification saying a payment has been received. Sure enough, he approved my payment request and sent me the money he was trying to get me to send him. So I had over $400 sitting in my Zell account from a guy in Nigeria who was trying to scam me out of my romantic weekend. I definitely wouldn't want to get too involved personally trying to steal whoever Nigerian person's money is, but I definitely think it's good that OP did their part to shut down this scam. This next story is by Psychopaths. Insult my friend and he gets you and your bosses fired. I heard this story 12 or so years ago from a classmate in college. This story happened in the late 90s. He worked at a corner store with a sandwich shop in it. It was a corporate-owned chain and not a franchise-type deal. He worked in the deli on the third shift. The store would close from 12 p.m. till 4 a.m. and there would only be 2 people there from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. He was only there for about 6 weeks, but had worked in food service for years. He knew all the rules, regulations, and laws relating to food prep and storage. When he started, he noticed that they didn't follow them all that well and were not receptive to any mention of changing that. Things came to a head after he went to his shift manager about how the food was way too old to be safe to eat. His manager, fed up with him at this point, told him to freak off and that if he didn't like how they did things, he should quit. And he said it sprinkled with personal insults. He decided to finish out the shift as normal and return the next day with a small disposable camera and document everything. He then quit at the end of that shift and went home and got the pictures developed. He then made 2 phone calls while they were being developed. First, he called the state regulatory agency that was in charge of food safety in restaurants, and the second was to the corporation's HR hotline. He knew that if he just called the company, they might write him off as a disgruntled employee and not do anything, but knowing that photographic evidence was being sent to the state would get a response. And boy, did it get a response. The state took 3 weeks to get around to checking the place out. But within 3 hours of calling the company, the area manager showed up, and within 5, an inspector from corporate showed up. It resulted in the store temporarily closing, all the management staff being fired, and some of the longer-term employees being fired as well. Food safety is the #1 thing when working in any kind of restaurant, obviously. I have nothing but respect for the people that put the safety of customers first and report places that do these kinds of shady things. Nobody wants to get sick or, God forbid, seriously ill because they ate something that's way too old or safe to be being served. And our final story of the day is by Lulu Loopy. She ruined a surprise party on purpose. This happened when I was a kid. I was just reminded of it. I was about 11 and my grandmother was about to turn 75. Our family is pretty scattered around, but we made a trip every year to see her in the summer while she was alive and have a family reunion. Now this particular year, my mom, who is Granny's daughter, suggested we all return the month after the family reunion for her birthday and a family dinner. My mom's brother and her niece, not that brother's daughter, but daughter to her dead brother, immediately jumped all over the plans. They invited half the town and it turned into a massive surprise party, excluding my mom from the plans. My mom said nothing in the plans continued. We went for the usual scheduled trip and the family reunion. We returned next month in time for the party. It was much bigger than intended, and I kept noticing my mom had this cat that ate the canary smirk on her face the entire time. We stayed in town about a week to spend time with her, and when we were all leaving, one of my aunts remarked that we really surprised Granny. It was then my mom started cackling like the Wicked Witch of the West. It turns out that when we were there previously, my grandmother was sad that we were leaving. She told my mom that she didn't want everyone to leave until my mom took the opportunity to tell her, "Don't be sad, we're coming back in a few weeks for your birthday. Don't tell anybody. It's supposed to be a surprise, but they're throwing you a massive party." She told her the location, all the details, and everyone who was going to be there, including my uncle, whom she didn't see often. After telling us all the story and telling us to shut up after we complained, my aunt asked why she'd ruin the surprise on purpose. She just grinned and said, "Because her brother and her niece had no business ruining my plans." I definitely can't be too upset about that because the granny was sad everybody was leaving. They wanted to spend more time with everybody. So the mom being able to give reassurance and say that everybody is going to be back and we're going to have a big old party must have really helped to bring the granny's spirits up, and that's important, right? I think the more everybody thinks about it for a little bit, the more they'll realize that it was an okay thing to do, let alone that it ruined their big old massive surprise party. Farm folk versus city crew. Hello all, my nieces and nephews have decided I, as the cool auntie, must master this thing called Reddit with stories of my youth. I hope you all enjoy seeing the story written out as much as they've enjoyed hearing it over the years. To start the story, I need to explain a bit about where it happened. My grandfather owned a 150-acre plus forest campground property with over a dozen buildings on the property. These buildings ranged from the common rooms, ceremony hall, barn, 18 different cabins, and a few other buildings one might find on a beautiful campground. This was used as a venue for all sorts of company retreats, wedding events, camps, or getaways. Anytime a camp was run that was using horses, my grandpa enlisted the help of the grandkids. He had gotten his fill of screaming and shouting kids or excitedly shrieking women or men who thought they knew best when it came to horses by the time I came along. One event happened when I was about 11 years old. I was helping out with the Girl Scouts guided tour on one of the trail rides when I noticed the smell was wrong in the air. I had us all turn back while the den mother tried to harp on about how I was cutting their trail short. I lied and said one of the horses had a bad limp and we needed to turn back right away. All of the girls were worried about the horse in question, and the rider offered to walk next to her horse all the way back. I said he'd be okay, but we needed to turn back now. Well, when we made it out of the thick forest trail, where the trees weren't blocking us in, we could see what made me and the horses so uneasy. Smoke. Loads of smoke was coming up the mountain. The worst place for a fire to be is under you on the mountain. I knew the property. I had grown up riding and climbing all over it. I ordered everyone to give their horse their head and let them bolt back to the barn. The barn had a large open area that was just plain dirt. It would last until we could get them down to the fire station. I let everyone ride hard past me. These girls were barely clinging to their horses, and I was worried that someone might fall off if I was completely honest. Well, we made it back to the arena without any real issues. A lot of the girls were crying. One of my older brothers assured us that everything was all right and told the girls that they would be earning a few extra badges today. They'd sign off on them and everything, which got the girls to brighten up a lot. Now, the fire hadn't spread too far onto Grandpa's property just yet. I knew of the large water tanks, had to join in cleaning them before, but I never understood how exceptional the water tanks really were. That day, I got to see my grandpa's water storage almost choke an entire forest fire. The 5 small tanks, 30,000 gallons, were accessed at key spots with the fire department. The 3 medium tanks, 65,000 gallons, were put onto a sprinkler system that absolutely soaked everything on the property, turning it to a thick mud. Even the gravel and cement pathways were covered in mud. However, the 2 large tanks, 120,000 gallons, were being used with the firefighting helicopters. To a child, it felt like you were in the middle of a war zone. I was scared as I tried to keep the Girl Scouts and the horses calm when the firecopters flew overhead to refill the main large one. By the end of it, the fire was out, the Girl Scouts got 5 badges ranging from fire safety to leadership, and everyone was safe. The cleanup for the fire took 2 weeks, a lot of pressure washing, and a lot of back-breaking labor. Now, on to the main reason I'm here, to tell the story of Pro Revenge. On Grandpa's property, there were beautiful trails, a gorgeous vista that had almost no light pollution, and plenty of reasons to hike, explore, and book us for events. Grandpa was protective of these venue spots because if he allowed people to walk freely, people wouldn't pay for the use of them. So he made sure to follow the letter of the law, marking it as private property, and would chase people down if they violated it. One person in town hounded Grandpa for use of the property for free because Grandma attended the church. She demanded Grandpa give them free use of the property for every book study, every little event. However, she wanted to charge an admission that would go right back into the church that her husband was one of the pastors to. To say Grandpa did not enjoy this money-grubbing woman was an understatement. He wasn't a churchgoer, but to keep the peace with his wife's church, he would host free events once a year or so for this church's youth. A free event to come up, be fed for a 3-day weekend, interact with the horses, go on trail rides and go fishing in the river or in the big pond on the property. He would host 3 a year for the children in the valley, depending on their age. He would also enlist his kids and grandkids to help out with the events to save on costs of running them. Well, after doing this for 5 years, it came out when I went to the church that she had been charging families almost $300 for the sake of going to the church. I had gone with my oldest brother, who they assumed was my dad, and tried to sell him on the event. My brother's face went red and he asked for further confirmation on the dates and the event itself. He agreed to think about it, and the woman went on to badger another family. They offered sponsorships that allowed the kids to go up for a discount too. She was squeezing every last penny out of her fellow churchgoers. My brother and I had been there to talk to the head pastor, not this woman's husband, about him visiting our grandmother since she was bedridden due to her old age. Mid-sermon though, my brother stood up after whispering to another woman to ask if the one hosting the service was the husband to that woman or not. When she had confirmed that he was, my brother stood up. This was not our church. No one here knew us. My brother had a voice that could fill up a space while talking at a normal tone, so when I heard him suddenly speaking after standing, I was surprised myself. You can imagine the look on over 200 people's faces as a stranger stood up and interrupted a sermon. My brother said, "I'm surprised you're able to stand up on that stage and speak of honesty to these people. You and your wife are crooks and thieves. You've been stealing from them for who knows how many events. I'm curious how far down the rabbit hole your theft goes." The pastor said, "Excuse me, sir, what are you talking about?" "My grandfather runs the horse camp all the kids are attending this coming weekend. He's never charged any of the kids or their families a cent for using it. He knows how hard it is to attend fancy camps. He had to pay for all of his kids. He hated having to come up with so much money all the time. He hosts a free event for the kids. His grandkids help him to run the event. I should know. I'm the stable master during the event." You could have heard a pin drop. The pastor's face turned a few shades of red, and then a woman stood up a few rows back from us. The woman said, "What do you mean, he doesn't charge?" The woman looked ready to breathe fire, and I noticed this woman had 5 children with her. She looked ready to start a riot as my brother nodded. My brother said, "My granddad knew firsthand how hard it was to come up with funds and how much going to different places affected his kids and helped them grow. He pays for their food, he lets them use the horses, has his family teach them about horses, and, hey Daniel, remember me?" One of the older kids had been staring at my brother from this woman as he confirmed that my brother worked at the event. Everything broke out into screaming and shouting at that point, and it took us hours to sort everything out. The pastor's wife had gone missing during this screaming match. It came to light the pastor thought his wife, who headed the organization, would give all the funds off to my grandpa. She never put them into the church even. Things got a little crazy as everyone realized she was gone and the weight of the scam she'd pulled off on them. Each event hosted around 20 to 25 children. People would donate money to help get the kids of families with less funds there too. So we're not sure how much under the table money was given for that goal, but we do have an estimate on how much she got away with. $105,000 was the estimate she got away with before vanishing into the night. To say it was confusing was an understatement for me. I just wanted to go back home and keep an eye on the horses. My oldest brother's fury was nothing compared to anger my grandpa felt. He was so angry about all of it and only allowed the head pastor to come up and visit his wife, no one else. He was bitter, but at his wife's request, he wouldn't let his bitterness affect the kids. We hosted the events as planned, and Grandpa's bitterness grew as we went from having 25 as our max to almost 50 per session. Every bed was filled in the camp beds, every bunk stuffed, and all of our hearts felt raw. I was a kid and I felt cheated, but I refused to let that show trying to follow Grandpa's example. I failed miserably a few times, I'm sure of that, but I did try. Well, now we're on to the revenge part of the story. All of the above happened in the lovely era of internet is a thing, how new? Grandpa had his venue listed in the yellow pages, if that dates us at all. I had turned 20, and Grandma's health, which had been in steady decline over the past few years, had really crashed hard. Her end was getting close. Grandpa asked me to help with her and the events going on because he was in no way ready to visit with people at all. So I balanced taking care of her needs and Grandpa's needs with running the venue through the booked events. On the website we had, I removed all the information and wrote a message that stated, due to current conditions, only previously booked events are on the schedule. Thank you. We'll be up and running after the events conclude. It was the nicest way I could think to put, my grandparents aren't able to handle people at the moment, please leave us all alone. Well, while in with the pastor in town after tending to things for almost 5 months, my truck broke down. Unfortunately for me, the auto shop needed a part from another city and it would take a few days to get there. I asked a family member if he could tow me to the shop over there, and he offered to have his wife drop off their car so I could get back to work with Grandma and he'd take care of my truck. I politely refused. I desperately needed a break. Even just a ride to another town 30 minutes away would get me away from the suffocating feeling with them. They agreed and took me over to get my truck fixed. Now, the shop owner said it would be about 3 hours to fix it and I could wander around town. I told my family member I was good, he could head out and I'd call if I needed more help. He gave me a hug and told the auto shop he'd pay for the repair. I needed a break and I appreciated that. Family helps family is our family creed. So I got to wander around a town I never really got to, trying to find a good place to get some food for lunch. When I made it to a restaurant, I noticed a very well-made flyer in a window. It talked about an upcoming meteor shower and how beautiful it was going to be. It reminded one about how the next town over's light pollution was going to eclipse the beauty of God's sparkling show. It talked about an event being held up on the mountain, where parking would be $20 for a breathtaking view of the sky, weather permitting. I smiled a little as I read the flyer and then did a double take. The flyer was boasting about a certain vista. A vista only available on Grandpa's land. I wrote down all the info on the flyer and told myself I would call as soon as possible. I went into the shop to get food and wondered if I had messed up and completely forgotten an event or not. Well, turned out I hadn't when I got home and double-checked everything. We had parking for maybe 40 cars max, so I was curious where the cars would be parked. I decided to call with an out-of-state cell phone thanks to an uncle and aunt who were visiting Grandma when I got back with my truck. The host says, "Hi, how can I help you?" I say, "Hi, I found your flyer." Oh my gosh, it sounds like so much fun. I mean, the stars in town are like 1000% better than anything in my area. Are they really so pretty up on the mountain? Oh yes, it's one of the best places to watch the stars in our area. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. But like, I'm worried about how many people are going to be going. Like parking us. My car's not going to like, I don't know, end up with dirt on it, is it? Oh, no worries about that. We have premium parking for $40, but the $20 is parking in a pasture. The entrance fee is by car. Do we need like another type of fee? Oh yes, a $5 fee per person will also be needed. Make sure to bring cash for parking and your entrance fees will have food carts too. I was shaking at this point in anger at this woman. I had checked the schedule and I knew no event was going to be happening. The campground had been abandoned a bit. All of the horses moved to my cousin's place at the base of the mountain, and I was taking care of Grandma and Grandpa at their cabin on another property on the same mountain, closer to the hospital and all. Alright, I'll be there. Thanks so much. I hung up after the goodbyes and started to shake in anger. I knew the property was closed down and we'd had issues with someone breaking into the property. I had been trying my best to manage the events, the venue, and Grandma and Grandpa. I had. She had mentioned that a pasture would be parking for everyone, and I wondered which one it would be. Then I realized it was time for the soil to be tilled and smoothed for the horses. I also realized something that I could do that would be wonderfully evil. I asked my visiting family if they wouldn't mind keeping an eye on Grandma and Grandpa, and I sped off to visit a family member. This particular man had married one of Grandma and Grandpa's daughters and adored the family and worked as a part of the fire department for our area. I came in with all the information I had and told him my plan. I signed the documents and he put the information away at the back of a drawer and gave me the okay to go with my plan. I tilled the pastures. All of them. I churned up the dirt and then smoothed it out, making it look like such an inviting slab of land to park on. I then left all of the gates wide open. I didn't want anyone breaking locks, and I knew that this was going to happen one way or another. Now, if you've ever tilled the soil, you know the ground is soft. That's what plants need in order to grow. Hard soil will kill your plants almost as fast as overwatering or crows. The day before the event, I was in the main parlor getting some water when I noticed a car coming up. They sped up and who stepped out but the pastor's wife I'd seen all those years ago and another woman from the same church. It dawned on me that this was a con they were using and I wondered how many times they'd used the campgrounds before. I saw red. I hid and watched as they knocked on doors, checked all over the place for any signs of life, and then started to talk excitedly as they sped off. I made sure my grandparents were well looked after as I kept lurking in the campgrounds and waiting. They came back the next day, the day of the event, and brought a line of porta pots, a hand washing station, and a few food vendors that got set up. They turned on the footlights to the wedding vista and I felt my blood just about boil. I could have called the cops then for trespass, but I had a much bigger plan in my mind for these nasty women. I waited until I saw cars lining the pastures. 3 pastures worth of cars. The driveway crammed so tight with cars that I was amazed at how many fit. The gravel drive was even being used and so was the cement area by the barn. I hadn't realized how big this event was really going to be and instantly started to worry about my plan. There were so many people. But I had followed the letter of the law with help from my family. I had posted the private property and the closed for maintenance signs up all over the place. I was so nervous as I saw so many people going up the path, but resolved that my plan was foolproof. When the food vendors turned off their lights, I knew it was time. Everyone was blocked in and up at the vista. I started with the pastures. That lovely soil plus the sprinkler system quickly became a muddy sinkhole that stuck all the cars up to the tires or doors. I went all out. I turned on every fire sprinkler on the property. I knew the vista was getting a proper soaking too. Everything was. I had started with the pastures first, and with sprinklers that could douse a fire, it did everything I remembered as a child. It flooded the pastures, it made the driveways impassable, it washed out part of the road for anything other than off-roading trucks or vehicles. With over 100 cars in the pastures, I was gleeful as I heard people coming down the path. I shut off the sprinklers after 10 minutes while everyone tried to figure out what was going on. People were calling the police, emergency services, screaming and confusion everywhere. The two women's car I had taken great delight in letting the air out of the tires of and adding extra water under. The car was sunk pretty deep. Well, my work was done. I hiked out and down a hill and left to go back into town. The police made it up by the time I'd already gotten back to Grandma and Grandpa's place. I was found there, and family vouched that I had been up there the entire night when the police showed up. I explained to the police I wouldn't be caught up on the campground tonight, especially not with a fire safety test going on. We were to test the water tank's pressure by running them on an automatic timer for 10 minutes and then measuring the water missing from the tanks in a few days when things settled and were passable. They wanted to know about the event, and we said we weren't hosting any events at all. Why would we when we told the police department almost a month prior the campground was closed until further notice? The two women who had hosted the event were caught and charged with trespass and a whole mess of other things, including reckless endangerment. The firemen produced the permit too, to test the fire tanks. After all, they were paramount to the running of the fire department. They had 2 helicopters that would fill at those stations after all, and they needed to make sure that each pump could push out 100 gallons per minute after all. The women had to pay for tow services, damage the towing caused to the property, hotels and inns for the people who were stranded and didn't have someone else to come pick them up, and a ton of legal fees. The woman from the church had been wanted for her previous crimes and had been living at this woman's house, helping her to run similar scams all over the country by using out-of-season abandoned properties for their scams. I don't have too much information on the end of it all because, unfortunately, at the time it was wrapping up, Grandma passed away. I do know that all profits from the scams had been sunk into fixing the damages and repaying for the crimes. It cost a lot to dig out the cars that got stuck in the mud. So considering how much they stole from Grandpa and their family, how long do you think these women should be locked up for? Years? Decades? Longer? Let me know in the comments down below. Personally, I think it would be a very long time. Company A screwed me, so I helped the federal government to screw them back 10 million plus times worse. This was back in 2015. I had recently been let go from my previous gig. My dad had just been diagnosed with cancer, and due to my less than killer performance in channel partner sales, they needed me to start working weekends. Of course, this was a non-starter with my dad being sick, so we shook hands and went our separate ways. No hard feelings, but now I'm out of work. Crap. A month or two later, I was offered a great job with a large company that was a sizable bump in pay and a much better title. So of course I accepted, but I had to move across the country to take this job. But it was worth it, and Dad seemed to be on the mend and the cancer seemed to be in remission, so I felt okay with moving away. At the time, I lived about 30 minutes away from my parents. The new company was a massive short-term lending company with over 1,000 locations across the US and was the leader in payday loans, title loans, etc. I didn't love the idea of working for one of these types of companies, but I figured people make poor financial decisions all the time, and no one is forcing them to take the loan, and they likely understand what they are getting into. Important note. My job at Company A was basically to line up partnerships to help drive referrals to us from people looking for loans, but didn't qualify for a real bank loan, etc. I quickly ramped up the monthly revenue to 1 mil plus a month in just a few months being there. Everyone was nice, seemed like a good gig, except for one ex-army a-hole who I'll call Sergeant A-hole. who would make snarky comments about everyone, watch the clock, and report you to HR if you came in at 9:05 a.m. instead of 9 a.m., leaving at 4:45 p.m., not 5 p.m., etc. You get the picture. Part of my job was to audit the third-party applications to verify the loans that occurred, and the loan balance/amount to calculate the referral commission for the affiliates. Basic due diligence. But I had to look at the contract for the loan they signed and the accompanying terms and conditions, and that's when I started seeing red flags left and right. People on welfare or social security taking loans against their car title with payment terms they would never be able to pay back. Old ladies taking out a personal loan against their social security payments to help pay for their grandkids' school books, etc. Just heartbreaking scenarios. Having a background in business finance and business law from college, I knew they were royally screwed the moment they signed that contract and would eventually lose their only car through repossession, be forced to sign over social security checks to make due on the loan, as they unfortunately agreed to that in the contract. Just awful things. I started bringing this up to any exec or leader that would listen. They all said okay, but no change happened. I think we all felt super crappy as a group about this company deep down, but it's our livelihood. Around this point, my gut kept telling me to document this and keep it for some reason. I didn't know what I would do with it at the time, I just felt this urge to do so I did. I stayed and started collecting every bit of info I could find on them coercing people, even illiterate people, into signing the loan. I saw this in person multiple times, doing store audits, basically using sleazy used car salesman tactics to close the loan. Company A intentionally not explaining that the 28% interest is monthly, not annual, and you have to basically close the loan every month it's not paid in full and sign a new one every month with new interest, carry over from the previous balance, plus new fees, several hundred per new loan, basically every month. And overall, just taking full advantage of desperate, financially illiterate people, fully knowing they couldn't ever pay off the loan, and they would milk them for every dollar, then repo their car and sell it at auction, or threaten to make the past loan payments known to their employer and threaten to garnish wages. Just horribly crappy, mean-spirited business practices. I hated it and hated Company A and everyone in leadership that knew this was happening and basically said, "This is our business practices, it's legal." I knew full well it was not legal or ethical. I followed my gut instinct and had one of those mini handheld scanners and would print off every CFPB/federal violation I came across. I'd scan it and save it or compile it at home on an SD card. Fast forward a few months, my birthday is coming up and I had planned to take a week off to celebrate with my family back home. With my dad very sick at this point, I knew this was likely my last birthday with him. We had a blast, definitely top 5 family memories of all time. We lived it up and did everything we could think of together. The time comes to go back to work in the other state and I didn't want to leave but told my mom I will come back in a heartbeat when you need me to. I get back from PTO, the next day, Monday, mom calls, dad is in very bad shape. I run it by awesome boss, he says, don't talk, go home, come back when you're ready. Awesome, amazing guy with a huge heart. He will always have a special place in my heart for that response. He understood work was not important right now. For context, Sergeant A-hole was passed over for Awesome Boss's job and it was given to Awesome Boss instead. So from day one, Sergeant A-hole had it out for all of us, and he wanted that gig, and was determined to get it by any means necessary. Day 2, Tuesday, back home, Awesome Boss calls me, tells me he's been fired. Apparently, Sergeant A-hole complained to the CEO and COO about his lax approach to his team, letting me just leave without approval, etc. And now Sergeant A-hole is my boss, and Awesome Boss lets me know that Sergeant A-hole will probably fire me too once I get back. So wanted to give me a heads up with everything else I was dealing with, he just didn't want me to be blindsided. A number 1 guy. I stay through the funeral, then fly back to face the music. 10 minutes in, Sergeant A-hole calls me into his office, tells me I violated company policy by taking unapproved time off and that we needed to talk to HR. I explained what happened. Dad passed, funeral, mom is distraught, etc. He says, I'm sorry that happened, but company policy doesn't excuse that. The HR lady felt so bad that I had to be fired, by the COO nonetheless. I tell her I've only been here 4 months, and I spent all my savings relocating down here for the job. This really puts me in a difficult financial situation. She says she'll work hard to get me some severance as I don't qualify for unemployment yet, being there for just a few months. Sergeant A-hole chimes in,
Well, you wouldn't qualify anyways. You're being fired for non-compliance and excessive absences.
Okay, what the freak, dude? HR calls me on the phone the next day saying Sergeant A-hole contacted the COO to make sure I didn't get any severance. So now I'm broke, 5 months into a 12-month lease with no money and no job. I'm up crap creek without a paddle and without my go-to guy, my dad, in this situation. I had to sell most of my stuff, pack up, and move home to live with my mom. Now comes the righteous revenge. I tried to be civil, but the new boss and the exec team played dirty. The time of reckoning is now. I remembered my database of incriminating practices that violated CFPB guidelines, called up Awesome Boss to get his feedback and advice, and he wants to help. Now we have a team. We spent the next several weeks building a massive file to submit to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau for unfair and predatory lending practices by Company A, which we were somewhat complicit in, but both voiced our concerns, but we needed to make this right. We knew we had been part of this monster, and it's the least we should do to correct it. I gave everything I had to my awesome boss, now teammate, and we provided the CFPB everything I had seen in the brick and mortar locations, all the incriminating docs I had, and gave 2 detailed written statements of our concerns about Company A to the CFPB for their investigation under the condition of anonymity. We never heard back and assumed nothing would come of it, but we did our best to right this wrong we had participated in. Unknown to us, there were thousands of complaints against Company A by consumers, and Awesome Boss let me know he heard from them, and what we provided helped them build their case against Company A. Awesome Boss calls me about 5 months later, now early 2016, to let me know the CFPB called him and something is about to happen. This led to a fairly large consumer protection investigation into Company A, unknown to me and Awesome Boss at the time. But another several months passed. Didn't hear or see anything, so I figured that they hired some top-shelf lawyers and made it go away. That is, until June of 2016. While drinking coffee and applying for new jobs at my mom's house one morning, I was watching CNBC and hear Company A's name come up. I turn to watch and see that they are getting hit with huge fines, legal fees, and their business has to basically stop all business until the case is resolved. They ended up being levied almost $10 million in fines, over $20 million in legal fees, and lost out on about $50 million in revenue while the government pressed pause on their operation, all thanks to Sergeant A-hole, which I later found out from a previous coworker that Sergeant A-hole was fired and thrown under the bus for not reporting employee complaints to the exec team. But they knew full well. I told the COO multiple times what we were doing is probably illegal, but they made Sergeant A-hole the sacrificial lamb in this case. To this day, there are still tons of pending class action lawsuits and regional government actions against them. But it worked out well for me personally. Mom was so glad I was back home. She was having such a hard time without Dad around. They were married for 35 years. I took my downtime to learn a new career that pays much better, and I love my new career and post-Company A life. And it felt good to watch that cesspool of a company get their comeuppance on behalf of everyone they lied to, stole from, and screwed over. As Grandma always said, some turds stink and some float to the top. In the end, they all get flushed. I was very happy to see this floating turd get flushed. EPH 511 have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. And expose I did. So this is a really big question for you guys. If you were in OP situation and you had all this proof against this large 1,000 chain lending company, would you be brave enough to go forward with it to the proper channels and hope that the anonymity promised will stay true? Let me know if you would be able to face this company head on with just you and a coworker. I'd really like to hear your responses in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by It's Butta. I help a local screen printing shop earn the reputation it deserves. Story happened a few years ago in 2015. Never really thought of posting this here until now, but I suppose it fits. The setup. I was a screen printer. I accepted a new job at a different shop for $13 an hour. Slightly better wage than my old job, and the place was much nicer. Let's just call it Waldron Sports Center / Apparel. They operate out of a large space in a local mall featuring a sports / joke apparel shop, multi-purpose gym, and a single automatic press in the back where they printed their stuff. Two brothers, let's call them Jake and Jarrett, own the company. Jake does most of the on-site management as Jarrett's more busy with other careers. They're running a squeaky clean M&R Diamondback press and the shop's super well organized. It's very climate controlled, whereas my previous place was just a plain warehouse with no heat / AC whatsoever that would often surpass 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Schedule is perfect and paychecks are direct deposited every Friday too. Another huge plus. Obviously, I'm excited. First 2 weeks go fantastic. That second Friday, I get my first check. It seems short, but I started mid-pay period on sporadic hours, so whatever. 1 week later, and my next check is significantly larger, but it's off. I go to Jake and ask him about seeing my pay stubs. He tells me that all of that is handled through an outside company, but Jarrett should have gotten my login info by then. He'll be back on Monday. I asked the other printer there if that was normal with the pay stubs, and he said not really, but vouched for the two, saying they probably just forgot. First thing Monday, I go to Jarrett and ask about the pay stubs, who tells me that's actually Jake's responsibility to make sure I get the info I need. Okay, what the freak? So I go back to him and ask him about it, and he says that he'll call the company and get my login info ASAP. Suspicious, but not having much other option as I was already almost a month removed from my old job, I go to work. A little while later, he comes in and gives me the login info. We finish the job and take a quick break. I log in and check my pay stubs, and it turns out these guys are paying me $8.10 an hour instead of the $13 I was promised. Oh man, I'm livid. Obviously, I gotta confront Jake about this. Never been through this before, but I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here. I quickly Google conversation recording law. See, Ohio is a one-party consent state, meaning if I'm part of a conversation I record, it is both legal and admissible in court. So I set my phone to do just that, put it in my pocket, and go confront the dude. Hey, so I checked my pay stubs and you're only paying me $8.10 an hour. Would you like to tell me what's going on here? He looks kinda dumbfounded, shakes his head.
It's supposed to be $13 an hour.
Well, you've been paying me $8.10 and you owe me over $400.
Well, that's not supposed to happen. I'll call him and see what's up.
So I go back to the shop, stop the recording, and start setting up the next job to pass the time. I'm holding out hope that this is all just a misunderstanding, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Regardless, I gotta at least play ball while I follow through. Jake comes in and says, "We'll have your money fixed on your next paycheck." I say, "With back pay?"
Yes, it'll be on the check.
So I begrudgingly wait for the next week. I wake up Friday morning and check my bank account. And much to my not surprise at this point, another minimum wage check and another few $100s they owe me. So I decided to stay home that day. I get a text 15 minutes after the time I'm supposed to be there.
Hey, this is Jake, what's going on?
You just sent me another minimum wage check. You owe me $700. I'm not coming in until you pay me the money that you owe me.
Well, I was gonna write a check for the difference, but I accept your no-call, no-show. Thanks.
That's not how this works, dude. You still owe me $700 and now I have this text from you admitting it. No more responses. So I do as any millennial would and leave a negative review on their page and start commenting on every single post they have, which gets deleted immediately. I get a text from Jake.
You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Is your mother's address still correct?
I never told them any personal details about family or living situation, and this mother wants to assume while literally stealing what would be rent money. I say, cool, call them. They better have my check ready. The revenge. I had the dude cold. I basically have a concrete admission of guilt from text and audio evidence. Now I just gotta figure out what to do. I send a message to a troubleshooter reporter who made his career exposing these exact kinds of scams, and he tells me that without signing an employment contract, I'm pretty well screwed, and that maybe I can try small claims court, but that probably won't work out, and apologized for being unable to help. I looked both Jared and Jake Walden up in the local court of clerk websites just out of curiosity. Turns out, Jake's been sued multiple times for this exact thing and lost twice. And then it hits me. I'm in a band and have paid Facebook to promote posts advertising my concerts before. It's cheap and it generally gets some results, at the time at least. I created a Craigslist post detailing this exact story, and I included links to his and the company's court records as a centerpiece. I make a page on Facebook called Former Employee and make one single post. Avoid Waldron Sports Center and Apparel. Dishonest employer. I then sponsored the post. I put in $15 over the course of 10 days for ads, and I targeted them directly to people who liked their page, any of our local sports teams, screen printing, or the mall itself, who lived specifically within a few miles of their shop. Within a couple days, the post had been shared over 2,000 times. I got a message from him 4 days later begging me to take it down, and a check for every missing penny 2 days later. I went to the bank to cash it and told the two cashiers at the counter the story. We shared a laugh because both of them had seen the post that morning. I sent him a message saying, I got the money. Next time, don't try to scam somebody who's much smarter than you. That felt good. I continued to share my story anytime it was relevant to a public post. I guess he saw one a few months later, messaged me again and said, we already gave you the money, please stop. I told him, I gave you so many opportunities to do the right thing and you still went out of your way to be a piece of crap. You shouldn't have done that. Go freak yourself. That felt even better. I could definitely see this kind of strategy working very well for a sort of small community or a very well-contained community. If that Facebook advertising hits directly at that target demo, I'm sure a lot of eyes are going to see this very blatant calling out of this company. And if it seemed very legitimate to me, it probably would negatively affect my reception about this company. So it worked well for OP. It was a good strategy. Hippity hoppity, this is no longer your property to manage. After graduating college, my girlfriend and I moved to a new state where she was accepted into an engineering program. We found a lovely garden apartment style complex that advertised 100 megabytes per second internet speed included in the price among a few other amenities. When we met the property manager, he seemed strict but well-mannered, nothing out of the ordinary. Until we signed the lease. The first problem. Suddenly, walking into his office was not allowed without an appointment. I had to come by to ask a question, saw him browsing social media, and figured he was as available as he made himself to us when we first came by, unannounced, to view a model apartment. Nope. He refused to answer my question and asked me to make an appointment via email. The second problem. The terms of our lease included an attachment to complete within 48 hours of accepting the keys that details all discrepancies within the unit. We submitted the attachment via email around the 40th hour. The property manager responded that the terms recently changed from 48 to 24 hours, and since we had passed 24 hours, we would be held liable for all found damages. When citing our copy of the lease, which explicitly stated 48 hours, he informs us that we signed an outdated copy and would need to make an appointment to come by the office and sign a new lease. The third problem. The internet speed was not 100 megabytes per second as advertised. It was less than 15 megabytes off peak and about 5 megabytes per second on peak. We again contacted the property manager to complain, but were referred to make an appointment. The fourth problem. We made an appointment to address the previous 3 problems. During this meeting, and after I finished voicing our issues, the property manager leans forward and says,
There are other communities in this neighborhood that may be more accepting of people like you and your girlfriend. You're welcome to break the lease and leave.
People like you and your girlfriend. I had thought he was referencing our no-nonsense response to his nonsense. Daily communication, scheduling multiple meetings to address these issues, etc. But my girlfriend believed he was speaking towards our skin colors. Her, a black woman, and myself, a white man. My girlfriend jokingly told me to check my privilege before getting serious and explaining to me that we were experiencing discrimination at the very least. The solution. I did some research and discovered the property manager worked for a larger organization that owned several complexes throughout the country. I found their director of human resources on LinkedIn and made a connection. I then emailed her copies of all email correspondence, screenshots of the lease, pictures of the internet speed flags advertised by the road, and more screenshots of online speed tests. We further noted his comment and the implications behind it. The human resources director replied within a few hours and promised us she would look into the issue. About 2 days later, the property manager called and asked us to come by his office at our convenience. We showed up near the end of the day and sat down across from him. He then proceeded to ask us if we would be willing to write a letter stating we accepted his apology, despite not yet offering said apology, and in return he would credit us a month's rent, accept our damages attachment, and promise to have the ISP on site within a week to assess the internet issues. We declined. He got personal with us and revealed his job may be at stake and asked us to reconsider. My girlfriend leaned forward and said, There are other communities in this neighborhood that may be more accepting of people like you. You're welcome to leave. The property manager was replaced in a week with a super sweet older woman who not only gave us all the things the original property manager had promised, the 1-month credit, accepting the damages attachment, and then further scheduling maintenance to fix said damages, having the ISP assess and upgrade the internet to promised speeds, but she also made it clear her office was always open for anything we may need. I looked up the old property manager about a few months later on LinkedIn, still unemployed. So let me ask you guys something here. If tenants like this complained to the higher-up HR for the company that this property manager was actually being discriminatory against them, do you think if those claims could be verified, the HR should have just let this guy go to begin with rather than trying to allow him to even put an apology out? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Fweekin' Little. Give my hours to a new hire? I'll leave you with a store to close yourself, misfiled paperwork, and get you fired. This happened a couple months ago at an old employer. I worked at a supermarket in my state throughout high school and while in college in the United States, making $9 to start and only $10.50 at the end. The store had 1 store manager, 2 assistant store managers, 1 manager and assistant manager per department, which there were 9 departments. For 5 years, I worked every position there because who knew what hiring was, right? Understaffing was a regular here, so if a department needed closing and I worked, I had to close it. From stocking to register to manager's duties, everything was game. My biggest acknowledgements were being a bookkeeper, out terms of the person who keeps track of all the money, monitor, glorified cashier, basically wrangle the regular cashiers and divvy up cash drawers to each register, service desk, cigarettes, lottery, customers, BS, and store opener and closer. There were 5 people who knew bookkeeping, 2 other people besides me, and the 2 managers who ran the front end of the store. There were about 5 monitors who all needed to be trained on service desk as well. Every monitor and bookkeeper needed to know how to open the store and close it. For being a supermarket in a town with about 20,000 people, we were severely understaffed. I worked 12 to 16-hour shifts at least once a week because people would call off all the time. Keep all this in mind for later on. Backstory. I started working here at 16 in high school, originally as a stock person. 25-hour weeks eventually moved up to 35-plus-hour weeks. Moved up to register, then monitor, then service desk, and finally bookkeeping when I turned 18, now 21. The hours were always good, never had a week drop below 35 hours at least. But it all changed because of some Richard head. At the start of COVID-19, I was working while in college, so all these guidelines had to be followed. Everyone needed their toilet paper and hand sanitizer to keep COVID away. No biggie. On top of the guidelines, we also had been hiring a copious amount of people. This store had a history of training new hires with other people who have been working for maybe a month or so. So as you could guess, training was a disaster. But since COVID-19 had the store busy all the time, we needed more people. I wanted to train the people right away because I got sick of doing other people's jobs. In March, we had gotten 4 new hires to train for my position. Now these new hires needed training on the service desk. Easy, let them run it while I watched and helped out the best I could. Easiest way to get people to learn. Most of them needed training on here because there were 3 of us total at the time who could run it. After training everyone, 1 per shift at a time over 4 weeks, there were now 7 people now ready to freak up the world. But everyone who knew how to run the service desk needed training on monitor too. Guess who had to train everyone for another position? After another 4 weeks of BS, everyone got trained. Around this time was the end of May. This is where the juice begins. The juice. Starting in June, we had been starting to lay off the hours since COVID-19 started to slow down. Hours started to get cut from all the register people, from about 20 to 30 hours a week to 10 hours max. We got overstaffed and people started quitting left and right. Not a big deal because those positions were easy to fill. But that's when my hours started getting cut. At the time, the 1 new hire who started in March, who we'll call Helen, had been getting really good hours. I'm talking about my hours. We had the same problem, college money, car money, the works and all. But then I got scheduled for 16 hours 1 week and they got scheduled for over 35 hours. So I decided to confront the assistant manager who was in charge of scheduling. We'll call him Frank. I said, "Hey Frank, I noticed my hours got cut. What's happening?"
I know, everyone's hours are getting cut. I have to make room for everyone, you know?
I couldn't help but notice that Helen is getting quite the amount of hours, so you made room for her and no one else?
I was unaware of that. I'll get you some more hours next week.
The reset of the week was kind of boring since I was a workaholic. No one called me to cover shifts or anything. The following week, I asked around to see who covered any shifts last week, and it turns out that all the new hires got called first. That kind of pissed me off, but hey, can't do anything about it now. Later that day, I checked my schedule and what do you know, the same 16-hour week. I was livid at this point. I should have been honored for my seniority there, not getting freaked over in hours. I went back to Frank and confronted him. I said, "Hey, what the heck is this? I thought you'd be finding me hours this week. I can't live off of this."
Well, it turns out that I couldn't find you hours. I tried calling.
BS, you tried calling me. Not a single person called me. Instead, all the new hires got called. What the heck, man?
There's nothing I can do. You might just have to find another job.
This pissed me off beyond belief. I was ready to pop, but this is when my bright idea came into play. For a couple days, I searched around for other supermarkets in my area offering jobs. After about a day of searching, I found a job paying double what I made now for the same qualifications. I gave them a ring and got an interview for the following week. The following day, I went into work for what I didn't know was my last shift and told Frank what was happening. "Hey Frank, I just wanted to let you know I took your advice."
Advice? Do you mean finding another job?
You're freaking right. I hope you have fun. I will never forget the look on his face. Completely baffled. He didn't expect me to actually find another job so quickly. This is where my revenge began. Revenge. After I walked out of Richard Head Frank's office, I went around doing my usual work. During every shift, a metric freak ton of paperwork needed to be processed in the computer in order to close the store correctly and set up bookkeeping for the next day. Fun fact, that day in particular was Snap Day. For those who don't know what that is, it's the day that government-funded food stamps arrive on everyone's EBT card monthly. That day, I decided to say, freak paperwork and just don't do crap. I was quitting that day because my anger got the better of me. The store closes at about 12 a.m., and I walked out of that crap hole as free as can be. The next day, I woke up to find some really obnoxious and angry texts from coworkers. I completely disregarded them, unknowingly that they said I worked that morning. I went down to the supermarket to grab some things from my house, and as soon as I walked in the door, every ex-coworker of mine looked at me as if I had just passed on the floor. One of them pulled me aside, let's call them George, and this happened. "What the freak, bro? I had to cover your shift this morning and you have the balls to walk in here after that?" I said, "I don't work here anymore. Freak off." I continued to get my groceries and talked to one of my closer ex-coworkers there about what had happened. As it turned out, Frank had no idea that the previous day was my last and that the entire front end of the store had gotten brutally freaked over. Since the store closed at 12 a.m. and no paperwork was filed, our corporate called the assistant manager, also in charge of making sure all departments are closed correctly, and asked where all the paperwork was. No idea that I had not filed it, Frank had to go into the store, over an hour away from him, to file all the paperwork himself. Not only that, tons of violations were given to him because since none of the paperwork got done by the person closing, no one had a record of anything done at the store from the previous day. On top of everything, the amount of paperwork needed done was practically doubled since that day was snap. As soon as the store manager heard about this, she was livid. After about a month, I was working my new job and heard some information about Frank. Apparently, he had to go into a meeting with our corporate bosses and the store manager. He had gotten fired from his position due to all of this and had not been able to get a letter of recommendation from that employer also. Sucks to suck, huh? It just goes to show that if you're in a position of management and you choose favoritism over seniority and qualifications, it can really come back to bite you when those people give up on you. And our final story of the day is by Amber Katie May. "Steal my medication, I make you seriously regret it." So when I was 15, I was diagnosed with bipolar schizophrenia. Now, despite what TV shows and movies portray, not all schizophrenia are serial killers. If you can keep your medication in balance, you can live a perfect normal life. From the age of 15 to 20 was rather hard as we tried to form the right balance in medication for me. But it's been 11 years since I was first diagnosed and has been 6 years since I had any really bad symptoms. There had been a few minor issues when my meds would go out of balance, but nothing too extreme. Anyways, this happened 3 years ago. I had just moved into a new apartment with 2 new roommates. We'll call them Zach and Rachel. Yes, those are their real names, cause freak them. Anyways, due to my illness, I take multiple medications. An antipsychotic, antidepressants, and an anti-anxiety medication to name a few. These are all rather strong medications. So when I moved in and got settled, I started noticing some of my meds start going missing. I have my pills counted out and ready so I know exactly how many I have. I immediately suspect my roommates as they were the only ones with access to my room. I also knew for a fact they took other medications to get high and they were pretty open about it. But I had no proof and didn't want to risk pissing them off as I had to live with them. So I looked past it hoping it was a one-time thing. But it wasn't. After a few days of this, I lost it and confronted them. They denied it, and of course, I had no proof. I even got a lock for my room, but somehow they still managed to get in. So here's where the revenge starts. So due to all my medication, I get constipated a lot. So I have a very strong laxative I take when this happens. They are tiny pinkish pills. If you don't know about medication, you could easily mistake these for something else. One morning before heading to work, I took my antipsychotic pill bottles and switched out the pills for my laxatives. And then I left. When I came home that evening, both my roommates were in the washrooms. I asked Rachel what was wrong. She made up some BS food poisoning excuse. They spent the whole night in and out of the bathrooms. My medication stopped disappearing after that night. I know it might not be realistic considering the situation, but if I realized that they were stealing my pills, I don't even know if I would want to confront them. I would just want to start trying to get out of there if at all possible. Although considering the laxative strategy did work, I would have kept leaving those laxatives out anywhere and just completely locked up the other pills wherever possible. Bridezilla Karen ends up looking like a pauper at her own wedding. I, female 48, have known Pat, female 48, for decades. As far as I can remember, she was fixated on having 5 children and a picket fence dream life. I slowly cut ties with her in college because she was an opportunist and I didn't trust her. She is both manipulative and forceful. Her idea of cute rubs me the wrong way. Pat likes to walk like a penguin when she wants to elicit pity, and she usually does this when she wants to evoke the underdog narrative. I've never seen someone act so despicable and ridiculous at the same time. I moved on with my life, happily got rid of her for years. Pat eventually found me on Facebook. I accepted her friend request out of politeness. Pat has become the epitome of a permissive mother. Her 5 kids do as they please, and she never calls them out. She tried to force a relationship between me and her daughters and made them call me auntie. Pat tried to drop them at my house uninvited. Her phone calls were insistent. She tried to monopolize my time and she began to show up at my job. I created some boundaries, so she tried to find loopholes. It was a nightmare. My husband and I hosted a party for the community center. Not the real name, new members. The community center is actually a very informal initiative and my husband and I mainly serve the homeless population. We prefer to help strangers instead of catering to potentially narcissistic acquaintances. We don't mind lending a hand, but we have encountered truly dishonest choosing beggars. There are other services, like one of the members who helps women get their wedding and prom dresses for free. The community center location headquarters is actually a farm owned by an elderly couple. There is a barn, a venue, and a very nice green field with an artificial lake and some fowl. They charge for the use of their facilities, weddings, etc., but not for community-oriented stuff. Pat had always been salty at her husband for demanding that she go back to work after baby number 3. In the meantime, he worked 3 jobs. She demanded he get her pregnant to fulfill her dream of having 5 kids. He didn't agree because he was already nearly 45 and felt like he might never be able to retire. She got away with bringing new babies into this world anyway. Her fascination with being pregnant comes from all the attention she gets. She had at least 1 miscarriage in between each kid. Pat latched onto our group. She never missed any of our activities. I hated having her in my house, but it was an open invitation that included virtually everyone, and she was very active as an event organizer. I didn't like the way her kids behaved. We have a designated area for parties and entertainment, but her kids ended up inside my bedroom. We ended up having to keep watch of them and enjoyed 0 of our own party. I called her days later to get my point across regarding their overall behavior, but she completely cut me off and began talking about herself and said her kids wanted to come visit again and use our pool. I never answered that. I didn't want to say, "No, I will not have your brats over." She also called me as summer was approaching specifically to let me know her middle daughter was bored and wanted to spend a week at our home. I politely declined, citing that me and my husband have to work and cannot entertain guests. Pat paid no heed. Her kid called me on the weekend calling me auntie and attempted to coax me by saying, "Mom says you invited me to spend summer with you." I quickly clarified and offered an explanation to avoid hurting a kid's self-esteem. Never mind, her daughter just hung up on me. Pat's Facebook also showed some red flags. Some cryptic rants here and there were visible, along with friends' comments and complaints on how she asked a particular person to watch her kids only for a couple of hours and ended up leaving them all day. Another of her friends criticized her girls' night out because Pat had just asked them to be patient and wait until she could pay back some money that she owed them. Yet she had the money to spend on Friday night outings. I thought those very public comments on private matters were more like a cry of lost patience. Unpleasant things began to happen. like the time she volunteered to wrap the Xmas presents for underprivileged kids. We all wanted to create a mix of less costly gifts with really nice ones. Surprisingly, some nice and eye-catching toys and games went missing, but turned up under her Christmas tree, courtesy of her mother-in-law's Facebook posts. No one could prove anything, but it was hate-inducing. Or the time my daughter called me in tears to pick her up after she attended Pat's daughter's birthday, Casey. My daughter had been ignored all night because she didn't gift her the expensive gaming stuff Casey practically demanded. My daughter did ask, but I said no. We would buy her a very nice and thoughtful present according to her taste. So when I went to pick her up, my daughter was sitting alone in the living room while Casey and her friends stayed outside. Stories about Pat and her family multiplied. The owners at the farm, community center, decided to keep their gates locked unless they had guests or events because Pat got in the habit of driving in whenever she pleased, and it was either her kids screaming and disturbing ongoing weddings, throwing rocks at the koi in the lake, or harassing geese in the yard. Or how she stiffed another soccer mom with a lunch bill and then pulled the struggling financially card. Or how other parents hated her because she created unnecessary hostile competition. When my daughter turned 13, I allowed her to wear my grandma's ring. It's not an expensive piece of jewelry, but it's vintage and girls nowadays want to look boho. My granny gave it to me when I became a teenager, so I passed it on to my kid so she could wear it on her birth week. It was weird that she became quiet and distracted after that. She also didn't want to go to school, and my husband and I became suspicious. She never opened up, and my other kids had no clue. We went to her school, but her teachers assured us nothing had changed in her environment. My husband and I suspected she was being bullied, but our kid gave us no tools to support her. My kid is very sunny and very compassionate. She has never had any problems with other kids. I called her best friend's mom. Natalie, my kid's BFF, told us what was going on. Casey, Pat's eldest, and my daughter had become close. I knew this and wasn't too thrilled. I found the age, Casey was 17, gap not exactly inappropriate, but I'd rather see my daughter spend time with friends in the same age range. Casey is very beautiful and a gifted student. She is also very conceited. To make this story short, she asked my daughter if she could try on the ring and refused to give it back. She later claimed that she lost it but would look for it. So my daughter was distraught. My daughter kept asking for her ring, and as a result, Casey shunned her and spread the word that my kid was trying to steal her ring. Some kids at school took Casey's side, so now Casey just wore my kid's jewelry to school like nothing happened. If that doesn't qualify as taunting, I don't know what does. My guilt comes from not being able to get my daughter to open up and feel safe telling me the truth. I talked to her and she burst into tears. I was both pained as a mother and furious that some teenage witch was doing this under our noses. I went straight to Pat's car after school. I asked to talk as Casey was about to go in, so I grabbed Casey's hand and asked to see her jewelry. Casey froze and she tried to make a fist, so I became relentless. Casey yelled, "Mom!" and Pat struggled to get out of the car. I slid the ring off. Casey has tiny hands and wore the ring on her index finger. First, Pat yelled at me. After I confronted her with the engraving on the band, my grandma's maiden name, she argued it was loaned to her daughter by my kid. Then she said she bought it. I paid no heed. I did warn them that I knew Casey had become an abusive friend to my daughter. Pat called me to tell me off. She said she was trying to raise an assertive young woman and I had just messed that up by being overbearing. She never apologized for her thief of a child. Pat's husband, Hank, is what can be described as a doormat. Pat wore him down to a knob. He had no choice but to obey her to keep the peace. She was a bully who actively withdrew affection when he didn't follow her wishes, even in public. So she got kids number 4 and 5 after a relentless campaign that included leaving him for 2 months. Her pregnancies were a nuisance because she expected to be treated like the only lady who has ever been pregnant. She strolled around in a wheelchair almost immediately after getting pregnant, and she would get very sick on weekends, so her kids were often sent to friends and family so that she could rest. Pat systematically bullied Hank. She would leave town and take the kids with her. Poor Hank would look distraught, drinking on his porch or just looking really lonely. This is how she got off the hook and was able to leave her job. Hank had virtually no voice, so he struggled to keep the marriage together. Everyone liked him but hated her equally. Hank loved to talk to other people but seemed concerned that Pat would be upset. Over time, according to my husband, Hank began to show signs of depression and mental distress. Our friend, Lena, runs the Wedding and Prom Dress Initiative. It's not complicated. Dresses are sourced from donations, eBay, trunk shows, etc. Unusually beautiful dresses are retained so that more than one bride gets to wear them. In some cases, a bride will pay $50, but most of the time the dresses are donated to the bride. Pat was involved in this. Lena kept her in because they never had any issues and her task was limited to just shipping the dresses out. Pat decided to renew her vows and her Bridezilla Karenzilla attitude became the icing on the cake. For starters, she bullied another couple into giving up their wedding date at the farm because she needed her renewal to match her exact wedding date. They were not impressed with her harassment, so they booked another venue. As a result, the farm owners were pissed because Pat was already costing them money after she had successfully negotiated a cut in their rate because she couldn't afford it but will repay by doing maintenance work around the venue. She never made good on her word. Pat became attached to a particular dress that was already assigned to another bride. Lena made it clear that she would need to pay for her own dress. So Pat played it cool and shipped the wrong gown instead. She was adamant that it was the right dress, despite all the notes on Lena's agenda. The other bride was truly gracious about it. She was obviously disappointed but never made a scene. What bothered me most is that I picked that dress and bought it for $40 at a garage sale. Lena's money. It was a vintage dress, ankle length, white with lots of lace and a huge bargain. Again, when confronted, Pat did a Casey and used the "this is mine" strategy. We felt so bad for the other bride that we did our best to get her something nice to wear. The other bride was a true fighter. She had pulled out of welfare, earned her high school diploma, and was working to get on her feet by trying to earn a certificate as an acrylic nail technician. So her reward was to have some Karen steal her dress? Pat never admitted to messing up, but just by the fact that she claimed it was her dress, we knew. Lena never allowed her in the warehouse again. Their last phone fight ended with Pat bringing up the other bride's past, like it mattered. And "this conversation is over, it's my dress and you are mistaken." That was weeks before the other bride's wedding. Pat went all out on her wedding decor. She spent way too much. She hired a caterer for some food, mainly mimosas and appetizers. But the wedding invitation included a request for specific dishes for her Sunday brunch wedding. Either she ran out of banquet money or was on a complete moocher mode. I picture the penguin walking upon practically asking everyone to supply her wedding reception grub, and I cringe. There is nothing wrong with potluck weddings. In fact, they can be a nice addition to a very cozy and family-oriented wedding reception. But don't you need to at least be close to your guests in order to ask for such a thing? Even I got an invitation. I told everyone I wasn't going because I was very uncomfortable being told what to bring and was probably expected to give them a cash gift on top of that. Some of the older ladies in our group agreed. Some said they would not decline in advance because she is a bully and they didn't want a confrontation. Lena called me the night before Pat's re-wedding. Lena was there to close the Saturday night bingo and Pat was awfully friendly, but that's what she does whenever things are going her way. Lena peeked into the garment bag and saw the exact same dress while Pat was caught up supervising the wedding decoration. The thing with Karens is that they expect everyone to suck it up or make their dreams come true, or they simply underestimate everyone and think we are all fools. Lena is a very straightforward person with a "so sue me" attitude. She told me she would just ruin the dress. After all, it was hers, so she could do whatever she wanted. If Pat wanted to take legal action, and should things get ugly, she needed to prove ownership. However, the dress was the same. The marks inside the hem and the tags were the same. Even the tag numbers that were punched to identify each dress for logistics purposes matched. Pat had the dress altered with some extra beading and dyed to a deep cream color, but it was obviously the same garment. Lena and I snuck in before the venue was closed for the night. All brides are allowed to stay in a small bedroom for a small charge so that they don't need to drive in on their wedding day. Honestly, the makeshift chapel was gorgeous. I don't know how she paid for it, but it was full of flowers and presumptuous details. I naively brought in some ink to spill on the dress, but Lena said she wanted something more awful, like a nasty surprise. Ink would be too obvious, and if she saw it ahead, she may be able to snag another gown from somewhere. No, the ideal thing was to have her trust the dress was fine. So Lena locked herself in a bathroom stall and completely cut out the back panel. She patiently put it back on its hanger and zipped the bag. We left through the emergency door with the back of the dress stuffed inside Lena's purse. I completely hate people who target and steal from anyone they, Pat and her kid, calculate to be in a weaker position. The wedding was scheduled at 9 a.m. Pat called me at 7 a.m., but I ignored her calls. I picked up by 8 a.m., both curious and wondering if she suspected anything. Pat was frantic. She was crying that her dress was missing by half. I purposely made her explain, being annoyingly dense and continually interrupting like she does and stalling the conversation. She asked me if I could lend her my wedding dress. I said no, sorry. She then asked me if I would help her get a dress. I was satisfied to remind her that the town's bridal shops were closed on Sunday, and the others that would open were almost an hour away. The farm is already almost 1 hour away from our town. If Pat could get a shop to rent a dress, she would need to try the dress on and get it steamed. Even if the dress was ready to wear, it would easily take more than 2 hours round trip. She tried to ask me to go pick a dress. Who would pay for this? Even if a shop were open and bought her a dress, it would add to the cost. Also, these shops open at 10 or 9:30 at the earliest. By the time they got to her, it would be time to wrap up the wedding because she needed to clear the venue by 12 for the next event. She broke down and mumbled some stupid stuff I didn't understand. So Pat hung up on me and called Lena instead. She asked Lena to bring her anything she had available. Lena and I ended up delivering the most outdated, moss-smelling, oversized dress. Pat's disappointment was a mix between angry and emotional. She also tried to wear her knee-length silk bridal slip as a wedding dress, but it was too obvious and it looked really cheap. She tried to get her daughter to give her her own dress to wear with an open back zipper, due to fitting issues, but Casey refused, asking if she was supposed to attend the wedding naked. She's got a point, plus Casey is petite. The dress needed a petticoat to plump up the skirt, which wasn't available, so it dragged all over the floor and Pat had to keep pulling it up. Pat walked down the aisle with one hand on her bouquet and another one grabbing her dress. The dress looked limp and weird with the arrangements of pins. They didn't show. That caused the sleeves and neckline to pucker into messy rims. She spent the ceremony looking uncomfortable and out of place. Very few people attended, but that was not part of any revenge. That was just how people reacted to her entitled attitude. The dress looked awful. The reception portion of the wedding had all this princely decoration, a very nice cake, and a bridezilla with a dress from heck. I didn't stay, but I was told she was so disappointed she spent her wedding sulking. There was no dance, no actual speech. She had to change into a shirt and leggings because the dress was too uncomfortable. Everyone talked about how Pat put on her flip-flops and walked around aimlessly until she ordered the ushers to start folding up the chairs within 1 hour of the reception. So she practically kicked everyone out and the cake was never cut. Pat wasn't the same after this. She was not as loud and avoided everyone. I think she was disappointed that nobody ran to her rescue, not even her family who came from out of town. Her husband finally cracked under all the pressure and sought some help. He was slaving away and coming home to clean the house while Pat used her kids as an excuse to spend like crazy. Hank also had to do kid homework because Pat never had time or never had patience. She also refused to get a part-time job so her kids could attend an after school and get help with their school stuff. Therapy seemed to help Hank because the last time Pat left with her kids, he didn't seem distraught. He would be riding his bicycle and could be seen more relaxed while mowing his lawn. Hank told my husband that he had contemplated ending it all after their third kid. When Pat returned, he maintained the routine, but was interested in going out by himself and doing things for himself. We began to see Pat alone all the time. Hank was seen less and less in the same car and eventually moved in with his parents. He filed for divorce on the grounds of emotional cruelty, and I don't think he won. Instead, I'm not sure of this because this is what I was told, there was some sort of a settlement or agreement that she would not get close or interact with him unless it has to do with the kids. I also don't know if Pat even actually suspected who/what happened to her dress. She slowly pulled away from the community center and became less active in social gatherings. Pat also removed me from her Facebook, as well as mostly everyone else from school and the center. So my question for you guys is, considering everything that Karenzilla here did, do you think Pat deserved to have the wedding completely ruined like they did? Do you think it was a fair thing to do to Pat in revenge for all the stuff Pat had done? Let me know in the comments down below. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. But besides that, if you enjoyed the video, please consider liking and subscribing and turn notifications on if you haven't so you'll never miss an upcoming video. Any little thing that you do helps the channel grow so much more. Whether it's commenting, subscribing, or just watching the video, thank you all so very much for supporting me right here on the Storytime channel. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I'll see you all next time right here.